Yeah. All right. Good morning, everyone. We're going to get started if people can quiet down. And we got a lot of people here, so crosstalk is really counterproductive. But thank you for being here, and I will call this regular meeting of the Board of County Commissioners to order on this Monday, March 23rd. We have lots of people here for public comment. I would say, I'm guessing probably most for the 10:45 conversation that we're going to have about Parks and Rec services and the funding issues that we're dealing with. So because we have so many people, it looks to be, I don't know, we're at maximum capacity here, maybe 60 people. Usually we give 3 minutes of public comment, and we will start in just a minute with public comment, but we'll just, so everyone can get a time up here, we'll give 1 minute of public comment, and you can, stack up your comments. If you have something prepared, maybe a couple people read it. We usually do our consent agenda. We have until 9:30 scheduled for this, and a couple proclamations, and then a hard event at 10:15. So we're going to look at our consent agenda. We have one time critical event, so I'd like to pull item 1 from the consent agenda and just address that really quickly since it is time critical, as our morning has already gotten away from us.
You want me to make a motion?
Please.
I would make a motion to approve item 1 from today's consent agenda.
And I'll second that.
Okay.
It's the hearing notice for the first quarter 2026 budget appropriations. So
Very appropriate.
appropriate topic.
Yes. Yeah. Appropriate appropriations. All right. Moved and seconded. All in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. All right, so that's taking care of some business. We'll get to public comment in just a moment. One other thing that I've been doing as chair for the last year is playing a song at the beginning of every meeting on a different instrument every time. And I assume that you're not here for that, but
But he is.
I'm not going to ignore the opportunity to have a large audience. So we're going to take just a moment before we get to public comment, and I'm going to play this instrument that I don't play very well. It's called an automaton. It's a nonsense toy. It's a little bit like a theremin invented by some Japanese inventors in 2009. So the newest instrument that I played. I don't even know the name of the song, but you probably are all gonna recognize the name of the song. All right. Thank you. Is always good. All right. With that, we'll open. We have some people raising their hands online. I want to give people, especially a bunch of kids have to get back to school, so let's focus on the folks in the room here initially. And if you'd like to make public comment after you're done, if you're not here for anything else, if you can clear the room and make room. We have people in the hallway and even outside, so we want to let everyone get in and make their comment. So giving one minute per comment. We'll give a little bit of indulgence to some of the youth with us, but who would like to make public comment? Come on up, sir. And this meeting is being recorded. You do not have to identify yourself, and we're happy to hear from you on any topic.
All right, awesome. My name is Silas Klontz, and I'm a student at Port Townsend High School, and I participated in the soccer, baseball, and basketball rec programs. I would like to advocate for the continuation of rec programs and for the continued maintenance of Memorial Field and the Rec Center Park. Although I understand there may have to be some maneuvering with the city, the school, and the county to continue that. Rec programs are extremely popular, as we can probably tell. And I think it's one of the most important ways that a kid can spend their time is playing with others. It provides an essential channel for them to get to know each other and develop social skills. And I think it's a lot better than them sitting home alone on their phone scrolling TikTok or Instagram. And I know that's something that a lot of people talk about is like phone usage and whatnot. As a kid, I had a ton of fun playing in the rec programs, and I think they're just a blast, and I think it's a great thing. Oh, that's a minute.
Thank you.
Who would like to come up next? No? All right, great man. Thanks for being here.
Okay. Hello, my name is Damian Rasmussen and I'm 11 years old. I've been playing soccer for Jefferson County Soccer Club and rec soccer on our local field for the past 6 years. My team has made it to state semifinals 3 times. Soccer isn't just a fun game, it's a sport that has kept me healthy and active. I hardly ever get sick. I have 99% attendance at school, and I don't spend my time playing video games or on screens.
Yes.
All of that is because I have a sport to play and parks to go to. My brothers, my friends, and I go to H.J. Carroll Park several times a week. My soccer friends and I love playing futsal and celebrating our birthdays at the rec center. These are safe, family-friendly places that mean a lot to us. Most parents, including mine, don't have the time or money to drive their children to neighboring counties just so they can play sports and have fun. These local spaces are important for our community.
That's been it.
Thank you. Who else in the room would like to make, oh, come on up.
My name is Claire Buckham, and I have played soccer for over half my life. And being a player, I know what it's like to get that moment of joy. The 1 second you feel like you're on top of the world, whether you're a keeper and block the goal, or attacking and assisting someone, or even coaching. And by closing the rec department, you would take me away the moments of joy from your community.
All right. Who else in the room would like to, and we've got a little room, thank you guys. Come on up, sir.
My name is Daniel B., but I'm here to speak for my friend Holden Breckle, and I feel the same way that he does about this. My name is Holden Breckle, and I'm 11 years old. I'm angry to find out that the rec center and its programs might not be funded. The rec center and its programs are important to me and to the community. I care about the rec center because many of my end of season rec soccer celebrations have been held there. It provides a space for futsal, which many people enjoy. The rec center is important to our community because it provides a space for kids and adults to get together and make connections. The space is used for birthday parties, craft fairs, and other events. Rec sports are also important to me and to the community. I was 8 years old when we first moved to Fort Thompson, and I met my first friends on my rec soccer teams. Rec soccer has built a network for me, not just of friends, but also mentors and adult role models. I feel lucky to have met so many kind people through the rec department and grow my love for sports, and I want this center to expand and include other kids in the community. Rec sports benefits the whole community by providing a fun and healthy way for kids to stay active.
Thank you. Who else? Come on up.
I am here to represent those who cannot speak for themselves. I have a family of 3 boys, or 2 boys and her. I just want to say that successful communities it's dependent upon families and children. And that just kind of grows across history as if communities can center the well-being of families and children, the more successful that they can be. Otherwise, it becomes sterile and it's unsustainable. So if we can please maintain the parks and everything that entails, I think our community will maintain stability and joy and success. Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, I just want to say that Port Townsend being like the largest population hub in the county, the like parks and rec programs serve the majority of working families in Jefferson County. And also communication then is super important between the county and the city. And when you have kind of a lack of communication about issues like this or a breakdown of communication, you'll get something like this where you have like, plus those guys, I don't know, 160 people in one room trying to speak their mind and say how they feel about something, which is not like very efficient or streamlined. And so I think that there could have been better communication on this issue, and going forward, there should probably be more between the county and the city.
Thank you. Well, come on up, sir.
He was gonna say something too, so do you mind if you just like.
Go for it. Yep.
Save time. He just comes with me. My name is August McInerney and I'm here to speak on the proposed closure of the local rec center. I want to be respectful, but also very clear. Closing the rec center would be a serious mistake for the youth in our community. Port Townsend is a small town. There are not many places for teens to go where they can be active, safe, and supervised. The rec center is one of the only places that offers all those things in one space. It gives us somewhere to exercise, play sports, and spend time in a positive environment. But it is more than just a place to play basketball. It's a place where people connect. It helps build friendships, keep people social, and create a sense of community for a lot of us, especially in a smaller town. That matters more than you might realize. I also want to speak honestly about something important. I know many teens in this area who are struggling to find healthy ways to spend their time. When there aren't good options, people can end up making poor choices. The rec center gives us a better option. It keeps people busy, focused, and around others who are trying to do something positive. It's a minute for you.
Thank you, August. All right. Thank you, guys. Yeah, come on up. Rivals, yeah.
Hi, my name is Grace. I've been part of Jefferson County Parks programs every year since I was 7, from play school at the rec center to playing rec soccer with all my friends for 4 years, and all the way to my first job reffing for soccer when I was 13. So I have quite a stake in this. In a town that's really oriented for the older generation, I think it's really important for youth to have some place to be active and connect with their friends that's like safe and healthy. Almost everybody I know has been a part of a rec program at one time or another, and I really hope that we can continue that for future generations of Port Townsend kids. And I think that this is a really important thing that we need to focus on.
Who else in the room would like to make comment? All right. Anyone else? Oh, yeah, come on up.
It's what I make for the kids.
Yeah.
Opportunity.
Thank you, guys.
Good morning. I'm Natalie Maitland. I'm the Executive Director of Port Townsend Main Street. And I'm here to comment on the Parks and Rec Department cuts being discussed here at this meeting. First, Memorial Field and Uptown Rec Center and Playground are central facilities to the vitality of our historic business districts. The economic impact of having these facilities operational extends wide and deep. They draw people to the area, provide quality of life for those living in the community, and when open and cared for, are our central point to a vibrant experience in our community. They support key activities like the Jefferson County Farmers Market, senior activities, and many others that I could list. They simply cannot be shuttered and left to become eyesores. Look to the 2022 Pros Comp Plan report outlining many more reasons simply closing should not be the primary option. Second, and this is more personal for me, eliminating the youth sports program will have many, many years of negative impact. As a youth sports volunteer, coach, and parent of kids who have participated in youth sports, I have seen firsthand the important developmental and social impact that having the opportunity to participate in rec leagues has on young people. It's been so inspiring to see the young people here today as well. We as a community cannot continue to deprioritize youth opportunities. If we are going to create better financial health for the county and create sustainable ecosystems in Jefferson County, you guys need to really consider looking at options that are sustainable into the future.
Thank you.
Hi there, I'm representing the Jefferson County Farmers Market with my friend here, Rufina, who is a previous board member. We just want to first thank you for the opportunity to have a public comment here, and thank you, Heather, for your willingness to meet with us separately to discuss some options. As you may have known, the farmers market relies heavily on the community center. We use the restrooms, the dumpster, we use the community center grounds, the trash cans, the playground. And this all helps us generate over $1.6 million in revenue that stays within our community every year. So we are going to have a future meeting with her, and I thank you very much for your willingness to meet with us. And we would like to help to contribute to a solution here.
And we would emphasize more public convenings, because these meetings are during the daytime and the stakeholders who really care a lot can't make a regular.
Thank you very much.
I'll be quick. Hi, everybody. Pleasure to meet you. My name is Steven Sklar. I'm a certified financial planner here in Port Townsend. I served in this community for 10 years, and I basically built my family here. While also being a certified financial planner, I am also the vice president, and what I'm here to talk about is vice president of the Play School, which our center is, our main facility is the rec center. On a regular basis, I have conversations with people about their purpose in life and what their purpose is. And a lot of times, and most of the times, that happens when they're talking about their family. What truly means most to them is their family, and also basically having their family have a community in which they can thrive, and they talk. Having a community that they can thrive and grow relationships in. The Play School does that at a very, very young age for so many other people. I think we can talk to, it's been institutions for 70 years in this community. You can talk to people who started meeting people who are very, very young all the way to adulthood. Not only that, my ask is not, I know that everybody has, there's budget constraints. I understand, I'm in finance. But the thing is, I just want to make sure that we have a good faith effort to do everything we can to keep these institutions alive. Thanks, Stephen.
Hello.
Hi, commissioners. Hi, I'm Bailey Burkhart-Smyer. I have been teaching Zumba in this community for 8 years.
Yeah.
I have seen the massive transformation in people's emotional wellness through what it is that I have to offer, and what I do happens at the rec center. There is no alternative space that has that same capacity, that is affordable to the public, and that is affordable to somebody like me. I am a taxpayer, a homeowner. I have a small child. He has grown up through the Play School program at the rec center. Every rainy day, we find ourselves there. I know this community is struggling with the budget right now, but this simply cannot be the solution. We need this. I think that you can see the outcry today is indicative of that. We are so grateful for everything that you do, and that we know that you are in a really tight spot, but please give us time to help fix this. We have an incredible community. There are quite a few members of the community who would happily help fund this. We just need the opportunity. I will volunteer myself to be a part of that team that builds that. So I thought that we had time, and I was not told that this was as dire as it is. So please let me help to find a solution. Thank you for doing what you do.
Thank you, Bailey. Hold on one second. I want to let everyone know that we always reply to all the public comment after we hear it. So we're just going to keep going through the public comment and then respond at the end.
Hi there, it's Nina Turner. I'm a retired educator out of East Wenatchee, moved here 10 years ago. I also taught mental health at a state level, state trainer, and suicide prevention courses in the Wenatchee area, one of 60. I'm fearful for what's going on in this community with the lack of resources for the youth. What could happen, just like it did in other communities where I came from. So I just plead with you to please rectify this so that we don't have some of these issues come up for our youth.
Good morning. My name is Frank Adamson, and I'm here speaking on behalf of little ones who can't find their voices this morning. Budgets are often presented as numbers, but at their core, they are statements of values. They reflect what we choose to prioritize and what kind of community we want to be. The county's own budget materials identify parks and recreation as a core service. The proposal to cut these services seems out of alignment with the county's stated values. I'm relatively new here, but as a researcher who spent my career studying the impact of public programs on youth and communities, I can clearly say youth recreation is essential infrastructure. The evidence is strong. Structured youth activities improve mental and physical health, support academic success, and reduce reliance on more expensive systems like healthcare and law enforcement. These programs are not an expense, they are long-term cost savings. So we're here to ask for a structured community engagement process to help design long-term sustainable plan for these programs. Thank you.
Can I ask you what your name is again?
Frank Adams, ATA Investor.
My name is Lee Fulton-Hagan, and I just wanted to share I think it's an African proverb that goes something along the lines of, if the fires inside our youths are not lovingly and intentionally woven into the fabric of community, they will burn down the whole village just to feel the warmth. And my ask of you is to honor all these youth that showed up today, and also the ones that didn't, who are in school, who have a voice, and the other parents who are at work. If there's a way to pause this decision and create a space for all the voices to be heard, I think this is a really beautiful opportunity. And I think that if you look at the deficits that exist and the specific areas where we're all begging for money in this budget, beneath all of that, a lot of the most important areas is belonging, and belonging is at the root of many of those. And if we don't invest in belonging and find ways to weave our children in to the important parts of community, it's going to all dissolve. So please create another space for us to have this conversation, and create a space to weave our youth into maybe having some jobs within all of this. Thank you.
I'm Zanny. I'm Anya. And we have been doing rec sports for a long time, and it just gave us that room to try new things, and it's really important. Without rec sports, kids would just dive more and more into screens, which isn't good for them.
Thank you guys so much. Thank you.
Good morning. My name's Nancy. I've been a Jefferson County resident for about 15 years now. I've heard a lot of great talks, comments about all of the different rec facilities. The one facility I want to bring up and represent is the skate park. It's somewhere I've been going for about 10 years. I've watched kids grow up from young kids to adults there. This is an important place where kids learn to, that are not in the traditional rec sports programs. This is an important place for the rest of the kids to learn to fall and pick themselves up. It's an important place for kids to gain their confidence and trust in themselves. And so, I understand these cuts might affect the skate park in terms of upkeep and maintenance. This is a sacred place for us, the users of that skate park. I myself have gone on all fours, hands and knees to pick up dirt and, wipe out puddles of the shirt on my back. So, this would greatly affect those users of that skate park as well. The last thing I want to say is there was a young gentleman earlier that talked about communication between the county and the city. I don't know if you are aware, the city is putting out a bid for an artist with 30 grand to paint a mural at the skate park. That's a waste of money. I think we should take that money. We should have the kids paint the skate park and take that money and fund these programs. So please talk to me.
Nicole O'Hara. Thank you all for having us. I also wanted to request that communication be found and a way to work together with the city. As you all know, we voted 13 years ago to the rec center open. I hate seeing this problem just keep coming around and around and no solution been found, which we've all voiced this before. My family's very involved in sports. Our community depends on healthy spaces for youth. Otherwise, what are their options if they don't have the rec center? It's an important space. The youth sports are important. It's all important. I don't think fundraising is the answer for this project. It's a long-term solution needs found. Thank you.
My name is Deborah Winter. I'm a resident of Port Townsend. I hope I'm not just repeating what other people have said. I haven't heard all of the testimony, but just wanted to say a couple of things. First, I know there are budgetary constraints. Totally understand that, but I find it incomprehensible that what gets cut are things that help the children and youth of our community. I think there must be another way. The other thing I'd like to say is I hear there is a fund for people to donate to keep the rec center open and maybe other facilities. I'm not sure. I haven't seen anything about it, but that's my point. I haven't seen anything about it. It's not enough time. There are lots of wealthy people in this community who are very, very philanthropically minded. If they knew about this and had a little bit of time, I'm sure that the deficit could be erased and we could keep things open for our children. Thank you.
Thank you, Deborah. Anyone else in the room? And there's more room for those folks in the hallway. We've got room in here that you guys can come on in and please come on up, sir.
Thank you. I'm Steve Oliver. I live at 92 Cleveland Street in Port Hadlock. And I can't possibly have enough information right now to get into the weeds of these three proposals. But I think that all three of them, with all due respect, are just one way or another to tip over the wagon. And I encourage you not to do that. It's hard work to keep the wagon rolling. I've been involved in my career with lots and lots of major recreation activities for kids. And it is hard work, and it's hard to find the dollars, but you can do it and you should. All these kids deserve it. The community deserves it. So thank you. Don't do it.
Thank you, Steve.
Morning. My name's Judy Yang. I'm a parent in a local position, and I'd like to just, second that I think that these programs, the rec center and Parks and Rec sports and parks in our community are vitally important to the health of our youth and all of our population. But more importantly, I'd like to say that at a time when our world is and our country is incredibly divided, and you don't have to look far to find bad news, these programs create magic by bringing people from all walks of life together to recreate, to laugh, and to truly build community. And we need more of this. And I know that this has been a long-standing problem. And I would ask that we could maybe just hit the pause and try to cobble together funds for this short cycle of 2026, and then partner with the city to create a long-term Metropolitan Parks and Rec department to grow these programs. These are relatively low budget programs that have hugely far-reaching positive effects in our entire community.
My name is Elliot Eisenberg. I'm someone who does futsal at the rec center in seventh grade. Taking away the rec center would deeply affect our community, I feel like, and it would affect the youth in many ways. Having an outlet for recreation is a big deal, and taking it away would be.
Thank you very much.
Hey everyone, I'm Sarah McNulty. I am Vice President of the Jefferson Universal Movement Playground. I am also the occupational therapist at Port Townsend School District. I know we can do big, hard things. We have done it in the past to make recreation happen for kids. I am encouraging you all again to be reaching out to your community members and giving us time and being creative about this. I should be at Zumba right now, but I'm here and I have had to keep coming here to make sure you know how important the rec center is, the rec center playground, memorial field, all of those things, and how important it is not just for recreation, but for community.
My kids have had play all their birthday parties at the rec center. I have met parents from all walks of life on the sidelines of soccer games and basketball. This is about community, and it is about finding the time and finding the efforts to make this happen. I know we tried a Met Parks a number of years ago. Please don't think that we can't do it again. Let's make this happen.
Anyone else in the room that would like to make public comment this morning or in the hallway? Come on in. Morning.
Hi, good morning. Dana Nixon, Philistine resident, and I've been a volunteer soccer coach. I've been a volunteer basketball coach, and I just want to acknowledge the brilliance of Chris Macklin and what the leadership in the county has been able to support in his programming and everything that goes around that, the partnerships with the schools, the partnerships with the parks, H.J. Carroll Park, Memorial Field, all the places, all the community members, all the pieces, and how I just want to echo everything that I've heard here that supports these kinds of programming and the creative ways that we can look to fund those. So thank you for hearing us and supporting Parks and Rec.
Thank you, Diane.
Hi, my name is Devin Buckham. And I think most people in this room learned about these three options being on the table Friday night on the way to hosting futsal in one of our local gyms, in order to ensure that families have opportunities. And it was disheartening to say the least. The information that I had seen in the community about this issue back in December led me to believe that there was some kind of pathway that was evolving and that there were folks working on it. And what I was learning over the course of the last 2 days is that there were hurdles and obstacles in the way that needed to be solved, and we needed people to help solve that. And I can show you the people who can do that. They showed up here this morning, and they showed up with no notice. I was on the phone with folks all the way until 10 o'clock last night, showed up here early this morning to help share out further information. And half of what I have spent my time doing in the last 2 days is combating disinformation about what is actually happening. This is not my job. This was not my job. This was my weekend. Today is my day off. Today is my day off. We can do better. These are the solution to the problem, and not just the immediate problem of funding, but the long-term problem and the problems we're going to face as a county moving forward. It is this community, and they need to be involved in this process. They need to be reached out to. If we're willing to succeed together, we need to be willing to fail together. Let us at the table.
Devin?
My name's Alex Little. I've been a resident of Port Townsend since 1979. Started playing at the rec in '84. Came all the way up through rec programs, playing soccer, playing basketball. I'm now a parent, a coach, currently the high school basketball boys coach. Seen the programs of Jefferson County sports, youth sports in particular, over the last 40 years. And the number of kids that have come through, the impact that this has on kids' lives is incredibly important. And I think as we are in the current era that we're in and having raised kids through the COVID era, the importance of the social connection, let alone all the physical components, but just the social connection that comes from being in a gym together, being on a field together, having to problem solve, having to figure out how to work through different dynamics. When the alternative is that kids are hiding behind a screen and you just don't get to figure out how to work through real world issues with somebody right in front of you. Super important. We've got to do whatever we can to just keep this thing on the floor.
Yeah.
Hi, my name is Katie Buckham. I'm not good at public speaking, but this is something I really can't be quiet about. I am a lifelong resident of Jefferson County. My 2 kids and I, all born in PT. I believe you can't put a price tag on the value of our rec department. When my husband began coaching soccer 5 or more years ago, I was worried about the time commitment, the cost in hindsight, so very little. I was amazed to find that coaching these kids is more than just teaching sports. It's teaching them how to communicate, how to compromise, how to have compassion and empathy, a lesson we should all take to heart.
Else in the room would like to make public comment today? Anyone in the hallway? All right, we'll open it up to people online and then give more opportunity for people inside here to think of what they'd like to say. Anyone online, we'll bring Sarah and the other folks over, and you have 1 minute to make public comment. We'll reply to all the public comment when we're done receiving it.
Instructions for people calling.
And if you're on the phone, you can hit the *9 button and then *6 once you've been brought over. And I'll call on you once you've been promoted to a panelist in the virtual room, and then you can unmute and. Oh, yes, and anyone can send additional comments to Jeff BOCC at co.jefferson.wa.us. That's an email that'll go to all three commissioners as we process these contributions to the work. So I see Nat online. Go ahead, Nat. You have 1 minute.
Okay, thanks. I'll keep it real brief. Thank you all for having us here today. I realize, I'll address the elephant in the room, which is that there are a lot of call them unfunded mandates that the state throws at the counties in Washington. And I understand that you have a lot on your plate that you have to juggle. I think you've seen the power of this community as it showed up this morning, even despite the short notice and the real lack of communication on this issue. People are coming out of the woodwork, and I'll just echo something I just heard from one of the eloquent speakers in the room, which is that if you want investment in actual legwork from this community, all you have to do is ask, but we need to be communicated with. And I know that the county has somebody who does PR, and I also know that there's a campaign to save the rec center. I personally don't think that we should have to fund the rec center as a community through like crowdsourcing. I think that's bad policy. But if that's what has to happen in order to keep it open, I mean, you've heard how important it is, and how important it is to keep it open, especially the playground outside, where like everyone from the farmers market from here and all the people bringing money into our community go to hang out with their kids during the farmers market. I mean, that's just one aspect of this. So just, lean on the resources that you get creative, and use your PR team to actually get this message out to us so that we can help. Thank you.
Thank you, Nat. We'll go to Dan and then Dylan. Dan, when you get yourself unmuted, you have 1 minute. Sorry.
Great. Well, first of all, everyone should know how supportive I am of community centers. I've spent hours and hours and hours over the last couple of years supporting our local community centers in South County, which are also slated for a decrease in funding over the next 5 years. But what I wanted to mention today is the lodging tax. So Lodging Tax Advisory Committee recommended and was approved by Board of County Commissioners to give $150,000 to Parks and Rec. And that was specifically requested for routine maintenance, public toilets and restrooms, trash fees, cleanup and waste management in 17 day use parks, trail maintenance for up to 19 miles, etc. So the community center in Port Townsend is very important. They're all very important, but there was $150,000 collected from tourists that stay at our hotels and campgrounds that was given to Parks and Rec from the Lodging Tax Advisory Committee fund. And those things need to be carried out because the application specifically stated what Parks and Rec would do. If those things are to be cut, then we need to talk about that money coming back to the LTAC fund. Thank you.
Dan, we'll go over to Dylan and then to Sarah. Go ahead, Dylan. You have 1 minute. You get yourself unmuted.
All right, thank you, commissioners. Yeah, I'm Dylan Quarles. I'm a longtime Port.
Oh, we lost you, Dylan.
Resident, and against the
Dylan, can you start over and maybe turn off your screen? We lost you for a second. Didn't hear what you said.
How about now?
Yep, go ahead.
All righty. Dylan Quarles, longtime Port Townsend resident and father. Like many others, I'm speaking against the proposed cuts to the rec center, the playground, Memorial Field, youth sports programs. For me, this isn't just a hole in the budget. It's about sending a message. And I think you guys have received that now. My son uses the rec center, so do dozens of other kids whose families are stretching, every dollar to stay here. The playground, the gym, the programs, they're not luxuries. They're part of a critical infrastructure that makes it possible to raise kids here in this community. I know budgets are tight, and I know that there are competing priorities and mandates. But for me, this is where political courage means something. It means seeing a bigger picture, that a government that doesn't invest in families and kids, the future, is a government in decline. So I'm asking you to meet this moment, get creative, tell us what you need to keep the lights on and the playground open and those programs funded. Show us that we're in this fight together. Thank you.
All right, we'll go to Sarah and then Jason. And again, folks online, you can hit the raise hand button or *9 if you're on the phone, and we'll bring you over and give everyone a chance here. Go ahead, Sarah.
Hi, thank you. I've sent you all an email as well, and I was critical in getting the jump playground built at Chimacum. I've been a pediatric physical therapist working with kids. I was a coach for the rec league. And I know you guys are supportive of the rec league, and I know that Matt and Eric from Parks and Rec Public Works, it had to be a really hard decision to come up with their 3 plans. But again, echoing what other people have said, the communication about this was just not there. And I'm not sure who's responsible for that, but there needs to be much better communication with the community, and fundraising may be a short-term solution, but we have to come up with something. And it's pretty evident that this is important to our community by everyone who's shown up today. And I appreciate all of the support because I know you guys are supportive of kids and families. So thank you. And I'll let the next person speak.
Thank you, Sarah. All right, we'll go over to Jason, and then we'll go to Joey after that.
I'm going to turn off good. I don't see myself, so that's fine. I thought it would be good to hear from someone who could not even throw a baseball, whom no one wanted to play with on the school team, who had nothing to do with sports or anything else that people are talking, and got so much of his value in school from singing in chorus. Nonetheless, as I think back to my time in high school especially, I remember the time that I climbed that rope to the top and I actually got there and everyone cheered, and what that meant to me. I remember when I was able to jump over the horse and go round and round, and how much that meant to me. So I can only begin to imagine how much sports mean to all these people. And my heart really goes out to them. So I want to say that a lot of us who are not involved in sports at all, or anything that would happen at the rec center. I also want to just say one more thing, which is that a group of us are working on getting a rainbow crosswalk and a farmer's market mural in Uptown, because that is such a vital center of this community. And to think that this vital center would be closed is like a stab in the heart. I find that very, very hard to sustain. Thank you.
Thank you, Jason. Go to Joey and then over to Holly.
Good morning, commissioners. My name is Joey Rodriguez, longtime resident of Port Townsend. I'm here today as a parent of 4 children, ranging from the ages of 4 to 17. But I'm also here as someone who grew up in this community. And I am sorry I can't be there in person. I have to commute out of town for work, and I make the intentional choice to remain in this county. When I was younger, the skate park and the rec center were essentially my second home. I remember riding the bus from deep in the county just to get there. It wasn't just the gym or sports to me. It was a safe space. It was where I went to stay out of trouble, where I found mentors, and where I felt like I belonged somewhere. The facility shaped the person I am now today, and it instilled positive habits in my lifestyle that I still leverage to this day. This isn't just about recreation and budgeting. As an adult raising a family here, and now my current work as an executive in EMS and population health, I look at the rec center through a unique lens. In public health, we talk about the social determinants of health, the conditions in which people live, learn, work, and play that ultimately determine their overall well-being. For a community to be healthy, we need more than just a hospital and outdoor green space. We need safe, accessible, affordable, physical indoor spaces for our youth. If you aren't aware, the Rec Center is a primary health provider and youth criminal prevention program for our community. I am a living example as a child on the fringe of the Rec Center, helped once course correct. It provides physical safety through a supervised environment and maintains social connection, which is critical to mitigate the isolation and behavioral health challenges we see. Thank you, guys. Appreciate your help.
To Holly and then Melissa. And if you'd like to make a comment online, you get the raise hand button or star 9 if you're on the phone. Go ahead, Holly, and then Melissa.
All right. Good morning, everyone. My name is Holly Morgan. I am the Executive Director for OLICAP. First, I want to thank everybody who came out today and who's joining us on Zoom to talk about this and to really put forward their advocacy. The Rec Center is a critical resource for us in Jefferson County, specifically in Port Townsend, as are all the parks. And I want to be really clear that OLICAP is not seeking to assume this program, but OLICAP is willing to step in on a temporary basis to help the program to develop framework that will lead to self-sufficiency. So I don't know what that might look like, but I just want to make it clear to commissioners that if OLICAP can help with this, we will. So just keep us in mind. Okay.
Thank you, Holly.
Thank you.
We'll pass it over to Melissa. Go ahead, Melissa. You have 1 minute. Thanks for being here.
Hi. I am an avid sports ball mom. And at the risk of being redundant, I think that not only is our community, it's important for our kids to have something that prioritizes them, but I think it's also really important for the kids to see us choose them over and over. And I think in this community that is a little bit elderly, the kids don't see much of that. They don't see places that choose them. There's the Nest, there's the skate park, there's the Rec Center, but there aren't a lot of places where they are welcome and where they're prioritized. And I think to take places away from them at this point, especially with, like so many people have said it, like with COVID and with places that they aren't accepted or wanted, it would be a real disservice to them. And I think that it's not just about the sports. It's not just about, it's about community building, and it's about them having people and having coaches that care about them and having us help shape them into better humans. Thank you.
Thank you, Melissa. All
Well,
right, to Krista, and then after that, we'll go to Justine. So go ahead, Krista. Nope, you're still muted.
Yeah.
There you go.
Hi, I'm Krista. I live and work in Port Townsend, so does my husband. I'm 9 months pregnant and due on Wednesday with my first kid. So definitely, the shock of even just the playground at the farmers market area potentially going away is pretty, it's pretty, yeah, shocking. I also attend Zumba with Bailey, and it's an affordable way to, stay healthy. I have a ton of friends through Zumba. I'm not really a sports person myself, but I do use the rec in that way. My parents just moved to Port Townsend to help with childcare, and they've already utilized the rec center for senior center purposes, with and making friends. So yeah, definitely coming at this from a couple different generations. And I hope that, we are able to find funding. Thanks for everything that you all do. Also, I will say that it allows us to stay local. We live by Fort Worden, and I really hope to keep my climate impact low by being able to bike to the rec center, to Memorial Field, not having to drive places. So thank you.
Thank you, Krista. All right. We'll go to Justine and then Alina after that.
Good morning,
Go ahead, Jess.
commissioners. Thank you for having so much public comment this morning. I'm speaking to you as somebody who lives in Port Townsend, very lucky to be able to walk to the Uptown Rec Center and playground. I'm there on a weekly basis with my children. I did basketball when I was in sixth grade through the rec center, and I also do Zumba. I want to just share about the skate nights. For any of you who haven't been to a skate night, those have been happening for the last 2 winters monthly. My husband, Weston, throws that with Heather Lovetree. And it's a free time in the evening when kids get to come roller skate at the rec center. And it's not just about roller skating, there are kids downstairs. It's like one of the times when the rec center is really full and it's not just a private party. And it's really full of tweens. It's really fun to see kids roller skating and learning how to use their body in that way. And Heather and my husband wanted to throw that party as a fundraiser for the rec center. And they were told that that was not possible because it's a government entity. So I want to just voice that if there's a place for like nonprofit public partnership, like a Friends of the PT Rec Center to happen, I personally would love to be part of those conversations. I know there are parents who would have energy to help with those kind of extra fundraising activities, and that did try to happen and it was shut down. And I want to make sure that you all know about that and that there are other avenues if that's necessary. So thank you all for your time this morning and for listening to so much public comment.
Thank you, Justine. All right, we'll go to Alina and then Mark. Go ahead when you get yourself unmuted.
Hi there, my name's Alina and this is my son McKee, and we were there at the courthouse this morning and are tuning in here. And I just want to reiterate that it's a very valuable program for us, and having porta potties at the park or whatever, and we understand that you're struggling with the funding. And I think just to reiterate, having the community involved and with the threat of these programs going away, it's very scary, especially with such short notice. And I'm sure it's been said before, but I fully support funding, like finding somewhere to fund the rec center programs for the rest of the year so the community has time to collaborate and do things like just like what Justine just said, to make this place really special for our families, our elders, everybody in the community. Thank you. Do you want to say anything?
Thank you very much.
Okay.
All right. Did your daughter or your kid? No, okay, son, sorry. All right, Mark, go ahead.
Hi, I'm Mark Weinblatt, and there's been so many brilliant things said today, and I will add one other piece. But I also just want to say that I know the three of you don't want to close the rec center. I mean, I know Heather personally, and you know, you have kids, Heather, and yeah, I mean, I know personally that you guys care. So, but what I do want to add, I have 4 kids, one of which was in Chambers today. Who've all gone through programs. I've been, among other things, a youth worker, a youth soccer coach for 23 years. I do theater with pros. That's how I make my living, and with youth. And the piece I want to add is, having worked with youth to create their own plays about social issues that matter to them, including a group of middle and high school students this week that is creating a play basically about the local area being more oriented to tourists than kids. This was before even this rec center issue came up to the public. I have overseen kids creating plays about their belief that the community does not care about them. And even if this issue is in part tactical, I mean, I'm speculating here, to get the community to step up and show their passion, the message to the kids is, once again, they're not cared for. I know this has nothing to do with the bowling alley and the roller rink that used to be here, but continuously they're getting messages, even if unintentional, that the community does not care. And so it's a dangerous tactic because they're having a hard time keeping faith in where they live. My 12-year-old is already bored here, you know? So, yeah.
Gotta wrap it up here, Mark.
Yeah, just be aware of the impact of even this threat of closure has as a message, and the community stepping up is the opposite of that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mark. All right, training two, I see training two. If you can unmute yourself, we'd love to hear your comment, and then we'll go to Ms. Yarnell after that. Training two. All right, we'll go to Shelley first and come back to training two. Shelley, if you get yourself unmuted, you have 1 minute for public comment.
Good morning, Shelley Yarnell Brennan. First of all, I would like to commend all of the young people who came to speak today. Very articulate, very compelling. It's amazing to me that we're having this conversation about a facility in Port Townsend, all of these comments from Port Townsend people, and Port Townsend government isn't participating. So that's a problem. If the kids in Port Townsend are losing faith, think about what's happening in the rest of the county. Port Townsend isn't the only part of the county. So there is a big problem here. Second, I made a public comment. I was going to make a public comment today on a totally separate issue. I'm going to save that for next week because I think it's important. And I spent lots of time preparing to give that comment, and 1 minute on this isn't going to do it. So I think that it's come to this, and there's this many people on this issue. We really need to look at that. How has that happened that it's taken over your entire morning? Thank you.
Thank you, Shelley. And as just a reiteration, you can always email us, all three commissioners, at jeffbocc@co.jefferson.wa.us. And we'll go to Griffin and then to Andrew. Griffin, when you get yourself unmuted, you have 1 minute. You still seem to be muted, Griffin. You're on the phone, you can hit *6 to unmute, or there you go.
Thank you. I don't have anything outrageously new to say, but I just feel like voicing this in volume is also important. And I just wanted to say that I hope that you can find a way to adjust the allocation of funds in this year's budget, or find additional means of funding to prevent cutting any funds from facilities or programs that benefit the youth of this county. Thanks.
Thank you, Griffin. Okay, Andrew, go ahead. You have 1 minute.
Good morning, commissioners. Andrew Schwartz, Brennan resident, executive director of the North Hood Canal Chamber of Commerce, and a District 3 planning commissioner. I want to applaud all of the citizens that have shown up today, particularly the young people bold enough to speak up. I do want to take a moment to remind all of the citizens of Jefferson County, there are 4 other community centers in this county. And I'm delighted to see all these people show up on behalf of the Port Townsend Recreation Center. But please remember, we have other community centers. They are all managed kind of uniquely, differently. And I also want to take just one moment to remind everybody, in my role as a planning commissioner, the comprehensive plan is in action again. And it is important that all of you take a look at the elements in that plan, specific Parks and Rec, economic development. These are things that I would tell our county commissioners and our planning commission to please pay attention to as we are drafting that. We need to address these issues that are coming up now. And I'll wrap it up, Greg. Thank you for everybody listening. And again, I applaud all of you for speaking up today. Thank you.
Thank you, Andrew. Okay, do we have anyone else that's been promoted? Did we lose to whatever?
Yeah, training two.
Training two. All right. I'll make one more call in the room or in the hallway. Anyone else that would like to make public comment that hasn't? Yes, go ahead.
Yes, hello. Toby Patterson, local parent, economist, property owner, builder, coach. I'd like to say just a couple brief things. And I'm guessing that there's some billionaires that may be rallying you and pushing to make the rec center an Amazon hub. Okay, the bigger issue than a budget shortfall. This is a much bigger issue than a budget shortfall. I pay 1/10 of my income to county taxes. Okay. These proposals at hand are favorable to citizens in the county who are old and wealthy. The system is highly regressive. It takes and harms disproportionately the lower income earners in the county. You all have great power to influence the conversation and direct and influence our county's spending in an equitable way. Cultural equality is in front of us here. Okay, please do not let these proposals that disenfranchise a large slice of our citizens see the light of day. Use your power to support our culture.
Thank you, Trevor. All right, see Angie online, we'll bring you over, and anyone else that is in the room or with us that would like to make public comment, we're gonna wrap it up pretty quick, but you can come in, we'd love to hear from everyone. And Angie, when you get yourself unmuted, you have 1 minute.
Hi, folks. My name is Angie Scalf. I live in Port Ludlow, and I'm the coordinator for our 4-H program here in Jefferson County. So I was listening in with a very curious ear because this conversation affects our 4-H program as well in different but similar way. And I just wanted to first shout out to all of the people who stood up and talked, especially the youth. Using your voice is critical, and I am so honored that you did that and you called me into speaking up. I was not planning on speaking today. Secondly, I grew up going to the Port Townsend Rec Center, and I was also present during the last renovation, which was in the 90s, which was forever ago. And the one thing I want to encourage our Board of County Commissioners to do is to look for creative solutions. I know that the Central School, which was built in 1884, which is now the Rec Center, is an historical record. So there is a possibility to leverage state historical dollars alongside all parks and recreation, economic development, Main Street, bring all of these streams together and let's find a collaborative quilt to fix the system and then take it across the county. Thank you so much for all you do.
Thank you, Andy. Okay, I'll make a last call in the room. Does anyone else want to make public comment? Come on up.
Good morning. My name is Alice, and I just found out about this meeting last night. So I really appreciate you listening to everybody, and just a voice to say that we attend birthday parties there, skate nights. We use, do you like the playground? Yeah, we use the playground a lot. It means a lot to our family and our older child. It's a focal point of our life, to be honest with you. So thank you so much for listening to everybody, and just a voice of support for the rec center.
Thank you, Alex. All right, would anyone else like to make public comment today? If you're online, you can hit the star, you can hit the raise hand button or *9. If you're in the room, you can raise your hand. Okay, seeing no other hands, I will close public comment. One more. Come on up. Yep.
I'm gonna switch my hats here. So
Okay.
my name's Rachel. I am a lifelong resident. I have family here, generational, and 2 children that were born here in Port Townsend. I'm one of those that I've seen the roller skating rink. I miss that. I miss being able to have birthday parties there. My kids will never see that. We've watched so many things go away for all of our children here. And I've been showing up to different meetings with the city and with the county since I was a child, trying to save things for families here. And this meeting made me cry when I saw everybody show up. This is the most well-attended and youngest attended meeting that I've ever seen. And I really hope that everybody's voice means something and does something, and we kind of try to figure out how to find some way with funding. I know that from top down, from the federal all the way down to little towns like this, it's hard, but we got to do something. Thank you.
Thank you, Rachel. All right, last call. Any last public comment before we close public comment and response? Seeing no hands online, no hands in the room, I will close public comment, and yeah, we'll have a conversation about this at 10:45 to go into more detail, but maybe honoring all the public comment a little bit. right now. We have a few minutes, so.
Yeah. I will start and, oh. And thanks for the reminder that we have an agenda item at 10:45, so I will try to.
And at 10:15.
Yeah, no, I mean, I'm sorry about this.
Yes.
At 10:45, so, if you have a chance, stay for that and or listen to that afterwards, because I think that's where we'll get a chance to really talk through a lot of what we've heard. So if you don't hear a response here for something you specifically said, just know it's all in our notes. We'll be going back and listening to this. I'm sure I will be repeatedly. I just want to say, if anybody thought that there were no kids and families in Jefferson County, let that myth be dispelled now. So thank you for showing up. It is really, really meaningful. And when we talked about this, and made the decision to say, okay, we know we're really gonna struggle to keep anything that's not mandated in the budget. And to be clear, these services are not mandated. They're not mandated and they're not funded. We said, if we're gonna be able to do that, we're gonna do it this year, short term, by putting a line item in the budget that then would be open to community contributions, right? But bookmark that for yourself. And actually, I'm just gonna continue there. The thing I feel like I really want to say most at the top of this is, for one, thank you for the respectful way that you brought your comments here today, and the way you modeled that for our children is epically important here. It's really, really amazing that as much energy and frustration and anger and all the feelings, all the sadness, all of the things that you're feeling, you showed up here and you modeled, and our children showed up here and modeled that there are ways to have respectful conversations about these things and come to creative solutions together without vilifying each other. But we do get to call each other out and say, why? And what about this? So I just want to say, I could go through my notes and see so many things. Two more things. Ish. One thing is, I really want you to please hold in your hearts deep respect for the staff of Parks and Rec. And although you may be frustrated at them for bringing forward what looks like these all very awful proposals, that is actually representative, and I said this in a response, I think, to Karen this morning. That is representative of them doing their jobs, what we've asked them to do. Also, there was a message that went out, I think, I didn't see it, but I got wind of it, that there was some frustration against Jefferson Community Foundation for not moving forward a campaign. Please do not spread that myth in any way. If anything, Jefferson Community Foundation has really stepped up. And so I will make sure that everyone knows a fund has now been created. It was created over the weekend. What we've been told is that it is now open. You can go to the Jefferson Community Foundation website and you can make a contribution specifically to this fund. I think it's called something like Support Jefferson County Parks and Rec. So if you want to continue to vote with your dollars, what you're doing is you're asking us to keep, basically what you're doing is saying, we want you to buy some time. And I want to reiterate a couple of things that I've heard. I think I heard it from Devin. I think I heard it from Nicole O'Hara and from several others. Fundraising is not really the role of government, right? This is, actually Nat said this too. This is not great policy, right? It's not good policy. It's not long-term sustainability for us to ask the community for dollars. And so I want to say that our job is to stay focused on the permanent solution. And I want you to know that that has been what we've been doing the last several months. And there have been several organizations in the community that have stepped up and said, we want to be part of creative solutions. We are having those conversations and talking about long-term solutions. Hopefully we'll get to talk a little bit more about that at 10:45. But I want to say, Please don't blame Parks and Rec. Please don't blame, certainly don't blame Jefferson Community Foundation. They're being part of the solution right now. If you're gonna blame anyone right now, you should blame me. And that's not performative. That is a huge reflection. I can promise you that I am learning really quickly from this. And so the thing that you can blame me for is that I, like you and like our commissioners and like our staff, and certainly our county administrator and our finance staff, we knew when we passed the budget, and we did communicate that line item for community contributions. What I said at that time was, if a fund starts, if there's, response to this, I will get behind that and I'll help spread the word. We then had started to have all the conversations internally and with organizations that were coming forward to say, okay, what are some potential solutions? We really started talking a lot about how, and heard from the public, this is not the role of government. Don't ask the community to contribute $5, $10, $25 when we're already strapped. All of those things. I feel like I second guessed that in the moment, and I didn't get out there. I also didn't commit to get behind a fundraising campaign. I know what that is. I've been a development director, and I knew from the beginning I did not have the capacity for that. That was going to have to come from the community. But what I would do differently is I would get out there and I would spread the word that this is a reality, right? That this is a problem that we are going to have to solve. If the community wants to help solve it and wants us to have a stopgap, to get out and get that started. So I will publicly apologize for that right now. And I can tell you I'm learning from that. What I'm learning, I'm still putting that together. What shoulda, coulda, woulda, all those things. I'm learning that as we go. I will promise that I'm behind it now. I have completely heard you, and I will fight for this. So, any last summaries? Amazing that actually it was our kids that came forward this time. And I want everyone to know Connectivity Summit next weekend. There is the Youth Day. Please encourage your kids to participate fully in the March 27th Youth Commission. That is going to be the Youth Summit at the Connectivity Summit on the 27th. It'll be through your schools. Your schools are going to bring your high schoolers to Connectivity Summit. Unfortunately, that's not an opportunity for our younger kids, but our younger kids can show up on the 28th, where we are going to be talking about some of those longer term solutions. There's a workshop on the 28th at 3 p.m. that Josh and I are going to be facilitating. That is an opportunity for you to have more than just your 1 to 3 minutes of public comment. We're going to be talking about specifically the county budget and the framework of the county budget. And we're going to be talking about focus on Parks and Rec and community services. So please come and participate in that conversation, or send someone who cares about it. 3 o'clock on March 28th. And this board made a resolution in 2025, end of 2025, before Mark left, to establish or support a youth commission. I think she's cutting me off. I don't have 2 minutes. I have more than 2 minutes, but
We
might have things. Yes, I promise I will. I will give you space. Youth Commission is a focus of this board, and we have been tasked with that. That is an opportunity for particularly older kids to come and do exactly what they did today, but more on a regular basis, and to have a voice in choices that we're actually making here. I'll say lots more. Please spread the word that fund got opened this weekend. Thank you.
Thanks, Heidi.
I'll just add a couple of things. I came up through Jefferson County Soccer. I grew up here, played soccer, was one of the first girls playing soccer in the county, helped start the girls soccer team. Had to carry the boys down the field on my back just to show that I could play girls soccer. So I was thrilled to see all the kids speaking this morning, and was especially impacted by, I think it was our second speaker, Damien, who was also a soccer player in the community, and brought up point about phones, all the kids I know, whenever I see them on the phones, I cringe. And I'm really trying to be positive about getting off the phones, like, hey, let's go to the beach, you know? And we need options for kids in the community. I was here when all the things closed. All the things closed. I don't need to reiterate the list. And have seen the diminishment of opportunity for kids in our community for my entire life. And it is heartbreaking. Second topic. I'm on the board of the Community Foundation. We have been willing to do whatever we could to support whatever process it was brought by the community forward. And I know now that a fund has been opened, but we can't talk to each other. I don't know what Heather's been doing on this front. So I haven't known until this morning. I knew last week because I went to a special Parks and Rec board on Thursday night when I was supposed to be at 2 other meetings that the Parks Board voted to pursue a parks levy for the county, which is great because that is the long-term solution we need. And that's what we're going to need this 200 people who were here today to get behind and help us do outreach to the community about over the coming year. But anyway, there are long-term solutions in the works. There are folks who've been directly impacted by these programs sitting on this dais. And we are all committed to finding a path through this. But this is the hardest nut since I've been a commissioner that we've been asked to crack. And this is the biggest crowd we've had in my 6 years as a commissioner. And this is the youngest crowd we've had in my 6 years as a commissioner. So it is awesome that everyone who's still in the room showed up and everyone who's already left showed up. And we are on your side. It's just a really sticky wicket right now. We don't have a money printing machine. So we have to figure out ways to do what we need to do with the funds that we have at our disposal. And, you know, you'll hear people saying, don't pass a parks levy. That's going to be some messaging we're going to start to hear. But it's absolutely what we need in this community. And we're going to hear from our federal lands. The majority of Jefferson County is federal lands. We're going to hear from our partners at National Parks and National Forests next on the agenda. And, you know, we need recreational opportunity, even though we have so much land at our beck and call out there, because people need to learn how important it is to get outside. So I just couldn't, I have a list of comments I want to make, but those are my 3.
We'll have more opportunities, and our agenda for the day is already shot. So apologies. We're keeping people waiting for proclamations, and then we'll delay our federal partners a little bit as well. So I'll be really quick. I encourage people to stick around till 10:45, and I agree with everything my seatmates have said about this issue. I really appreciate people coming out and expressing themselves. It's really important. A little bit of kind of housekeeping. Because we can't talk, this is not something we've all chatted about and know what we're going to do. There's no fait accompli. This is how our staff can bring issues that, hey, this budget is not working still. There's another $100,000 in expenses that we didn't anticipate with the, expanded insurance costs and everything. So there's no foregone conclusion here. I agree with some of the commenters and with Heather that as a government agency, we shouldn't be fundraising. We're not good at it, and we need to prioritize our budget itself, right? And specifically about youth programming and the rec center, it's always been a really strong program. I mean, it is on the shoulders of the volunteers, many of who were here today, and the instructors. It is not funded as agents of the state. There's things we have to do. We just signed a contract with public defense. We get $40,000 for public defense. We pay $1.25 million for public defense a year. So there's things that we have to pay. I would encourage everyone to go and make the same comments to the city council tonight, because these are county programs that are happening in the city and are, someone mentioned the vote that happened in 2013, was it? Those funds are still being collected, but they are not going to the rec center. They are not going to the rec programs. And the city, we're in open negotiations with them. It takes a village to get this done. And it's not normally a county responsibility. It's just because, Chris and the team have developed such an amazing program that it seems natural, but it's not natural. We are playing above our level here, and we are going to need everyone's help to level up. I will just tell you, I'm willing to deficit spend more to close this gap, this 25% gap, which was an artificial gap that's for this year. And then at that point, it's gonna have to be a current expense levy lid lift or some other funding mechanism, because this is not a sustainable thing. We can, you know, we had a short-term fix that wasn't really very realistic when we said we're just gonna fundraise and fill this gap, and now we still have that gap. I'm willing to fill that gap, knowing that it is gonna be a real gap in 2027. We're gonna have to come up with something structurally between now and then. I encourage you to go to the connectivity summit. The 3 o'clock session is largely about what are those options for us for 2027. So,
And Greg, can I just
So
add?
not- well, whenever whenever there is a city meeting, yeah.
Just to add, even if we go forward to pass the current expense levy lid lift or some other tax opportunity, we are very likely we will have to fundraise for 2027 as well, because that amount won't start coming in likely until 2028. So please just spread that truth in the community too, because if we decide to do this, fundraise for 2026, it means also fundraising very likely for 2027. I just don't want the community to be under any misconception around that when we go back out and say, okay, another lift for 2027 community, and then potentially we could be there. So
Our
make that
assessor's
clear.
shaking his head that that's not true what you just said.
I would think I'm reflecting what you said. So would you clarify, Jeff, to make that clear?
Well, if we get the lid lift on the August or November ballot, no, it would go into it, the revenue would come in 2027.
It would come in 2027 for
Yeah.
all of 2027?
Yes.
Okay. Great. Throw out what I just said. I thought in our last meeting that
Yes.
April. Okay, so we would need to get through first quarter of 2027 per se. Thank you for clarifying that. I thought I heard that differently in our last meeting. Thank you.
Okay, and so apologies to everyone waiting. You guys, thank you so much for patiently waiting. We're gonna move on to our proclamations quickly. If people want to clear the room, please do it quietly so we can respect the next agenda item. And let's start, because I see folks in the room honoring Marvin Shields, and it's great to see family in the room as well. So we're going to read the proclamation, and then we will adopt it, presumably. And then we'll invite family members and others to say a few words. So why don't we go youngest to oldest? Oh, we just had some birthdays. Wow. All right. A proclamation, a day of recognition and honor for Medal of Honor recipient Marvin Glenn Shields, whereas the Medal of Honor is our nation's highest military award, established in 1861 by President Abraham Lincoln and awarded to service members who distinguish themselves conspicuously by gallantry and intrepidity at the risk of life above and beyond the call of duty. And
Am I next?
Yeah.
Okay. Whereas the 25th of March is the National Medal of Honor Day, established in 1991 by President George H.W. Bush on the anniversary of the date the Medal of Honor was first awarded in 1863. And
Get the hard to pronounce one. Whereas Marvin Glenn Shields, a son of Jefferson County and graduate of Port Townsend High School, was awarded the Congressional Medal of Honor posthumously by President Lyndon B. Johnson for valor in the Battle of Dong Doi. Thank you. Republic of South Vietnam. And
whereas Marvin Shields was the first sailor to receive the Medal of Honor in the Vietnam War, and also the first and only Seabee, the Navy Construction Corps, whose motto is "We build, we fight," to ever receive the Medal of Honor. And
whereas Marvin Shields was stationed with a small Green Beret force on 9 June 1965 when the camp was attacked by a Viet Cong regiment. In the ensuing battle, lasting 3 days, Shields was wounded multiple times, supporting the Green Berets and helping other wounded to care. Despite his wounds, Shields volunteered to help destroy a Viet Cong machine gun emplacement. The mission was successful, saving his comrades, but he was mortally wounded. And
must be hard to hear every time. Whereas Marvin Glenn Shields has brought esteemed and lasting distinction and honor to our community. His heroic initiative and great personal valor in the face of intense enemy fire sustain and enhance the finest tradition of the United States Naval Service. The nature of his sacrifice is reflected in his headstone inscription, He died as he lived for his friends and
Whereas Joan Bennett, Marvin's widow, lives quietly in our community and reminds us of the sacrifice of those who served at home. And
now therefore be it resolved that the Jefferson County Board of Commissioners hereby proclaim March 25th, 2026 as a day of recognition and honor for Medal of Honor recipient Marvin Glenn Shields. Be it further proclaimed that the Board of Commissioners encourage all visitors and residents of Jefferson County to join in honoring the memory of Marvin Glenn Shields and honoring all Medal of Honor recipients of our national services. Proclaim this 23rd day of March, 2026.
can I get a motion?
I will make a motion to approve this proclamation.
And I will happily second.
All right, all in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
All right, that is unanimous. Thank you, Joan. Please come up and we'd love to hear a few words.
Well, I was thinking of him a lot during this conversation in the last hour. Because when he was a beginning of the senior year, was in a car accident, and because he couldn't afford it, he did not have car insurance. And because he did not have car insurance, he lost his driver's license. However, his senior year started and he was a football player, and he did live down in Discovery Bay at the very end of the bay. He would walk home every night after football practice. That's how important the football program at Port Townsend High School was to him. And yes, he was a very special person, not only when he was in Vietnam, but before. I mean, he did not grow up in a family that had a lot, and yet he was a very caring person. He used to spend a lot of time in Gardner, which is where I grew up. And he and my mother were very close. But we used to have dances at the Gardner Community Center every other week, and he was there and either played his guitar or danced with me and other women if he thought he could get away with it. But he was older than I, so yes, Port Townsend was a very special place for both of us. And at the beginning of my freshman year of high school, my mother moved to Clallam County, and I thought, I can't do that. So every morning I would go to the Gardner grocery store, which my grandfather built and owned, and catch the bus there to come here so that I could be a graduate of Port Townsend High School. And I'm very pleased that I made that effort, that he and I were members of this community and this school. And yes, I support that the recreational facilities for young kids be supported. They need it, and it's a very important part of their life. And I thank this board for recognizing sacrifice my husband made. Thank you very much.
Thank you, John. It's really, he was, a hero in Jefferson County, and that phrase, "he died as he lived for his friends," is something that.
Well, that was something I chose to put on his headstone, and if you have not been out, when is the next ceremony at the the cemetery?
Memorial Day. The 23rd.
The 23rd, yeah.
The Saturday before Memorial Day.
Right, so you are all welcome.
Thank you so much, John. All right. Sure, we can. Okay. Did you have some words? Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, quickly. Sure. Come on up.
He's talking to you. I've already done it.
I'm glad that you accepted to do this proclamation. And what has just now impressed me more than anything is the way Joan tied this together to what's happening today. So us 80-year-olds are into this too. Okay. So, and the way you handled this whole thing today, I'm so glad we got mixed in with you. It was a pleasure to see that happen. And it's good. It's good. Thank you.
It's good. Thank you so much. Okay, we're gonna keep on. We're still behind. We do have some guests. I don't know if Roberta or Natalia or. Oh, yeah, let's.
Please stop.
There. We can do this real quick.
Joan, we're gonna be sending you home with the proclamation. If you could stop by our office for the official.
Last door on the right.
Copy. Yeah, thank
And
you.
then you guys can take that with you. And we maybe have, I know we invited some.
Natalia was gonna zoom in.
Yeah, let's see if she's on. I didn't see her online. Natalia or Roberta. Or is it Roberta or is it? Judy's here, yep, and but we also, I think it's Rosalind. No, I guess I was confused with her name. I don't see Roberta or Natalia. If Roberta or Natalia from Desir are online, if you hit the raise hand button, we'd love to bring you over for the Keep Washington Working. I know that they were traveling, so they might have not had as much flexibility as we're a little off schedule. So we do have some folks from Indivisible in the audience. We'll go ahead and move forward with the proclamation. So let's go in the opposite order. And Jeff, could you close the doors behind us a little bit, just so we can allow that crosstalk and keep moving forward. Okay, so you guys ready?
Yes.
All right.
Want me to start?
Yes, and then
This is a proclamation to keep Washington working. Whereas Jefferson County is aware of concerns related to federal immigration enforcement activities occurring in other communities and the uncertainty these actions may cause, and whereas Jefferson County remains committed to serving and protecting all community members regardless of immigration status, reflecting existing practice and consistency with Washington state law, and
whereas in accordance with the Keep Washington Working Act and the Jefferson County Sheriff Department policy, local law enforcement does not engage in federal civil immigration enforcement, and
whereas immigration status is not a factor in local law enforcement decision-making, and officers are prohibited from taking actions based solely on a person's immigration status. And whereas federal immigration enforcement is the responsibility of federal authorities, and Jefferson County does not have jurisdiction over federal law enforcement agencies and may not interfere with federal agents' lawful activities. And
whereas at this time, the Jefferson County Commissioners are not aware of any current or planned immigration enforcement activity occurring within the community, and
whereas the Jefferson County Sheriff Department supports the recent joint statement issued by the Washington State Association of Sheriffs and Police Chiefs and the Washington Council of Police and Sheriffs, which reaffirms the distinction between local and federal authority, the importance of constitutional protections, and the need for professionalism, transparency, and de-escalation during periods of heightened tension. And whereas the community is encouraged to report public safety concerns by calling 911, and the Jefferson County Sheriff Department will respond consistently with applicable law and policy, and no one should hesitate to seek emergency assistance due to concerns about immigration status. And
whereas Jefferson County remains committed to maintaining public safety, public trust, and a respectful community for all.
Now, therefore, Jefferson County reaffirms and proclaims our commitment to these principles and to the safety and well-being of all community members by approving this proclamation to keep Washington working, proclaimed this 23rd day of March 2026. And I would make a motion to approve this proclamation. I'll second.
All right, all in favor of approving the proclamation as read, indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. All right. Judy from Indivisible brought this up, and maybe you can say a few words. We also have a board member from Jasira. We were trying to get the ED of Jasira as well, the Jefferson County Immigrant Rights Advocates, and they were traveling, but we're going to try to make it, but our schedule is a little off. So Judy, thank you for bringing this to us, and you want to say a few words?
Sure. This proclamation came to me from a friend from Indivisible in Square.
And the message she sent was, I'm so proud of my city. And I just took the proclamation and I put Port Townsend in where it said Squim, and I sent it off to the city council and to you guys in Jefferson County. And I was thinking it would come from Jasira, but Jasira's been so busy that it ended up appearing to come from Indivisible. But I want to say this, having been here this morning, I am so proud of our community for so many reasons. But all of these problems you guys are having to face and solve financially, they come from the top. They come from our federal government's prioritizing militarization in our streets and our Department of Justice that does nothing just. So you guys are not to blame. You're given hard problems to solve, and just know that you're seen and recognized for that. I just listened to a podcast, part of a podcast this morning from someone named Christopher Armitage, and if you're not familiar with him, check him out. I think his podcast is called The Existential Republic, and he promotes the idea of what's called soft secession, which means resisting every federal law. We can resist in whatever way we can legally resist it or whatever. So I want to just say that as lawmakers, I don't envy your job. I appreciate that you do it. I understand that I heard just yesterday, I think it was, that we've had 2 immigrants deported from our community. Not a lot, might have been the firefighter that was in the wilderness. I'm not sure who they were. But if ICE comes to our community, they're going to be up against a staunch community response, the likes of Minneapolis. We care about our community, obviously. I want to just say that I would like to pursue understanding not only more about soft secession, but maybe invite Christopher Armitage to come speak to our community. I also want to acknowledge that our community is going to be supported this coming weekend by 2 incredibly important events that are unfortunately happening at the same time. You've already mentioned the Connectivity Summit. I hope people go to that. It's a 3-day affair. The Indivisible organization is also promoting a huge rally starting on Sims Way at 1, and then from 2 to 3 or 3:30 at Pope Marine Park. And I'm going to hand out flyers for you guys to each have one to pass along to people that may not have one yet. However, I want to say one thing about this, that when Indivisible started doing nationwide rallies, the first one was called Hands Off. 3 million people showed up. The second one was No Kings One. 5 million people showed up. The third one was called No Kings 2. 7 million people showed up. This is No Kings 3 on Saturday, and we are looking for 5,000 people alone to come to Port Townsend's rally. We'll see if that happens. But there's a woman named Erica Chenoweth who has done research in terms of the percentage of a national population that needs to show up to take an authoritarian off the throne, and it's 11 million. From 7 million to 11 million, it's not that big of a reach. I think we can do it. So we have to hang in there and hold on together. Thanks, you guys.
Thank you so much, Judy. And I will say that when Judy presented this, I did send it on to Jasira, who fully approved of the language as presented, as well as our sheriff, who also fully agreed with the language. So this is something that I think we have solidarity at. From our sheriff's department to Jasira, we are seeing with one eye on this. So I see we were not able to bring the staff over, but we do have one board member. So Julia, do you want to say a few words on behalf of Jasira?
Sure, I am not prepared for this, obviously, but yes, thank you very much for this. I'd also like to say that I'm involved in this process with the city through the Equity Access Rights Advisory Board to City Council, and that we worked at making sure that we're still looking at whatever barriers there are for immigrants and for other people. I mean, that board has a wide range, but immigrants is part of it. And that we're making sure there's language access to all the important documents that the city has. And that's really important, is that if you have discounts on things like electricity, water, whatever things that I guess, yeah, I can't do it in my head, but whatever things the county controls that regular people use, if that information can be in Spanish and other languages, if you could use language line, if you could use whatever the city police use and was probably the county sheriff's use, that's what the city found is when I started talking about language access, they found out that the police had a really good system and now it's becoming citywide. That's what I would suggest. So it's a more complicated issue than just, not cooperating with ICE. It's, yeah, it is more complicated than that. So thank you for what you've done so far. And maybe you guys want to think about a new board for the county.
Great. An equity board for
Equity access rights.
yes. Okay. We've got one more proclamation. We're going to try to get through it quickly, and then all of these are important, and I hate to give them short shrift, but we're going to lose our guest at 11 o'clock for our 11:15 that we're a little late for. So we'll do 10:50. Yes, we're going to lose her at 11. So let's quickly look at our last proclamation, and why don't you start this time, Heidi, and then we'll go to Heather and then to me.
Okay. This is a proclamation proclaiming the month of April as Child Abuse Prevention Month. And a bunch of those kids were in the room with us, so they knew we were in solidarity with them, but kids first. So proclamation, whereas children are our nation's most vulnerable members, as well as our nation's most valuable resources, helping to shape the future of Jefferson County. And
whereas positive childhood experiences, like loving caregivers and safe, stable, and nurturing relationships, can help mitigate trauma and the negative impact of adverse childhood experiences to promote the social, emotional, and developmental well-being of children. And
whereas childhood trauma can have long-term psychological, emotional, and physical effects throughout an individual's lifetime and impact future generations of their family. And
whereas childhood trauma, including abuse and neglect, is a serious problem affecting every community in the United States, and finding solutions requires input and action from everyone. And
whereas children who live in families with access to concrete economic and social supports are less likely to experience abuse and neglect. And
whereas prevention is possible because of the partnerships created between families, prevention advocates, child welfare professionals, education, health, community, and faith-based organizations, businesses, law enforcement agencies, and local and state and national governments. And
whereas we acknowledge that in order to solve the public health issue of abuse and neglect, we must work together to change hearts and mindsets through storytelling and sharing, center the needs of families, break down bias and barriers, and inspire action from expected and unexpected partners in prevention. And
whereas knowing the facts about child sexual abuse can help adults better understand what to look for and how to prevent it. As parents, caregivers, and trusted adults to the young people in our lives, we play an important role in protecting them from abuse. And
whereas we are committed to advancing equitable, responsive, and effective systems that ensure all children and families are healthy and thriving. And
whereas we recognize the need to prioritize kids and invest in more prevention initiatives like recreation, I just added that, home visiting and family strengthening policies, economic supports, and community-based child abuse prevention programs at the national, state, and local levels. And
now, therefore, be it proclaimed that Jefferson County Board of County Commissioners hereby proclaim April 2026 as Child Abuse Prevention Month in Jefferson County and urge residents to pledge to protect the children we serve and care for in our community. Approve this 23rd day of March 2026.
I'm happy to move that we approve this proclamation.
Great.
And I will second that.
All right. All in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay. Do we have Jessica online? Let's bring
her and Andy.
Let's bring Jessica and Ann over. And sorry we're a little late with this. And just for our 10:45 folks, we're running about. We haven't started our 10:15, so we're running half an hour late. So apologies. But do you guys have any words that you'd like to share with this very important proclamation?
Hi, good morning. Thank you so much, commissioners. No problem with the delay. It's very important, all that you're working on. I'm Jessica Lowe. I'm the director of the YMCA Children's Advocacy Center of Jefferson County, otherwise known as the CAC. The CAC extends our sincere thanks to the Jefferson County Board of Commissioners for proclaiming April as Child Abuse Prevention Month. Your leadership helps shine a light on the vital role our entire community plays in supporting children and families. The Children's Advocacy Center responds to an outcry of child abuse with a coordinated, child-centered response when abuse is suspected, bringing together law enforcement, child protection, medical and mental health professionals, and advocates to rally for the child. We offer forensic interviews and connections to healing services to ensure children and their non-offending caregivers receive support during this critical time. Together, we can strengthen protective factors, raise awareness, and work toward preventing harm before it occurs. We are grateful for your commitment to the well-being of the children in our community.
Thank you, Jessica. Anne, anything to add?
Good morning, commissioners. I wasn't going to comment because this has been extensive, but the wisdom in the room, the passion in the room, has absolutely inspired me. Thank you for declaring April Child Abuse Prevention Month, and how fitting that the public comment today so much focused on the positive childhood experiences that our community, children and families have experienced by having Parks and Rec with Jefferson County. I do not envy the position that you are in because it is going to be a tough one. It's going to be a tough one. But I do want to say we have spent so many years focusing on adverse childhood experiences or ACEs and the potentially how traumatic events such as child abuse and neglect can have lasting effects on health and well-being for the entire lifespan. Positive childhood experiences, they buffer those negative effects of ACEs and they contribute to better lifelong outcomes. We've been doing some research lately, and so I'm going to borrow from Prevent Child Abuse America, and it is investing in positive childhood experiences is child abuse prevention. Positive childhood experiences are good things like positive relationships, safe environments, and connection to community that happen to children while they're growing up. These policies that promote the positive childhood experiences can help to make sure children have these good experiences by creating a strong foundation for lifelong well-being, promoting healthy outcomes, and reducing public health costs. I highly encourage that we continue to build a future where every child has a chance to thrive. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Anne. Really good timing for this proclamation. Yeah.
Anne, would you mind sending me a link to that research that you referenced?
Not a problem at all.
Thank you.
Will do.
Okay. Obviously really important and very on topic for the public comment that we received today, but unless you guys have driving comments, we really should move on. Okay.
Thank you.
All right. Well, thank you guys for being with us, and we're all the way up to 10:15 now. So let's invite Kelly and Sula and Jeff over. I didn't see Jeff in the room, the virtual room, for update on federal lands.
I just want to thank Kelly for coming kind of on short notice because I had reviewed a presentation that she and Sula had made to the Clallam County Board of Commissioners, and I thought Kelly should be at ours as well. So yeah, really appreciate that.
We also got a comment from Ed Bowen that Kelly was the person to talk to, and so I was here on my list to reach out.
We've all known that.
Yeah, thank you so much, Kelly. Nice to meet you.
Thanks for your patience, Kelly and Sula. I know, Kelly, you have a hard out at 11, I believe. Is that right? Yeah. So and Jeff, thank you too. So I don't know. Do you want to tee this up, Josh, or should we just pass it over? I guess. How's it going on the federal lands, guys? Maybe we'll start with Kelly, unless you have a program an order that you'd like to go.
We did have an order, but we decided to switch it up.
Oh, okay.
Well, yeah, good morning, everyone. Kelly Lawrence. I currently serve as the forest supervisor for the Olympic National Forest. Super happy to be here. Thank you so much for inviting me. So this will be my first time and it'll be my very quick, and then let me know when you want me to come back. I'll just start by saying that the entire reason that I work for federal lands and am a forest supervisor is because in the 6th grade, I went to something called outdoor school that was offered by our education service district in the county where I lived that changed my life forever. So it's true. It is all about kids, getting kids outside and helping folks understand that connection when you're small and you're having these core memories created that can launch us into really awesome, incredible careers. Very rewarding and fulfilling. So it was really nice to actually be listening in. So I'll just say that. So a lot going on. I think I don't have anything prepared. But next time I will. We're really focusing right now on a couple of administration's priorities. First is active management, making sure that we are creating resilient landscapes for all the communities and people and can protect the really unique habitats that we have here on the Olympic Peninsula. The second one is access and recreation. So again, I was really happy to be listening to that. There's a number of things happening in Jefferson County, which you probably already know about, like the Dosewalp's visioning opportunity. So we can talk more about that in another time if you want, or you can speak to all of us about it. It'd be really
Kelly, we'd love to have you back for that conversation. We have our assessor who sits on that cooperative board as well, and so I think another workshop on that whole exciting collaboration would be really, really welcome.
Awesome. Okay, we'll make a note of it. We are planning to have all recreation sites open this year, including Falls Creek Campground, the loop that's been closed for all these years.
Wow.
So yeah, we're really working hard, and we've been lucky to be able to hire some temporary employees this summer, which we haven't done for a number of years, and that's looking good. We're pretty optimistic about the folks that have applied and being able to get offers to them and accepted. So that this summer should be good. Again, it's kind of like everything else. It is just the summer. So we're still looking for the reorganization plan that should be out here. We're not sure, but hopefully soon, then we'll be on a path to the long term, what the organization looks like and how we function with our regional offices and experts at the Washington office and regional office, how we all work together. But the thing that I love about working here is the collaboration that we have with the park, in particular. As things become more and more complicated with our communities and the desire for recreation and getting out and having renewal of the mind, body, and spirit, it's really important that we're all working together. And so that's what we're doing. And a really great example of that Jeff will talk about is our fire program, and we are still just as integrated as ever as the organization that he belongs to has changed, and there's a lot of changing that's happening in the fire organization, but we are still really working well together. Just want you to know that from our perspective. And then finally, that I hope we can talk more about in the future is the opportunities for us to work hand in glove together with Good Neighbor Authority that's in the Farm Bill. So we have the ability to work with counties on projects on federal lands and really see monies flowing back and forth and make the use of the limited resources that we all have. If we pool them, we have them together. And so I think that that's a really great topic that we can follow up on. And anything you want to talk about in the future, just let me know. You can call me anytime, and I'm here for you as a resource, and just happy to be here. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Kelly. And maybe just to take advantage of your time, certainly as we get into the Dosewalp's, cooperation between agencies is going to be critical in that, where, property lines and forest lands and wildlands really interfere with getting the work done. Any questions for Kelly from the board before we move on? Just as I know that she does have to step off at 11.
I just wanted everyone to know that Kelly exists, because, you know, because this is your first time here with us. And to thank Jeff for pointing me in the direction of that Clallam County presentation that Sula and you did. Because I reviewed that and then I was like, okay, we gotta get this group all here with us. So I just really appreciate you being here and look forward to working with you, and enjoyed working with you on the DNR Forest Health Strategic Plan that we just finished. So, yeah, appreciate the energy that you brought to our county and the federal lands in our county.
Thanks. So many questions for you, Kelly, but I look forward to meeting again soon. Thanks for highlighting the Good Neighbor Authority and the Farm Bill, and just to kind of pinpoint something in the back of your mind. We've been talking a lot here about the need to find ways to get access to dollars to prevent washouts to roads, for example, rather than just responding to them after they've happened. So that's something on our minds that we're trying to find creative solutions for that. And so it's one thing I'd really like to hear your perspective on at some point. And thank you for being here.
Oh, thank you so much for pinging that, Commissioner. We are working in all of Western Washington across the Gifford Pinchot, the Mount Baker Snoqualmie, and also on the Olympic to develop a West Side Road strategy with the National Department of Transportation. So really it's an innovative funding strategy. So how do we make sure that folks understand what it takes to have a resilient road system, and then package it up maybe for other kinds of opportunities for funding? So I'd love to share more about that when we have the plan a little bit more formalized. Thank you for pinging that.
Yeah.
Thank you. That's really important. Thank you, Kelly. Love to hear more about the active management. Let's have you back a little sooner than the last time, since
it was your first time.
This is your first time. So we'll do it again soon, but it's great to develop these partnerships at this table too. And I look forward to seeing you at the next RAC meeting as well, do you have just a word to say about active management? Because I guess my understanding was that there wasn't a lot of active management going on in the Forest Service, and it's great news about Falls View, which is in my neck of the woods, and we as a family love that place. So great to see it open.
Yeah, for active management, I think the project that is coming to a close in the planning is the Canyon EA. So some of you may have seen that's going to be going out for final decision here pretty soon. But really what's happening is we're looking at the strategic plan across the forest and trying to increase what we have right now. We have an output of 10 million board feet, and increasing that by 2028 to a sustainable rate of 30 million board feet. Again, though, on the Olympic, that's an interesting question, because we have our goal always is to create this high quality habitat for the species that we have. And so it's not clear cutting or anything as in the past. It's really thinning to accelerate the pace of old structure forests. But there's also a lot of opportunity around our communities that we can be looking at fuel reduction projects, and thinking differently, especially up where you all are, right, in the area of the rain shadow of the peninsula, where we can be thinking that fire is something that does exist here. We do need to prepare for it. We do need to make sure that folks are safe in and out of the forest, and that there are opportunities for projects that reduce the fuels in places where we know that we've seen fires start in the past. So we're going to be looking at some categorical exclusions, smaller footprint projects to meet our goal to do more active management planning. And then also we're going to have a purchasers meeting, which we haven't had before either, in April to talk to all of the folks that work on federal lands to purchase the timber and find out where do they want to work, where can they work, what can the mills take on, so that we're making a supply strategic plan. So lots going on there too, and we'd love to talk more about that in the future as well.
That sounds great. It's very in line with our own goals for Jefferson County forest lands and for lands.
Right.
Maybe this is a good segue to pass it over to Jeff and to let Kelly get on with her day. Thanks so much for your flexibility this morning.
So are you gonna go next, or do you want me to go?
I think you can go.
Okay, can I share my screen? Is that possible? I had a
Yeah, go ahead. You should be able to see the green button down at the bottom of your screen.
All right, let's see if I can figure this out without delaying things too long here. All right, can you see that?
Yep, we still see this. It's not in yet. Perfect.
Okay, perfect. All right, so I was asked to give a presentation on 2025 wildland fires here in the Olympic Peninsula, as well as 2026 preparedness. My name is Jeff Portner. I'm the Olympic Interagency Fire Management Officer. So I'll talk about more about how we're organized, but I work for both the Forest Service, the Park Service, as well as Fish and Wildlife Service here on the peninsula. So yeah, we'll go over the fires we had in 2025. We'll focus on the Bear Gulch and Tunnel Creek. We'll talk about some other fires as well. Our fire program, how we're organized, and what we're doing for 2026, and how we're working with the county. So I think everybody in the room is probably familiar with the Bear Gulch fire. It started on July 6th. It was human caused. Final acreage was about 20,232, and I'll say about because the way we map fires of that size is via infrared detection flights. Certainly on that terrain, we didn't have people hike every square inch of it, so that's the best acreage we'll get on that fire, but it could have been a little bit smaller or a little bit larger. That's the best acreage we have. It was in the North Fork Skokomish drainage there. It was a full suppression strategy, and final containment date was November 6, 2025. We do have post-fire focus now in terms of road culvert stabilization, hazard trees, and watershed protection going on. Additional to say that the Bear Gulch fire is still formally under investigation. Our law enforcement officials still are working on that, and they are taking tips and other information if folks have any. Both the Forest Service and Park Service have post-fire burnt area response work ongoing, as well as more work planned for 2026 and beyond. Moving to the Tunnel Creek fire, which is a little bit closer to most of Jefferson County there, I guess the Quilcene side of it. Fire started on September 6, 2025. It was a lightning-caused fire. It burned about 550 acres. Again, that's probably the best acreage we'll get on that fire because of the terrain. It was in the way we detected the perimeter. It's about 10 miles southwest of Quilcene. It was managed under a Type 3 incident management team. We did also call it contained on November 6, 2025. Due to its pretty isolated location, limited values at risk, no bear activation required. So bear is burned area emergency response. So we didn't do extensive bear work or activities on that. But we do have some Tunnel Creek Trail repair work scheduled for April 16th through the 22nd. Washington Conservation Corps crew will be going out there and doing some trails maintenance for some of the trail was damaged in that fire, and they will be having some work going on here in the coming weeks. I guess I'll just highlight here, both of those fires are in very heavy fuels and very challenging terrain. I would say there's a reason why we haven't called those fires out officially yet. I would say there's a potential that there could be remaining heat on those fires. And so we do have plans to do infrared detection flights sometime this spring once we get a suitable period of warm and dry weather. Sometimes people call those zombie fires or holdover fires. Unfortunately, both those fires are in locations where that is a possibility, and we were still detecting flight heat on that both those fires as late as November of 2025, but not on the perimeter, more on the interior. So if we do find heat, we'll. Yeah, go ahead.
I'm wondering, kind of based on Kelly's description of, active management and the county's own, I guess, focus on pre-commercial thinning as something to build resilience in forests. Is part of your after action on on the Tunnel Creek and Bear Gulch, considering would a different management style have mitigated these at all? What is there anything that, like, looking back, that we could have managed differently that would have, especially with the Bear Gulch, that was, I know the terrain was pretty challenging in both of these, but if we
Yeah,
had
I'd say
different management style, could there have been a better outcome? I guess.
I'll speak in broad terms and say I don't think so. I mean, both of those fires, where they started was the main challenge. Both those fires started in areas that were just steep, rocky, inaccessible terrain. They're both different because the Bear Gulch fire started just outside of the wilderness versus the Tunnel Creek started inside the wilderness area. But my perspective is both of those fires, most of the area that burned was wilderness, and my perspective is that those areas are delineated wilderness because they're not suitable for other management activities for the most part. Most of that area, and by that I mean it's steep, rocky, prone to landslides or other challenging issues that we see. And so most of those areas that they burned were not areas that we could more actively manage via conventional, thinning or logging activities.
Thank you for that.
Answer your question? Yeah, you bet. And then I'll just talk about two other fires we had. They're kind of in or around Jefferson County. Stosey Flats fire was also up the Dosey Wallops drainage. And the Hamma fire, which was actually just south a little bit of Jefferson County line, but both were significant fires. Really were overshadowed by Bear Gulch. Even Tunnel Creek was overshadowed by Bear Gulch. I would say in an average fire season for the Olympic Peninsula, both those fires would be something that we would consider significant fires with lots of potential. But I think we had lots of success on the initial attack of those fires, largely because we had the Bear Gulch fire going on, which means we had a huge complement of resources that we could easily pull from and reassign to those initial attack fires, which helped us be very successful during initial attack and led to a very positive outcome on both those fires, where we were able to limit the acreage burned because we had lots of aircraft nearby, lots of hand crews, lots of engines. We were able to quickly reassign resources to those incidents to manage that. I would say for all of these fires, I think it really highlights the importance. None of the agencies on the Olympic Peninsula have the resources needed to manage it alone. So we do cooperative fire management on the Olympic Peninsula. We work really closely, obviously, with the federal agencies, but we also work really closely with our local fire departments, as well as the Washington State Department of Natural Resources and their fire program. And that's really that holistic fire management approach on the peninsula is how we achieve the highest level of success with our initial attack fires. I think some of the key lessons from 2025, that the east side of the Olympics, certainly Olympic foothills certainly remain vulnerable to fire. If you look at our fire history map, both on the federal as well as state jurisdictional lines and county, most of our activity does, heads toward the rain shadow sides, the east side of the rain shadow there. Late season fire activity likely to increase. We've been seeing at least last 10 years or so, at least. Late August into September and early October has been very active for the last handful of years. And there's no reason to believe that in terms of large fire growth days, those are kind of when our large fire growth days occur. And critical need for coordinated public messaging to make sure that our shared public understand what we're doing, how we're doing it, and why we're not doing some of the things that we're not doing. Certainly, we get a lot of water here on the Olympic Peninsula, and certainly there's lots of post-fire hydrology risks that continue into the winter months. I think it's really important that we have that shared messaging about what those risks are, because we don't have a lot of recent large fire activity on the east side until, and by that I mean like the last 100 years. It's increasing. And I think the post-fire risk is going to be a new risk that our public is going to contend with as we deal with things like large areas that are either devoid or change vegetation, and how that affects post-fire hydrology and things like that. I think it's also important to note we don't have a lot of fire history that demonstrates large fire growth down drainage, so toward where most of our communities are here on the east side of the Olympics. Most of our large fire growth tends to go from up drainage, so from a generally south direction to a generally north direction. So we don't have a lot of instances of large fires that want to come from the mountains down into the valley bottoms, which is, in my opinion, a positive. So how's our fire program designed? So we're a unified operations across the U.S. Forest Service, National Park Service, and the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service. I'll say recently, some of you may have heard that a new agency, the U.S. Wildland Fire Service, was created, which is within the Department of Interior. And about 50% of our staff have now transitioned to that new Wildland Fire Service. Those would be our legacy DOI Bureau staff. So the Park Service and Fish and Wildlife Service employees have transitioned to the new Wildland Fire Service, such as myself. The other 50% of our staff approximately remain employees of the U.S. Forest Service. But for the time being, it has not affected how we are functioning or organized, simply just the agency that we are reporting to or get our paychecks from, for lack of a better term. So we do have centralized leadership and dispatch within our program. So we work together. We have one chain of command for all of our staff, who they're reporting to and how we work. And we report to a board of directors from those different agencies to make sure we're meeting those land management objectives and goals. We do share aviation training and other operational resources, and we do coordinate closely with Washington DNR and local fire districts. I think it's also important to note, because I think questions come up, we do have a duty officer assigned and responsible every day of the year, as well as 24/7, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. During fire season, which is legacy for us, would be June, July, August, and September into October. We are staffed 7 days a week for a minimum of an 8-hour duty day. We do often extend duty days due to wildfire threats such as lightning, public events such as the 4th of July, or for forecasted fire weather events. After hours, we're more similarly staffed to, say, a volunteer fire department, where we'd have to call employees back in to respond after hours, which is just due to the amount of staff that we have available. Just going to continue real quick, and I guess a shorter time. We have 3 Type 6 fire engines, one out of Port Angeles, one out of Quilcene, and one out of Hoodsport. And we have one Wildland Fire Module Type 2, which is based out of Port Angeles as well. I think it's important to highlight that that's just where they start their day. We do have the ability, and we often do move them into locations as needed due to forecasted events such as, again, lightning or 4th of July holiday or other fire weather events. This time of year, we're focusing heavily on our early season training and qualifications. So we're getting our folks trained up and ready to go and doing our seasonal hiring, which is going well. We are currently anticipating fully staffed apparatus for the 2026 fire season, but it's always possible that could change as folks, temporary or seasonal employees sometimes change their decision where they want to go, and that could change how we are staffed if folks fall off for personal or professional reasons. Priority areas, I guess, would be our standard access points to the forest or the park. I put a couple of examples on there, but certainly that's not a comprehensive list. Certainly, our human-caused fires are where folks have the easiest access points, and so we focus our patrols and our staffing levels in those areas. But then, of course, we get lightning, which can happen anywhere, and we have to deal with those ones as they arise. So what are we looking like for 2026? Drought status: East Jefferson is looking abnormally dry. West Jefferson is currently looking as average, according to the U.S. Drought Monitor. The drought outlook: currently no drought is predicted for anywhere in Jefferson County over the next 3 months. Fire season outlook: it's a little early to tell. Certainly we had some low snowpack for most of the season. We got some late snowpack. I think it's just right now we're looking like equal chances of it, either an average, below average, or above average fire season. I think as we get closer to our typical fire season, the models and indices and predictive services we'll have a better idea of how we're looking. So I'll just show the map. This is the U.S. drought map. And you can see East Jefferson County is showing as abnormally dry as forecasted by them. but they are currently not producing a map that shows any of the peninsula in a drought or predicted to go into a drought, which is good signs for us. There's a bunch more of these maps, which is the significant wildland fire potential outlook, but I'm only showing you the month of June, which is as far out as the predictive services go. Currently, they're not showing any, basically showing equal chances for large and costly fires on the Olympic Peninsula. Again, because I think it's a little early in our season to issue a better prediction. It would be red, like you see here in the South Four Corners region. If it was above, and it would be green if it was below, but currently they're saying they don't have enough information to basically make an educated guess. Last two slides, try not to go too fast, but want to cover the information for you all. So yeah, for our county coordination priorities, we're trying to work really closely with our Jefferson County fire chiefs. We meet with those folks and have good conversations to making sure we're overlapping fire danger messaging, as well as staffing levels and response, so we can have the best effective response to fires as they occur. I think some of the areas we could work on as a group would be evacuation preparedness and WUI, wildland urban interface education, as part of the community wildfire protection plan. And so then we'll work closely with those chiefs and you all to try to provide that messaging to folks. I think there's efforts to continue to work together on coordination for fuels and community resilience protection projects. We are interested and we'll work closely with folks to try and do more fire prevention education activities. I would like to, attend some, parades and things like that to try and get that message out there. And we can provide wildfire season briefings as requested and as available. But in closing, I think 2025 demonstrated the value of our interagency coordination, both within the federal government, but also with our state and county government folks. Continue to highlight the importance of working closely with the county and their fire response officials. And again, in 2026, we're focusing on readiness, prevention, and community protection. That's all I had. Any questions?
Wow, Jeff, thank you. That was a very detailed presentation. I don't think I've actually, I met you before, really gotten a report from the interagency efforts from our federal partners. That's
Jeff,
great.
Did you attend you were there at our fire summit?
Yeah, that was the last meeting I had, which I was back, I don't know, October, September, something like that. I don't know the exact time frame, but that was the last meeting I attended for Jefferson County. But I do talk to the fire chiefs on a fairly regular basis.
And our whole community wildfire prevention planning process. You guys were very involved, and I'll just add that we are looking to apply for a community wildfire defense grant, which will give us all the resources to mobilize some of the things that we plan for in our community wildfire protection plan. And we are hopeful about round 4, which will be the 4th round of community wildfire defense grants. So we're just waiting for that grant cycle to open.
That's great.
It's great to hear Jeff name check it as a planning document, though, that it informs interagency cooperation. So
awesome.
Okay, well, thank you, Jeff. That was really detailed. We'd love to have you back as well. Any of our guests here would have been a great workshop in and of themselves. And so we'll, and for lack of time, really, pass it off to Sula. And I don't know, you probably didn't go through our consent agenda, but we do have commitment of money for the South Shore Road in our consent agenda, though there's still permits and everything to go through. So how's it going with Olympic National Park?
Okay, I'm going to do a mic check. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, excellent. So thanks, everybody. And as I think Kelly might have said in the beginning, or maybe Kelly and I and Jeff actually, or another member of the fire team, have no problem coming together because sometimes it can get so confusing where the park ends and the forest begins and vice versa. So if that's something we want to plan for in the future, we'd love to do that. It is a way for us to make sure that if things bleed from one place to the next, you all get a more complete answer. I have a few things. I kind of cut some stuff down just because in recognition of time. You were asking about, you started in Quinault. That was not where I was going to start, but we can totally start there. So Grace Creek received some additional damage this I guess, fall into winter. We are looking to do some emergency repair work, which we'll eventually need to do longer term repair work for Graves Creek. That is going to happen this spring. That is going to be probably a little while. It will mean that that Graves Creek Road will be closed to vehicles. We're going to make an assessment if people can walk or bike back there when we start getting a little bit closer into what the activities are actually going to be. We are going to be putting in the temporary bridge sometime early April. That's always a little weather dependent, but we do expect that to go in. But unfortunately, once you go over the temp bridge, you're not going to be able to make a left. You're good. But that little space on South Shore will be accessible to people. North Shore is open. We did the repairs last year. Those actually, I can't believe I'm saying this. They were done before the timeline that they said they were going to do. So great job. Obviously, terrible timing that both North Shore, which was something that had been scheduled out for such a long time, and then South Shore happened. But we're really looking forward to people being able to get to that area of the park. It's obviously very, very popular. So that should be happening, at least getting North Shore, Temp Bridge, and then Graves Creek repair for the summer. Some other projects happening in the park. Mora Road after the campground. So if we're going a little bit further north, after the campground to Rialto, that road will be closed. There will be no access period, not by walking, biking, or vehicle. And that is, again, to do some repairs to the road. That will be from right after July 4th weekend, and that will go through probably August, September, depending on how quickly people are able to work through it. So that really, the key part of that means that people will not have access to Rialto. So there are other beach areas that people can go to, but we're trying to make sure the word gets out that that little area is not going to be accessible for that really important road repair. The other area that is getting significant road work is in the Hoe, as I think everybody is very well aware. That road always needs a little bit of extra attention. That will not be closed. There will be two separate areas of road repairs. Those two areas will have one lane. So it's another thing to be alert to, that we will expect that traffic will be even slower in those areas because that when the road is being worked on. That will be happening basically throughout the entire summer. So you can expect that. I don't know. I don't know that I have the milepost, but we can get it for you. Sorry, the facility manager was standing here, but he had an 11 o'clock and then he had a run. So that's who you saw kind of walking in and out. So I apologize. He knows it off the top of his head, and I don't quite. One of them is before the fee booth. One of them is after the fee booth, if that helps a little bit.
Yeah, that's helpful.
So obviously the one after the fee booth is probably not going to affect traffic quite as much. It's the one before the fee booth that we expect that will have a traffic impact. There's also going to be some line striping and all the usual stuff that we do during the summer. And then the last, I guess, less road, this one is more of an infrastructure, is up at Hurricane Ridge. We're putting in a new water line, which means that Hurricane Hill will be intermittently closed throughout the summer. So for large blocks and then kind of short blocks, Hurricane Ridge itself is going to be open, but getting to Hurricane Hill is not going to be accessible every day. I'm going to just quickly say that I'm sure people saw that we are really in the pre-design part, and we're almost moving out of that to the next thing for Hurricane Ridge Visitor Center. That's really exciting news. We had a very big public event in January that had almost 200 people attend. It was really, really great. A lot of great ideas about integrating the building into the landscape, making sure facilities match what visitors need. So it was a really, really great. Happy to go into details, but I'll leave it at that just for time. And then the last thing is I wanted to mention visitation. Olympic National Park was the 9th most visited park in 2025, almost 3.6 million visitors. Just to do a comparison, in 2024, we had 3.7, just a wee bit more. Obviously, a lot was happening last summer and throughout the year, including the Hoe being closed in the beginning of the year. But in 2024, with 3.7, just a tiny bit more visitations, that brought in $380 million in visitor spending to the local area. About 33% of that went into lodging, about 20% of that went into restaurant. That equated into 2,880 jobs. And the total economic output is $516 million. So Olympic National Park brought in about $516 million into the local community. It's a really big number, and we take that really seriously and thinking through and working with the local communities, but also recognizing that that's a lot of people that are visiting us, and it's really throughout the year, and certainly increases in July and August. But it's not only there. We can, a really nice December, we can get north of 100,000 people, which is a huge number. So with that, I'm going to stop only because I've already seen that we've gone over our allocated federal allocation time. I apologize, but appreciate any questions I might be able to answer.
Thank you so much, Sula, and we'll have to have you back for much longer because we could dig into this all morning long.
Yeah.
I'm sure. Any quick questions for Sula?
I just imagine that you're anticipating even more visitors in 2026 with the FIFA soccer zoo that we're all going to be experiencing. I know that Greg's been working on the Hood Canal Bridge, and but I think that we're going to see more visitors than we've ever seen. So.
Yeah.
We likewise, just like Kelly was saying, we do tend to hire seasonals every summer, many seasonals. And so we are staffing up, we are thinking it through, and we're also going to be watching how the visitation patterns are not static. We really need to be watching them, and then we learn and kind of keep moving. But yeah, we are expecting a lot of visitors. As it is, anything over, really honestly, Olympic is the most visited national park in the state of Washington by a significant amount. We are also gigantic. We're at 922,000 acres. And so what we really want to do is make sure that we're matching up the visitor's desire with the right visitor location. So that is always one of the things that our expert interpretive rangers are working towards, to make sure everybody gets the right experience that they're looking for. But yeah, it will be very interesting. I'm interested to see what the numbers show for this summer, for sure.
That's great. And of course, we're eager to get the Dosey Wallops access to the national park open to accessible utilization as well. So I hope you guys are participating in that cooperative model and conversations that are happening too. Okay.
Well, we've been working on the Dosey trails since I've been here. I believe we've been doing some work on the Dosey trails. So it is on my list that hopefully this summer I get to do an overnight backpack into the Dosey area. We'll see if the schedule allows, but that's a dream of mine.
Okay. Well, thank you. And thanks to Kelly, who had to go, and to Jeff as well. Really appreciate it. Sorry, we should schedule more time, and let's do this again, again this year, maybe at the end of the season, have you when it starts to settle down a little bit. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
Jeff.
Have a great day.
Yep. Okay. Well, we're 45 minutes behind schedule. So with that, Matt and Eric in the hallway still?
Yes.
Yeah. You want to grab them, Andy?
Makes me appreciate how much we typically stay on time. It's just,
Yes.
actually quite unusual. We have a working lunch today.
Welcome.
So we do have
Yep.
a working lunch.
Eric and Matt, we're diving into the Parks and Recreation funding. So I think we could probably make room for both Eric and Matt up at the table. And I know we have Parks and Rec advisory board members as well as community members interested in this topic. So thanks for sticking around. Sorry, we're running a little late. And Matt, you have a slideshow for Josh.
Here.
I said.
Oh.
So just we just do it in speech.
Not next week. Maybe we should. Let's do
Give people their time. Yeah.
Okay.
Allow us just a little more.
Sorry, we're still thinking our calendar. We had a lunchtime meeting as well with our directors and electeds, a quarterly meeting that we're going to reschedule, so we don't have to feel that time pressure as well, because.
So you don't have to come back.
Yes. Okay, So as Josh gets the slide deck up, we'll welcome our Public Works Director, Eric Kuzma, and Parks and Rec Director, Matt. So appreciate the conversation, and we've had lots of public comment and lots of people interested in here today. Of course, many people use these services, and I'll just, I guess, tee it up before handing it over to you, Matt, by saying this is the first time we've really, since the budget conversation that we've had. So, you know, a lot of folks kind of expressed frustration that you got to have conversations before you do these things. And I just was trying to reiterate earlier, this is the conversation. So thank you for setting it up so we can have this conversation in public, and we'll pass it over to you, Matt.
Yeah, thank you, elected officials and staff and all the people that have been here this morning. I did watch online. I couldn't be here, but it was amazing to see, you know, heartbreaking too, but extremely impressive and appreciative of. So Eric's going to start us out, and then I'm going to work through a PowerPoint that I have.
Yeah. So just to set some like groundwork, kind of roll it back a little bit, especially because we got, you know, a lot of people interested. Really appreciate it. So late last year, Parks and Rec was told that it had to reduce its budget by 25%. Everyone knows this in this room due to the state of the Jefferson County budget. At that time, end of last year, November, December, we presented 3 options. 2 of those options are quite close to the ones that we'll present today as well. The primary difference, I guess, between those options presented late last year and today is that in the interim, in the last month, we've you know, done the true up. We just finished it really last week of 25 expenditures, and have seen roughly a 10% increase, you know, that wasn't budgeted in the 26 budget. So that's an additional about $94,000. That's additional insurance, which I know the county's feeling, additional utilities and cost allocation, which is internal county services that are put towards Parks and Rec. So that $250,000 cut really becomes a $350,000 cut. That's huge. It's enormous to try and imagine reducing your services by that much. So let's see. So in the budget that went forward, budget that was adopted, maybe in error, maybe not, showed when we presented those options to the board, we had an original budget, and that I think is the spreadsheet that people have seen. That's been revised for the additional costs, so it's an actual. It was reduced for one of those options, so our expenditures were reduced artificially, and then there's an artificial revenue line put in. So that's a double whammy for parks, because the board directed us not to reduce any services, to continue operating the same way, but the budget showed a reduced expenditure line, and it also showed an increased revenue line for that donation campaign, which would, you know, until this weekend we were unable to unfortunately get off the ground. So that makes it pretty tough, because that means we're just eating into fund balance this whole time. So at that time, an April 1st deadline was established. We need to make some cuts by April 1st. If these are the cuts that are being expected of Parks and Rec, we need to. We have to get this done by April 1st, or we're not going to be able to get it done, because it can't slow down the machine in stages. We can't just cut everything off. So that April 1st deadline is not a new deadline. That's what was presented at the end of last year, as you guys may remember. It just that there maybe hasn't been the level of communication.
Is it April already?
Getting pretty close.
Yeah.
Almost.
So
next week.
We'll present 3 options today. Parks and Rec, Public Works prefer not to implement any of these. You guys know this, as would you, but given the precarious predicament of the general fund balance, we need to do something. So I guess that's the discussion to have with the community, to have with the board. What do you want to do? And how do we get there? The only way to account for that huge 35% cut, 25% decrease in revenues, increase in expenditures, is staff. I mean, they're by far our biggest asset. Everybody knows that. We've got fantastic people who work for the county, but they're also the biggest cost. We can't reduce staff without reducing facilities. We can't reduce facilities without reducing staff. So we got to look at what facilities could be cut, right? I mean, it's pretty basic. I mean, unfortunately, 3 most expensive facilities by far for Parks and Rec are H.J. Carroll Park, Memorial Field, and the community center. H.J. Carroll Park really can't realistically be closed. We could put a gate in, but we couldn't keep people out. It'd be an attractive nuisance. Can't do it. Even if we could do it, both it and Memorial Field have RCO, Recreation and Conservation Office funds on them that require that those facilities stay intact for perpetuity. So we could reduce maintenance operation costs potentially there, but we can't close those facilities. The only facility that's left mathematically, if you look at the budget, is the community center. Not ideal, not desirable, but it's the only one that gets us even close. And even cutting the community center, the rec center, thank you for the clarification. We're only talking about the rec center. We're not talking about the entire community center. In addition to that, we're having to make lots of other cuts across the entire county, as you've heard. So, we, Parks and Rec, we reluctantly are recommending, as did the Parks Advisory Board, the option A. It's not, what anybody wants to do, but it's the one that has the least impact on the community. So whatever the board decides to do, I guess our biggest thing is to consider options that have short-term losses rather than long-term losses. If we start selling parks, we never get them back. If we lose key staff, we'll never get them back. So I think that's sort of if this is something we have to do, we want to do it as strategically as we can moving forward. So Matt's going to kind of take a dive into the different options and look a little closer at the numbers.
Exactly. Great. For that intro, Eric. This is just what Eric said, so we can skip past that slide. One point I want to make is about long-term, and that is in 2027 and 2028 and beyond. LTAC grant funding that we're relying on is not guaranteed. And also the general fund revenue that we already receive is not guaranteed, to my knowledge, and likely to be reduced. So the future without anything changing is, to my knowledge, continue reductions every year until something changes.
Without implementing some sort of structural change in the form of a dedicated funding source.
Yeah. Okay, so not everyone here is as familiar with all our parks and our services as you may be. So I thought I would start out with a review of what we do, just to get people oriented to what exactly we're talking about here. We have an amazing array of parks. Really, our system is set up on partnerships and volunteers and caretakers and professional staff. So to get a sense of the scale of it, we have 23 total parks on almost 1,200 acres. We have 19 miles of trails, 13 saltwater access areas and so forth, 43 trash cans that we take care of, 17 toilets. Of these parks, 19 of them are staff maintained, and there are 2 of them that are still in the Adoptive Park program from 2010, which is when I sat here and gave almost the exact presentation. So we don't want to do this again in another 15 years as part of my main point here. Oh, I won't be here in 15 years, but someone else won't want to do it either. So one of the people that takes care of Irondale Beach Park is here now, so.
Susie, thank you.
Yeah. Okay, so that's our parks. Just go to the next slide. Just a quick summary. I mean, that's just what I basically just said. We do all this with 4.4 FTE at this time, which is a shockingly small amount of people. The reason it works is because these people have been at it for a long time and they're extremely dedicated and smart about how they go about it. So big shout out to them because they're the ones that are doing this work.
Thank you.
Okay, next.
Full-time employees.
Correct. Full-time employees is what FTE means. Full-time equivalent. So let's have a look at our rec programs. So just like our parks, we have an amazing array and an amazing diverse array of rec programs. Like it's almost hard to believe when you look at these numbers. The total number of programs that we have is 16. We run 16 large programs. Let's see. How do I want to go into these statistics? Let's go to the next slide. So I broke down some of the statistics here. There are 1,350 program registrations in 2025. We estimate that there are 6,860 people utilize the free drop-in rec center program. I don't know how many people there were because this program has no barriers. Anyone can walk in without paying, without signing, without getting their picture taken, and it's extremely equitable and accessible to people. It's open during holidays and after school and anytime when kids need a free place to hang out. So, in registered programs, A participant hour is one child or person for 1 hour. So we had 55,495 registered participant hours in Parks and Recreation. That's programs like leagues that you register and pay for. So in the free drop-in rec, we had 27,000 hours we estimated. So the grand total of our participant hours is 82,935 participant hours, which is such a big number, it's almost hard for me to understand. And those hours are high quality program hours, extremely enriched structured hours that any of us would want our children to participate in. Thanks to our great volunteers and to Chris and Sam who run the program. So we bring in $54,000 in revenue. We spend $29,000. We recover about $18,000. The total cost for 1 hour of programming per participant that we produce is $3.52.
Okay, you just said you spend 29,000, but I think you meant 291,000, right? Just want to make sure.
Going kind of fast.
Looking at the right numbers.
18.52% cost recovered.
Thank you.
Thank you, yeah. So I just want to emphasize $3.52 per hour as a high quality place for your child is unbelievable. So we're subsidized by the general fund to the tune of $237,561. Yeah, the rec program, that's a total rec program subsidy. And so the general fund pays $2.86 per hour per child. So next slide. We rely on our volunteers. Most of these hours are volunteer hours. I mean, our rec program hours. So that's a review of the rec program. Let's talk a little bit more about the park program and how it works. One thing that's happened in parks is that use has increased dramatically, especially, during the COVID and so forth. We estimate, we don't have a way of saying exactly how many people are in our parks, but we estimate by using the metrics of trash, toilets, events at H.D. Carroll Park, and the number of people in their campgrounds, that from 2009 to 2022, we had about a 201% increase, which is 3 times. So next slide. We also estimate using traffic counts, and this came up for about roughly the same amount between 2009 and 2025, about a 230% increase in park use. Next slide. So just focusing on where we are with parks maintenance and with our FTE. In the year 2000, we had over 7 FTE. After we make this cuts in 2026, 26 years later, everything going on the same as it was and the parks being busy as they are, we will have 6 FTE. Just dead silence in the room because you can't believe it, right? It's crazy. So next slide. So now we'll get into the options, which is what everyone's here to hear about. Next slide. These are based on the following assumptions for the budgets that we put together. Implementation on April 3rd. If it goes beyond April 3rd, I'm fine with that. But someone's going to need to tell me that I have extra money to spend because I can't spend it if I don't have it. Layoffs of clerk hire and union staff would start on May 1st and June 1st. It's going to take us a little time to talk to these people about what's happening. The projections of the budgets that we made are through 2027. So we wanted to give ourselves at least this year and next year as a stable foundation. One of the things we don't want is we don't want to sit here again in September of this year and April of next year. Our system won't stand the shock. We've already been stringing our staff along since December when they first were told that they might have layoffs. And then it was delayed and now they're told again. So I just want to speak for them. They're not here. So $750,000 general fund transfer is what we're banking on for this short-term options. And we're banking on LTAC grants of $150,000. So those are all the assumptions that we're making when we calculated the money that we need.
And to be clear, in those options, you know, that there's 4 columns. The one is a revised sort of, you know, actual 26 column, you know, if status quo. Then the other 3 are based on 27 because we didn't want to base. It was too hard to try and figure out how to make these changes and affect it just for 26. So it was better to create a clean year of 27 for each. And that's why I think United is showing that those are those assumptions that went into those projections for an entire year.
Do those assumptions you just showed, does that account for the additional 94,000
Yes.
in expenses? Thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah, because it starts with a starting cash and
Mhm.
an ending cash, and you'll see, so the column A, the do nothing for 20, again, first one's 26, and the 3 subsequent ones are 27. It ends at, I think, $25,000 is the fund balance, about 75,000 or so under the statutory requirement. The other 3 are based on 27, and you'll see us, you know, starting cash, which is the ending cash of 26.
Yeah, okay.
So still teeing up the short-term options, next slide. Kind of the things that we're dealing with. The short-term options that you're gonna see don't include all the impacts that we're gonna feel. There's a lot of silent impacts that we're gonna experience. For one thing, we have no leeway in case something unexpected happens, which always happens in Parks and Rec, by the way. We have always had the luxury of coming back to the general fund for allocations for the unexpected, like Warner Beach. This happened last year. Also, my time is gonna be diverted. I'm the only manager. When things are running smoothly, I can do capital projects, I can write the pros plan, I can do agreements with people like the Friends of Parks and Recreation to take care of things. I don't know exactly what I'll be able to do, but it won't be all that. Because I'll be dealing with the cuts and the changes and so forth. So impacts on staff, I have talked about staff, but this is a very difficult for our staff. I'll just throw myself in there, stressful for all of us. We're facing layoffs and uncertainty and canceling vacations and just dealing with the stress of it is hard. Canceling training and conferences that we would normally be able to go to. Another impact on staff is we've already cut our security partnership with the Jefferson County Sheriff's Office. We have been paying them extra, like $10,000 a year to do extra support in our campgrounds. So we won't have that. So that means me and staff are in the campgrounds. We don't do security, but we need to interact with people and tell them that we're gonna call the sheriff if you don't stop that. And once we call him, the sheriff will come, but it's hard work and it's not in any of our job descriptions. So that's why we have this partnership. Well, that's why we used to have this partnership. So, okay. So continuing, with, background information before we get into the options. You need to know that this is going to impact our capital program. Right now, we have 22 projects. Some of them are large capital and some of them are basically small preventative maintenance projects that need to happen. I'm in charge of 21 of those projects. We don't have any other project managers, and I talk to Eric every single day about how to do it, so he helps make it happen, and the rest of the staff of Public Works. And then we're building a skate park. So our total projects this year is almost $1.7 million that we're building. Maintenance staff touch every single one of these. So every time a contractor comes, and we were down there helping with the percolation test for the skate park and everything else, so. Capital projects, so, okay, next slide.
This is a skate park in Quilcene for anyone who doesn't know
Yeah.
about that project.
I will say capital money is in a totally separate line. It cannot be used for maintenance and operations. So people that don't know that, it's either RCO grants or REAP 2 special tax that can only be used. So I think I mentioned this already. So it's all based on April 3rd. Totally implemented by June 1st. And if we delay, our fund balance is going to go too low. Okay, next slide. So here's the numbers. You can see 2026 status quo, do nothing. Then we end up at the end of this year with 25,000 in reserves, which is $100,000 below our required 10% minimum that state law requires of us. If we do option A, we have 124,000, which is right at the 10%. If we do option B, we have 135,000. This is all our projections. And option C is 161,000. So all of our options get us in the ballpark of the absolute bare minimum that we would need to stay legal. There's no leeway. And then the FTE are on the side there. So, okay, next slide. So on the bottom corner there, the FTE, I don't know, we'll see it again, so. Okay, so finally the options. Everyone's been sitting here since 9 o'clock in the morning to try to understand. Option A summary is that we vacate the PT Rec Center. And since Parks and Rec at that point would have nothing to do with that building, we wouldn't do any grounds maintenance, which we volunteered to do years ago and have provided on the Parks and Rec budget. And since we're not there at all, there's no one to take care of that playground. The playground is one of the highest safety concerns that you can have. It has to be inspected and maintained almost every single day. So our plan would be to remove the playground from the rec center in option A. We would attempt to expand the Adopt a Park program. So in other words, we wouldn't provide any services to North Beach, Hicks Park, or Courthouse Park. And this is going to be added to existing parks that we already have where we haven't provided any services since 2010 when we first went through this. So it's not all in the city. We picked on the county first. And our plan would be to have a caretaker at Memorial Field like we have at Gibbs Lake and Oak Bay and just like the other one. So yeah. So we would have, yeah. So continuing on, we would remove portable toilets from day use parks. We would not have toilets at Hicks, Indian Island, Irondale Beach, East Beach, North Beach, or Gibbs Lake. Now Gibbs Lake already has a permanent toilet, so they would still have a toilet there. We would also remove trash service. And in regards to the skate park, we're building a new skate park, and skate parks are kind of like playgrounds. They need a lot of day-to-day maintenance, monthly maintenance, and annual maintenance. So our plan there would be to try and organize volunteers to do that work, which I'm fairly confident about because there's people excited about it, but the skate park wouldn't receive any professional maintenance. Gulp, okay. Yeah.
You're
Okay,
doing
good.
good, Matt.
Thank you.
Hang in there.
It's hard to see all this in black and white. It's like, am I really saying this? So more about the adopted park. These parks, I said all this. So part of a reality check is that adopt a park is a nice thing, but it doesn't always work. You need people like Susie and Nikki who basically dedicate themselves to taking care of a place like Irondale. It comes down to a small group. You can't always find that. So no professional services, 100% volunteer maintained, and no toilets and no trash service.
And Hicks is the Shine boat ramp. Yeah.
Everywhere, all the day use parks. So. Okay, next slide. Okay, so in the recreation program, what it would be is we would lay off the 2 rec, 69 hours per month staff would be laid off. And we would lay off, we would move 2 regular staff to the public works office, and the recreation program would continue to function everything that it already does, but minus the special focus on the rec center. It'd still be a countywide rec program based at public works.
And keep in mind that the Parks and Rec rents the recreation center from the county. So the reason to pull out is so that we don't have that expenditure.
And this was the proposal that we were seeing back in December. Yeah.
With the additional, lost toilets and garbage, because we've got to find ways to reduce those expenditures. There's just really not that many places to do it.
And this is your recommended of all the worst.
Yeah.
Because that's the best option.
That's the worst option.
It does save the rec program. Okay, next slide. And then option A1, Memorial Field actually has 2 options, which is a caretaker that we talked about. It wouldn't have any professional parks maintenance. We would only be able to support recreational sports, not school sports. because we don't feel we can provide enough services to do school sports. So, and no car shows. By the way, the no car shows starts now, so I'm gonna have to tell the car show people. I assume that one of the options is gonna be taken, so we might get some calls about that. And RCO, Memorial Field has an RCO grant that requires it to be taken care of for recreation forever. Or you have to pay back the grant and find a new place that's the same. Well, go ahead, next slide.
I think one thing that kind of glazed over there though,
Yeah.
it wouldn't be that field is an awesome facility. It's part of the fabric of our community, but it's really dedicated to interscholastic sports and then some recreational sports. If it became a day use park, it would be open to a lot more people, but it wouldn't be open for those interscholastic sports. It couldn't support them anymore. So.
Thank you. Yeah, good point. It will continue to function as a open place that people can use. So we have been working with the schools. We've had some preliminary meetings with both school districts, and there is an interest. And right now we're working on the details, which I can't put out there because we haven't agreed. But there is a school board meeting on April 2nd that is going to be, school staff are going to present a proposal to the school board about that. So the partnership involves the schools being more involved in order to make sure that they can still have sports there.
They've been supportive, very supportive, and understand the value that facility, brings to them. So.
And then they have a joint, Port Townsend Chimacum. Their annual
Right.
joint meeting is on May 7th, so they're
Yeah.
trying to bring it to Port Townsend first and then to the joint meeting on May 7th.
Yeah.
So something first of all.
Okay, next slide. So option A, what this means for parks maintenance is we lay off at one of our 69-hour per month people. We lay off one full-time maintenance person, and we reduce our trucks, supplies, computers, utilities, anything that we could reduce. And pointing out again that I don't know if I mentioned this before, but we already cut our annual athletic field maintenance program from the budget because that has to be planned far in advance. I had to tell the contractor basically that we don't have the money. So go ahead.
And to be clear that JCSO, we already talked about that, but even like state parks, they have park rangers. That's their job. We don't have them, and that's where that partnership with the sheriff was so great. We could pay the deputies to go in and kind of be de facto park rangers. So now it falls on park staff, which is appropriate.
Yeah. And a great program. The sheriff's office is incredibly supportive. Okay, so I show the budget again because what you just talked about, this is the money that a lot of actual work has been done on the details of how much this would cost through the end of 2027. This is what we would look like with option A.
So can I just ask a question? So on the status quo, the ending fund balance is around 25,000. Option A, the ending fund balance is 125-ish thousand. So we're looking at $100,000 is what the gap is.
I think, well, let me restate that. So you said the ending fund balance in 26, you see 25, and then you see the ending funding in 27. So what you said, like, so you're subtracting the two. That's not really accurate because then you see the option A, we started at 125. So 26 has expenditures that were that let's see, are already factored into the other ones to just bring the starting cash up to something realistic.
Okay.
I said that clearly enough.
Yeah, so, but option A, we do know that it's clear that we spent a lot of time calculating this is where we would end up. Okay, so go on to option B. This option is technically feasible. It could be done. It's possible to vacate the rec center and basically delete the entire recreation program. We'd lay off, actually, it should be 2 clerk hire, 2 69 hours per week people, 2 union staff, and all the rec equipment would be declared surplus.
We just take this option off the table.
Yeah,
realistic. I think the reason it's on there is again to just show the nature. I mean, if you're looking at a budget and you're saying you got to cut 35% of your expenditures, just really, I mean, we can't do that by getting rid of a porta potty.
Right.
Not gonna happen.
No, we get that.
So that program is of that scale, but I mean, that's where we're having these discussions about essential and not essential. I mean, from our opinion, it is essential, even though it's not technically, so.
Essential but not mandated.
Yeah. So that's where option B would get us. Okay, next slide. So option C is really similar to option A, except for option C includes an effort to shrink the county park system and facility system to what you would normally see in a typical county.
Rural.
A typical rural county with 30,000 people. There are large counties that have the level of service like we have, but at Snohomish, King, Pierce, places like that. So to do that, you would look at different ways of divesting, if you will, and exactly which parks you would do it to would depend on who's able to take care of those parks or who wants to buy those parks or who can keep it and operate it as a park, for example, the school districts.
Or what funding strings are attached to a given facility.
What money and so forth. In option C, we're still vacating the rec center. So next slide. So this divestiture is what most counties have done, by the way, in the last 50 years or so. Counties basically got out of the business of parks and rec to a large degree. If you look around you at Clallam County or other places. So options to divest or transfer it to another county department, which is what's going to happen de facto when we leave the rec center. Also to look for partners like Fish and Wildlife, state parks, DNR, the city, or tribes, school districts, other special districts. It could be transferred to another public agency. You can also partner with nonprofits like the Friends of Irondale Beach Park, who now have a nonprofit and they're stepping up to take care of Irondale Beach, or you can sell it. A lot of places are able to be sold. There's nothing that's stopping us, other than the fact that the entire future, how many generations will never ever enjoy that park again. So it's a pretty major thing to consider doing. I wouldn't do it myself, but it is feasible. So option, what's the next slide? So with option C, you get the most savings because eventually you end up with less. I will say option C is really challenging because you have to spend a ton of time trying to do the divestiture, to do the work of finding people or whatever you're going to do. So, okay, next slide.
So can I just ask an option C, are you just talking about Memorial Field in terms of divestiture?
No, it would be anything.
So what you factored in to develop this scenario, option C scenario, I see the Memorial Field is zeroed out.
Right.
So I'm just trying to understand how that assumption that you just described of divestiture is applied to option C as we see it in the column here.
We had to make a lot of arbitrary guesses at what we would get rid of. And so we just took a chunk of money out and said that's, a certain number of parks will be gotten rid of and a certain number would be taken care of. So for me to make an exact list of what that would be is impossible. Typically, a county like ours would typically have the campgrounds. That's where you make money from. That's essentially all Clallam County does, for example. You have regional parks like H.K. Carroll, Gibbs Lake, Indian Island. What else? You'd have maybe a few smaller parks that you couldn't get rid of, but you'd have a core.
So then you're also reflecting in the general parks line, some small reductions there. But just so I understand, basically the math, is it that you are saying really the bulk of the cost is from Memorial Field? You noted that early that the top costs were H.J. Carroll, Memorial Field, Port Townsend Rec Center.
Yeah.
So are you saying that even if we divest ourselves of other general parks, any of the other 23 parks, that it wouldn't really reduce our expenditures as significantly as getting rid of one of these other top?
Yeah, I mean, Memorial Field has just a big chunk of money attached to it.
Right.
I think you could get rid of it. This also includes reductions in park staff. I think we factored in there.
A sale would bring in some temporary revenue, but it wouldn't actually reduce our costs because. that much. Is that what you're saying?
And the FTEs are represented in that small table on the left.
Oh, yeah, thank you, yeah. So that,
So staff.
yeah, staff are reduced in this.
Okay.
The bottom line is option A is gonna include a lot of option C. Because I'm gonna be out looking for adopt a park, people to take care of parks. We're already looking at talking to the school districts about Memorial Field. So those are forms of divestiture that don't impact things long term.
The reality is the spreadsheet that informed this was developed as a way to try and
Yeah.
share information. You can imagine, I think you guys saw some of the backup for this, so. Option A is the most ironed out in terms of numbers, because we can clearly identify those things. B is equally ironed out because it's just a line item in the budget, whereas C is more of a concept, so. I wouldn't try and dive that deep into the numbers. The
Okay,
idea is
that
to
helps,
reduce
yeah.
our facilities, again, like I said, reduce facilities, therefore you can reduce staff. You know, which facilities would become a conversation similar to this one.
Right.
It's just a different strategy. We're, you know, you wanna go down this path, or that path. If you say that path, then we'll start to explore what that really means at the level at which we've looked at the other two.
And you also noted it would lose access to the RCO grants.
Yeah.
Well, for those two, if you know, if the school takes one over and it's still a youth athletic facility, I don't think we lose our eligibility.
that
Each
should
take
work.
Carroll, and you have to either pay them back or build an equivalent facility. Neither of those make any sense. So again, each is not really a viable option.
Yeah, okay.
You could kind of see how hard it is to come up with options.
Carolyn.
It's like,
Thank you.
it's like, I'll use this analogy that Eric came up with. It's like asking us to decide which leg and arms we want to cut off. You can't do it. It's almost impossible, and that's because we're so lean in how we operate. So, okay. So pros and cons, option A. One thing about option A is it spreads cuts. It spreads the pain across rec and parks maintenance. It keeps the rec program. It has the smallest loss of parks and facilities, minimizes layoffs. And I like this, it enhances volunteers, which Jefferson County is awesome, and people will step up. And we make use of a new caretaker at Memorial Field if it comes to that, and a possible partnership with the schools. Cons are, it's more of the Wild West out there. There could be higher liability for the county and safety risks, because staff aren't out there taking care of things. It's not resilient, so if something comes up, we can't respond. We're not responsible. Possible loss of school sports at Memorial Field, and also adopt a park is not guaranteed. It's just an idea. And it can be potentially unsustainable without a long-term funding strategy. So, next slide. Pros and cons of option B. Technically speaking, this is a feasible option that's simple to implement, but it is the worst option, and I do not recommend it in any way because it's a permanent loss of an equitable, inclusive, unique, productive impact, you name it, low cost program, and it all falls on children and their families, which is just not fair. So it also, we lose a lot of leverage by losing all those volunteers, we lose revenue. And like you heard this morning, health impact and economic and safety issues, so.
I think one of the bullets on the slides we kind of glazed over was the volunteerism and the hours put in. It equates to, I believe it was like 2.6 FTE. That's 2.5 people, staff that aren't being paid for just through people's goodwill.
Right. So next slide. So option C, sort of like option A, except where it has this issue of permanent loss of irreplaceable parks and facilities if you sell something. So that to me is off the table. And success is questionable. It takes time to initiate and monitor and come up with new agreements and partnerships. It's very time consuming. And there's a risk to our grant eligibility. So.
And in the time it would take to implement that, you know, what's happening to the budget during that time?
It would take years to do it. So I guess most importantly is what does the future hold? The Parks and Rec Advisory Board made this in motion. This is their words. they're supportive of option A, but they leave it to the board, your board, to amend it as needed and seek information as you need it. And the Parks and Rec Advisory Board is also very interested in a levy lid lift. They emphasize the need to set a sustainable rate. So if we're gonna do this, let's do it once. Let's not come back and do this again in 3 years. And also let's backfill and make sure that all the stuff that we do is adequately funded and it's sustainable. And also don't water it down. So make it for Parks and Recreation. We don't want to have a repeat of what happened with Prop 1. The other suggestion, which came from the assessor, is to run the measure twice, because you might fail the first time, and that gives you a chance to modify it the second time. You can lower it or change your proposal. And two very serious people, Karen Nyrop, who spent her life as an attorney at the University of Washington, and Diana Greneau, who's a retired veteran professional from the military. They both volunteered to assist and to lead a ballot measure committee. So that to me is the most important part of the whole presentation, is to have a future that's sustainable. I think that's.
Before we start on deliberation, really appreciate the presentations, and I just a little bit more kind of table setting. Those aren't the only options that are on the table for it, but Parks and Rec was given a, the 25% cut, which with 10% increase in costs ends up being a 35% cut. And so you can only play in the playground that's presented to you, but we do have other capacity here, with control over the general funds. So that is a conversation. I'm glad to see Judy here, our finance director as well. Because I don't like any of these options, I'll be frank, but which arm do you want to cut off? Sophie's choice was the analogy I was thinking about, but yeah.
Can we just go quickly to the LTAC? I just want to understand with option A, what the impacts would be, and I think it's your the second part of your LTAC application, which was the $100,000 bit.
Campground maintenance.
Yeah, the first 50,000, I don't think it would be affected by any of these proposals, but what's in that second $100,000 is 30,000 for the athletic field maintenance, landscape plant care, tree work, and noxious weed removal for 17 day use public parks. Is that potentially affected with option A?
Could you still utilize all those funds?
Yes, we will definitely be able to utilize all those funds
for that purpose.
Parks, yeah.
Okay.
Did you say in the LTAC? Again, I think the idea is, just to back up for a second, the budget was based on an assumption, which is a budget assumption that 150, because it's in 26, and we were trying to look at a clean year in 27. So there's a 750 in general fund revenue and 150 in LTAC, without having taken a deep dive to see what the scope of that 150 was. If part of that scope is field treatments, and we're no longer, if we've divested from Memorial Field at some level, we're still going to do field treatments at H.J. Carroll, but there might be a reduction there. But we would then apply for that same 150 and take, let's say the field treatments are 30, we take 15 out of this and we put it towards something else within the Parks and Rec system. So I think.
But you could use it for all of those things.
Clearly we need the money.
Yeah, exactly. 30,000 at least for the landscape plant care and noxious weed removal and all of those things. Okay. There's three other things. Routine maintenance supplies and rental fees for 9 portable and 14 non-portable public toilets and restrooms located in day use parks. You're not proposing to reduce all of that?
Again,
in option A?
I think the same thing applies. In A, we're looking at reducing, I think there were 7 or 8 portable toilets. So if they're in that 150, we'd be looking at restructuring that LTAC grant to ask for the same amount and change the scope due to all the other decreases elsewhere that we need, that gap that we need to fill.
Okay, but you would still be maintaining some of the toilets.
We didn't know what we were facing at that time.
Oh, understood. I just want to make sure, because those would be things that we would need to modify in a, sort of alternative option A in order for you to still be able to use those LTAC dollars.
And are you talking
Otherwise,
about
we'd have
for
to
26 or
contemplate.
27?
This is for 26.
Okay, when I was speaking, I was
26 funding.
talking about 27 in terms of the assumption that we would get that 100 based on the same scope. So 26 is, still up in the air. What will be funded, what won't be funded? What revenue do we have? What revenue don't we have?
Okay,
So if part of that is a reduction in that is currently being paid for in 26 by LTAC,
yeah.
then that is a discussion we'll have to have.
And the 19 miles of single track and multi-purpose trails, those are also in the option A, you're still proposing to maintain all of those. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so just to know, we would need to work, whatever option we end up with, we'll just need to work through the specifics of this in order to maintain their ability to use the LTAC dollars.
On the LTAC, can we just talk about that before we get into the broader topic? I mean, I've long thought that we should have the, government, the county application happen before the RFP, so we can have clear understanding of what is
I think we'll talk about
available.
that in the TCC conversation too.
Yeah, but I mean, it's ultimately a board decision. I just think that is more and more important as we move along. But I think they're still going to be able to hit the scope of those services. I think with any of these options, even if they're not hitting everything in that contract, they will be able to fulfill that contract. I am quite certain they will.
Yeah, that's.
Trails and needs everywhere.
Yes, exactly.
To speak
Well,
just really
more
quickly to Greg's, point there, if something like that were considered, there would be a reliability in that funding source. Right now, there's not.
Right.
This year we applied for it.
Yeah.
$50,000 has been pretty reliable. This year we got additional funds, especially because the writing was on the wall where the budget was going, but is it available next year? Is it not? What's the general fund transfer gonna be next year? Do we know? We don't, So again, if we could do that as a sort of beforehand thing, so we knew that there was a dedicated, sustainable, reliable funding source, portion of a bigger funding fix, that's something we certainly would support.
It's a big question, just because of the regulations that.
You bet, it's
guide
another
also.
discussion, but I
Yeah.
just wanted to, in our opinion, it moves in the right direction if it's feasible.
Okay, thank you.
Yes. All right,
So-
on to the topic at hand.
I'm still a little bit unclear on what's the hole we're trying to fill, and we had set $150,000 donation line in the budget. And we've heard today now that the Community Foundation has a fund open. I've seen posts on Facebook, I think Sarah made one, that people are raising money now, so I feel like, where are we at with all of that?
And specifically, if the community were to reach the 85,000 for the rec center, would that keep the rec center open for 2026?
If you look at the status quo column.
Yeah.
In that spreadsheet, I think the ending fund balance is 25,000. So if you add 85 to that, you get 110 roughly, right? I mean,
Okay.
that's below what we're supposed to be carrying as a fund balance, but
Wow.
it's manageable.
But it wouldn't stop the other impacts.
And it wouldn't keep us from having to create the long-term solution.
Well, I think the
Or the other way to do that.
long-term solution is just a prudent thing to do, otherwise we're gonna be having this conversation every year for the rest of ours and other people's lives,
Once they
right?
shut down, it'll be impossible to spin back up. We
We
should.
don't wanna shut them
I
down.
know, I'm just saying that it's really a lot harder to get these
A lot
programs
All right.
started than it is to maintain. them.
So our intention with that donation line was always as a stopgap measure to fill the gap,
Yes.
right?
So community can fully hear that and clearly right now, $85,000 would keep the rec center open for 2026. And we need more than that in order to sustain some of these other things. So that's the clear.
So do we
message I
have a
was trying to
sense of
achieve
what the
today.
the entire whole is right now? Was that the first numbers you presented? Was that like 300 and?
Again, that first column status, we've taken a $350,000 hit. Now, we've already made reductions
that,
like
Josh?
the field treatments and the sheriff's office, so that comes off of there. So,
If you wanna pull up the budget again, Josh, you can look at that.
Work on it. That's
And how much was the sheriff's office
Okay.
I think that's it, that was roughly
10,000.
Andy, can you just do that for 26?
Put him on the spot.
May or may not be working something out behind the scenes.
Okay.
They've always
I
been.
feel like we've gotta come together as a county family for this.
Partnership or no partnership, the sheriff's office has been incredibly supportive.
Oh, they are awesome, but
On every level.
Yeah.
And I have friends who work for state parks and I know they have a similar level of like firearm training that our sheriff's office does, and none of the county park staff get that training. So there's certain levels of safety training that people need to do the role that the sheriff's office is doing for parks. And so I totally get that, not wanting to let that piece go.
Yeah. I mean, my big question as we get into this is, aside not for Public Works or Parks and Rec, but for Josh and Judy is, I mean, what would it do if we just transferred that additional $250,000 that we had done before to our fund balance? And, you know, we've got these options outlined, said we've got a year, but the 25% hit was, you know, twice what many departments had to face because there's many mandated services. But what is that? How does that option 2025 look?
Yeah, I'll give my high level response to that and then see if Judy has any extra numbers to throw in there. So as you know, when we adopted the 2026 budget, we adopted a budget that has us deficit spending into our reserve. Our reserve should be at least $4.7 million according to the percentage of our overall expenditures, according to state laws and guidance. And so that's 4.7 general fund, and we adopted something that would have us be like half of that roughly, ending the projected end fund balance. So we're already well into our reserves, and really for us to be sustainable, we need to cut at least $1.1 million out of our budget, out of our combination of cutting expenditures or raising revenues for 1.1 million. But really, I think it's closer to 2 million or 2.5 million. And I say that because just being at the cash reserve line is not good enough. This year already, we've had serious cash flow considerations, and I'm gonna go ahead and say it publicly. We, came close to not being able to make payroll because we're waiting for property taxes to come in. So that's where we're at. Mostly, as you know, the major things are public defense requirements per the Washington State Supreme Court decisions that happened last year, and just projecting out, it's sort of the way it is. There's not much we can do. The legislature this year declined to include revenue for counties for public defense, even though it was in the so-called millionaires tax bill. It was cut out at the last minute. So we have no relief there. And then the other thing would be our risk pool assessments. So that's equivalent to insurance, and it went up 35% this year. So that's a total of $2.2 million. It was like $1 million just a few years ago. So it's going up every year. The year before was 25%. The year before that was probably close to that. So those are things that are out of our control. And again, the legislature declined to do any kind of tort reform. So it's massive jury verdicts that just extend our liability across the board, which increase our local government costs to cover those. Those are just two examples of massive cost increases where we don't have really the ability to raise revenues because we're at a property tax limit that was put into place some 25, 30 years ago. So it's all kind of sort of the chickens are coming home to roost, if you will. And as Matt mentioned, back in 2010, 2011 or so, the community did step up and we did a sales tax. We taxed ourselves for additional services such as the Port Townsend Recreation Center. Yeah. And the city of Port Townsend at the time agreed to pay the county $200,000 and change to keep that rec center going for 4 years, with the idea that we would come up with a long-term solution, which we together did not do. And so now it's another 10 years, 15 years have gone by, and we found ourselves in the place where we're at. We did go to the city of Port Townsend, just for the record. And so far they've been disinclined, I would say, to help with this particular problem at this time. They have other priorities, but I can't speak for them. I'm just saying that we were not given an audience, if you will, in front of the city council to make a joint presentation. We are in discussions about a long-term solution, but I think other decisions have been made in terms of support from the Parks Advisory Board to run a ballot measure this fall. I think we're totally geared up and going that way. That is a Board of County Commissioners decision to run a ballot measure or not, but we have been working on that behind the scenes to get ready for that decision. So
let me rephrase my question and see if Judy has any additional stuff, because I agree with everything you said, and we're already spending significantly more than we should. And, I feel like we're being a little penny wise about this. It's obviously something that's massively important. And if we are going into a levy lid lift ballot measure that we know has to raise, let's say it's dedicated to, parks and recreation, as well as community services like the community centers to engage some of our rural residents as well in the benefits of it. Then we could raise that $1.5 million. We can look at the, we can reverse engineer that number and say so we're gonna save $1.5 million because we're doing option C in 2027, and we're not gonna be able to support this unless the voters support it, or we find a different funding revenue. This allows us to continue to, if we do a general fund transfer and continue with the fundraising, which, I mean, people want to help, so I'm willing to endure it, though it makes me cringe to think of government working that way, but we are trying to do services that are beyond the pale. And as Matt said, that most counties with a 33,000 population don't even consider. So so we don't lose anything, so we don't throw the baby out with the bathwater. I guess I want us to contemplate a general fund transfer to make this right for here. It was very last minute when we really had this conversation in the budget process. I think December we started it. So it takes a year to figure these things out. I don't know, Judy, any response to a general fund transfer to limp through 2026?
The challenge with that is that we're increasing the deficit.
Yeah.
So you're gonna increase the deficit, right? We started the year with $1.1 million deficit. We have appropriations coming down the line for another $250,000 that will increase the deficit. And then if we were to transfer more to the parks, that would just increase that deficit. We're up to a 1.5, 1.6 million, okay? And just to reiterate what Josh said, we're operating the county out of our reserve right now. And we're not gonna build back very much of that reserve by the end of the year. And so it's, and I just wanna say one thing. We would have made payroll. I just wanna say that, because there's people listening to this and people are gonna get their paychecks, okay? I just wanna say that, right? The challenges is our cash flow was a serious issue the first quarter. We're not all the way through that yet, but I've been looking at it every day and just making decisions as we go through that.
Risk bill coming due was a big part of that.
Yes, exactly. And property tax is one of our main sources of revenue. That's not gonna happen until April, May. All right, so we're just kind of hanging on until that hits.
So happens when you get that tight.
If you do that, what that would do would be forcing our other services to possibly be in jeopardy. Because those other services that are also mandated, I mean, we're mandated to pay for public defense. We have a lot of mandated services that we receive no funding for. And so we would probably be putting some of those services at risk. I don't know the answer, I don't know that for sure. I'm not able to say that at this point because I hadn't even considered possibly doing a transfer, so we could run through some scenarios on it, but we're asking our departments right now to tell us what's mandated and what's not, and whether they're funded or not.
Yeah.
And so if we say, I mean, this could impact juvenile services. They have services they provide to children. And are very important services. So I don't know how you weigh that, right? What is more important than the other? I mean, there's not a lot of resources right now from the general fund. I'll just tell you that right now. We could not probably realistically make that transfer today, and I would feel comfortable about.
Just add one detail, which we do get some funding for public defense. It's less than 5% of our total cost, but the state does.
I just don't even think about it.
The other thing, I guess so the biggest risk would be if we made them whole in the sense of $250,000, then if the ballot measure or measures were to fail, then we would have problems with cash flow in the first quarter of next year. I think it's safe to say because our risk pool assessment is due at the end of January. So that would be the biggest we'd have to figure out how to short-term loan or transfer funds between funds, which is always really tricky, like a loan, an inter-fund loan. And then of course, if those ballot measures failed, then we'd be going to one of these options and even more so, unfortunately. But there's obviously a lot of momentum towards supporting such things.
So you said 85,000, I just
It's
heard
really
250,000.
Yeah,
I just
what
don't
the
want,
count was.
and these are all public, now public numbers.
Yep.
I don't want us to raise too little to
Mhm.
do what we need to do.
250.
If we're asking the community to help with fundraising, it sounds like 250 is.
85 was to keep the rec center
yeah.
open, that's, just a piece of it, so 250 was the cut that they had, $1 million budget, taken down 25% to the 750, plus the 50 and 100 from LTAC.
Yeah.
Have you already raised that amount, Sarah?
I haven't, I talk, I don't know, so as going to the public, if we get to 85, what does that mean? If we get to 110, what does that mean? So you're asking us to help fundraise, but we don't quite know where are the benchmarks, we need to.
Well, that's why we're
Yes,
asking these
that-
questions
Yeah,
now.
like-
So
And that's
sounds
why
like
it was
it's
hard
more
to
than
communicate.
85.
But 85 guaranteed the rec center stays open.
According
Yes?
to what they just said, yes.
Does that
Oh.
stay open first and then we keep going?
It's not quite as cut and dried, really, I mean, we've gotta make the
Right, 'cause
decisions
staff
now
work in
before we've
multiple-
raised the money, whether we're going to
Right.
keep them open.
And we're
because-
still talking an April 1st deadline?
Well, it's.
We would have to decide about that. I mean, digging into this right now is exactly what made it so hard to be able to put any word out at all. Because so that those are exactly the questions that we were grappling with. Okay, if we ask the community to start fundraising, but we don't hit 85,000, what does that mean? Does that mean we give the money back? What kind of look is that? Or do we ask the community, hey, at the time, we thought we needed 250, now we need something more like 340,000.
We still need 250.
We still need 250, we need upwards of 340 for this year. Do we ask the community to contribute what you can? We'll use every bit of what you contribute. You can see how complicated this gets, and you just said it, Sarah, that we need to be able to communicate clear benchmarks, and that's really hard to do, right? So I will say that in terms of you as community representatives getting in here and really grappling with all of this with us in real time is incredibly helpful. And that I hope the message to the community is, even though this is a really hard ask to say, yeah, not good policy, but it's the way we're trying to be responsive to what the community has clearly said they want, that contributing to this campaign would tell us whether a potential ballot measure is gonna work if we try to put it on the ballot. And I have a question about the ballot measure recommendations. Do we even have time to get a ballot measure on for August?
I think well, you can double check it on Google if you want, but I think the deadline for resolution is in May.
Yeah,
Go in August.
it's May, I think it's.
Costs us $100,000 to run a ballot measure in August, but
I will say we were thinking about the November ballot, so if the
Right.
board wanted to run something in August, we would have to change, switch
Really?
gears and go for it.
Yeah, and there's a cost, there's a significant cost.
August is also the primary, so it's divided.
not as much, oh yeah, probably wouldn't, because you have to pay the printing costs if you're doing a special election, but it is already a ballot going out.
$60,000.
So
Yeah.
it'd be 45 to 60.
Right, so we need to raise money for that too, to actually put a ballot measure on if that's the direction we wanna go in. And I'll just put a pitch in again right now for March 28th, 3 o'clock at the Connectivity Summit. This is part of what we're gonna talk about is, what are the long-term solutions? What does the community want us to consider in terms of long-term solutions? So,
Okay,
depending on-
we're at 12:30 now, we did cancel our 12 o'clock meeting, I have a 1 o'clock meeting I have to go to briefly. This is a workshop, so we've been presented some options by Public Works. If they're going to act on one of these options, we really need to let you know really today, I mean, or right around today, right? We're not having a meeting next week because it's the 5th Monday, so we have to make the decision today. Do you guys want to deliberate? We have half an hour, we can make a choice. We will open it up for public comment if we take action on this today, since it wasn't listed that we're gonna take action. But what do you guys feel?
Greg,
Oh,
can I
yeah.
add something?
Yeah,
Sorry.
go ahead, Eric.
I mean, taking action, it'd be nice and just to be decisive, move on. But I mean, there's a lot of balls in the air.
Yeah.
There's a fund that just opened this weekend
Uh-huh.
and they're looking for direction. There's a conversation going on with schools that's got some
Yeah, we're
traction.
helping,
So,
yeah.
Public
There's also
Works.
organizations in the community that have stepped up. I've heard from, well, I don't want to name them right now, but there are multiple organizations in the community that want to try to be part of a solution that we could creatively problem solve with as well.
Additionally, Parks was given a hard number, 250K, and we've had these other, expenses since then. If, given the different target, we could look at other options, if the board says, hey, we can make you whole up to this number or, subtractive of some sort of donation campaign. So, I mean, on one hand, a decision would be good. I don't know what that decision would exactly be because there's so many other variables currently at play. But maybe, I mean, again, as Matt said, we're eating into fund balance every day, as Josh talks about the general fund as well, except for you see at our level, it brings us, it's a different scale, obviously.
Yep.
But if there was some commitment to make sure that Parks was made whole through some amount of time, then that would buy us some time to let some of these balls come down. Essentially, we can make a more
Yeah.
better
Feel like we
informed
have to
decision.
find a way to, for the time, because this conversation is literally, this is the first update that Greg and I have had on it for over a month.
Well,
Since
the
budget
Parks and Rec
meeting.
Advisory Board got an update on.
Well, that they wanted to move forward with the levy.
No, the last meeting, the previous meeting
Oh,
is
right,
where I
right,
went and
right.
presented all of this that was a public meeting too, right? But
Just the
still,
consideration.
we need time.
I have a different horizon than you guys do, so,
Yeah.
it's gonna be a tough budget year next year, but, I think
We're
these
gonna be calling
programs,
you for consult.
I just think that it's too quick to shut these down. I feel like none of the
Agreed.
options are really, viable. I appreciate the work going into them, and I think that they are part of a ballot measure, if we tell Public Works, Parks and Rec, not to proceed right now with any of these options, but to continue and to try to raise as much money as we can. 350 is the goal.
But it's not Parks you're telling to raise money, that's
no,
what,
no.
we need to know where that, JCF's not gonna raise money.
No.
They're the administrative back
It's
end
the
for money
community.
coming in.
Sure.
So we need people in the community organizing to raise the money.
Sure.
About 350,000 is what I'm hearing.
We're the ones that are gonna have to, be good for it if that
That's
money
right.
isn't
Right.
raised.
And take responsibility for the impacts to the general fund, to our reserve, to all the other departments that are also being asked to cut, all of those things. So please understand, that's really what we're working with here. And that's why we will need the public to step in and help us with this. Otherwise, we wouldn't be asking because this isn't the good way to solve this problem long term. I think we all acknowledge that.
So, what do you do?
Yeah.
I mean, it seems like we're kind of the same mind at this point of.
Do we wanna continue the workshop till the afternoon when we do have more time and
I think we're
I
gonna,
feel like we're being
I think we just need to.
pushed into a corner right now. And we haven't even had a chance to talk about it.
we've got 15 more minutes to talk about it right now.
Because the meeting was in max capacity this morning, he's saying no action was taken.
Okay, so that still is true. I wasn't sure if that was true since we heard all the public comments, but,
That's what I thought. He just emailed that to you.
Okay.
okay, so he's reiterating, we cannot.
For the public, from our legal team, since we were over max capacity, so not everyone is in here, we can't take final action on this today.
Okay.
Is that what he's saying?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So we would either have to set a special meeting.
Walk
or
it on
regular.
We're not in this. Haven't heard back.
Okay.
My understanding.
All right, well, I'm not.
Bye, Suze.
Thank you for sponsoring the park.
My neighbor.
That's what
Yeah.
it means.
So, let's hold down crosstalk unless you guys, is there something that you wanted to add?
We're just talking about the next logical timeline or what, right now we have May 1st and June 1st as a target dates that we're looking at. I'm just having a short conversation about
Okay.
what would the next sort of milestone set of dates be that would be.
Take final action on basically.
Something for the board to commit to funding through that date.
And Greg, there are new people in the room. I wonder if there's time for any final public comment. If we were to move
There's
on.
over 80 people online.
Yeah, we can do that. Let's just lay out what our path is so
Okay.
people can know, and
Answer.
we can then
Yeah.
figure out the best way. We want to hear from everyone. There's Jeff BOCC at co.jefferson.wa.us gets to all the commissioners. So timeline wise, Matt, Eric, we're building the airplane while we're flying it here. I'm like, if we don't take any final action today, as we've been instructed by our legal team to do based on our being over capacity for part of the public meeting on this topic, then we come back without stopping and starting to wind things down with some of these options. Those really need to be begun. I mean, we're not meeting again until
April
April,
6th.
past that deadline. So we could just defer on that deadline until the middle of April. I mean,
that means we need to commit to funding Parks and Rec for at least what they're gonna spend through June. Because you would need to start making any adjustments now, and that would at least buy you the time to make those adjustments and then have the out.
it would be a first quarter appropriation.
That April 1st is when we presented that date back in December, right?
Yeah.
And that was just, based on the cuts we were told we were making, that was the only way we can accomplish that. I mean, is to implement those changes by then.
Right.
We're gonna run out of money.
Right.
So, if we're gonna push that line out, which I support, so some of these other questions can be answered, then that fund needs to be back funded for that
Right.
time.
I mean, Philip's probably screaming, what do you not understand by take no action? So I'm not suggesting we would take
Well, we
formal action
couldn't
around that.
choose
but-
one of the options, so
Yeah.
we have to wait.
But our next meeting is April 6th.
Yes, so we would have to take action, consider taking action then.
Yeah, and we have a hearing, the hearing on the first quarter appropriations is on the what, the
Well, that was on,
Also,
that's what you heard this morning.
right,
we just
The
noticed.
hearing.
Yeah,
um,
so, on the.
all right, so that, I mean, that's the path, is we're not gonna take action on implementing one of these yet. Encourage you to fill out a first quarter appropriation.
Well, no, we're past the deadline on the first quarter appropriation. So we'd have to do an emergency
An
appropriation.
emergency appropriation. We'll work with staff to kind of figure out a path to delaying the action.
Well, yeah, I was gonna say also, if we get the same amount of people that we think we're gonna get again, we would probably have to schedule in a larger venue. Just so that you can hold
Do
the
that,
meeting and
yeah.
then take action, otherwise we'll have the same issue we had today. And that can kind of throw a wrench in the entire agenda.
Okay, so watch the agenda in case we are
We're
somewhere
meeting
else.
on April 6th.
Yeah.
Okay,
And the April 6th meeting is pretty packed, so
Yeah,
there's
it's
already a
probably
lot of
not
items
gonna be
on there, so if. If the same thing were to be duplicated that day where we have a lot of people in the meeting, we might have to.
we have to schedule a special meeting just
Yeah.
for this topic at a larger venue. I
Gotcha.
think would be the
So
appropriate.
watch for that. And I mean, just anything that community can do around that fund between now and then will speak loudly. It will tell us how much energy really is behind this right now.
Yeah. Okay, well, hold on one second. We're gonna add a brief public comment so folks can add their thoughts, but we don't want to get into a dialogue right now. No, it's all over their conversation. March 28th will be a dialogue, and let's just let's table this for now, and we'll open up for a brief 1-minute public comment. So anyone that's with us online can hit the raise hand button, or if you're here in the room, we'd love to hear from you just for 1 minute so we can.
We need to get that March 28th dialogue out.
Yeah, if you're interested
Come on
in that dialogue part, come on the 28th.
And
PM.
the Beacon can help amplify that March 28th. Thank you.
Okay.
Let the community do the work that they're willing to do to help solve this problem. So when you say the meeting capacity issue, when you say, go raise funds, when you say what we're waiting for is that number. That fund was open Friday morning by a community member, hasn't been open since December. We've lost 3 months of work on this. Don't make us wait any longer. If you can't give us a number, you can't give us a number. But let us do the work. Let us be at the table.
Thank you. And the number is $350,000.
All right, anyone else in the room that would like to make public comments? Come on up, Sarah.
it's seeming like I might be one of the default fundraisers. So 350. I guess, how do we find out more answers from you all? By when? If we don't raise a certain amount, does it go back to people? Do I talk to Jefferson Community Foundation about these details? Or do we somehow get communicated through you? So there's some details. We will just go forward. I'm at the connectivity fair.
Send
You're
me
gonna
all
get-
your questions.
Okay.
I will get you answers
Okay.
as quickly as possible.
Okay, we'll see you at the connectivity fair. I will be having a table raising money for rec center. So thank you. Sharon.
Thank you so much, Sarah.
Thank you, Sarah.
Yep.
All right. Anyone else like to make public comment? Come on up. And then Nicole.
Hi, my name's Stacy, and I moved here in 2014, and just this amazing community of Jefferson County is a unicorn in the nation. I came from Las Vegas. So, my curiosity was the tax that Port Townsend had levied and was supposed to be earmarked for the rec center. How long has that not been collected and put towards the Jefferson County rec centers? And how much is that outlined? Because aren't we talking like this is maybe a little bit of fraud that they've been collecting a tax for this? And why hasn't it been put towards that?
We'll respond after we get all the public comments. So thank you, Stacy. Anyone else? Nicole, come up.
I do wonder, and I hope maybe there are other places in the budget, things that can be, there's the mandates, etc. But it is a big ask of the community. And also with option B, or option A, running the sports programs out of the public works building, you need that doesn't actually work. Like, you need the hub of the rec center where families and kids come in inside and have a space and talk to coaches and meet. Doesn't feel super realistic either. Just noting. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else in the room would like to make public comment? Come on,
I really want to thank you for all the work we've done on all the hard things. We're very tied to the staff that support all of our programs. And I just want to ask everyone to really be thinking about this as the city is doing its comprehensive planning. The facility and these grounds should really be looked at as facilities for public health. And that is a gap in rural areas in general and for our youth. And I would like to work closely with the county, with our parent groups, because we had a WhatsApp that's pretty powerful. And we'll go to the city meeting, because I did ask back in January for the city council to consider coming to the table with the county. That interlocal agreement back then was, as I understand it, kind of the heyday for Parks and Recs programming. And so much has gone to different nonprofits to kind of support and be dovetailed in terms of the kinds of services we're trying to give and opportunities we're trying to give to our kids. So whatever we can do to be more closely aligned would be helpful to understand.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone else in the room would like to make comments? All right, we've got one. Let's bring Julia over, and if you're online, you can hit the raise hand button or *9 if you're on the phone. And Julia, when you come over, you can, Mr. Cheers, sorry, I didn't see it. Mr. Cheers, go ahead. You have 1 minute, and then we'll go to Julia.
Okay, real quick. Thanks for extending your meeting this morning. Appreciate the attention you're giving to the subject. Obviously very important to the community. I was really confused because apparently everybody in the room knew about these three options, and I didn't see it online anywhere in your agenda packet. And I just looked a little bit ago, and it wasn't posted on Laserfish until 10:18 this morning. So not a good thing. Very difficult to understand what was being discussed, although the online presentation was obviously helpful. In terms of your next meeting, when you intend to take possible action on this, don't do it during your regularly scheduled meeting. It's going to occupy the whole session, and you're not going to be able to conduct the rest of your business. Why not do it on April 3rd, or if you're still on vacation, do it on April 7th, but don't do it on Monday, the April the 6th. That really is not a good strategy. And yes, it should be at the Fort Worden Commons or some other large venue where you can accommodate everybody. If that's not available, maybe a high school auditorium. any one of the above. Anyway, thanks for your hard work on this. Look forward to additional discussion. And I would like to know what additional information you're going to need to have before you need to make a decision. What sources of information are you going to rely on, if not from your existing Parks and Rec team? Thanks.
Thanks, Mr. Chirsch. We'll go to Julia.
Hi. So my first job 40 years ago in Port Townsend was at that rec center. Just saying. I was 7 months pregnant. I got hired. Anyway, and I didn't join the conversation earlier because the kids were eloquent enough for me. I believe this needs to be a joint conversation with Port Townsend. And I don't understand, how this structure happened, but I think that Port Townsend needs to be at this table. So I agree with Tom Tiersch, and I think you should call a joint meeting with the City Council of Port Townsend and whoever else would be involved in this. And I personally can't do the conversation at the connectivity fair because I'm working security at the rally. That's life. And my final thing is I sort of had this weird question about the Memorial Field fence, which is I want the section of it my daughter and granddaughter painted. I don't want you just to trash that. And I don't know how to engage with that conversation. So that's it. Good luck, guys.
Thank you, Julia. We'll go over to Miss Yarnell.
Shelley Yarnell Brennan. I would like to know what's going to happen with all this money that's going to be raised. Who's going to collect it? Who's going to administer it? How much is it going to cost to administer it? Those are all really important questions. And frankly, why would we trust the county to administer it when they're doing such a poor job on their budget? There are many, many things that we could bring up that don't make any sense. The pool is one of them. So look where we would be if we'd have spent much more money on the pool, and we'd be addressing that now too. So we really need to pull things together. It needs to look like we're a functioning body, and it needs to look like it's going up instead of down. Thank you.
Thank you, Shelley. Anyone else online that would like to make public comment? You can hit the raise hand button or *9 if you're on the phone. I'll make one more call in the room. Anyone else that would like to make public comment? Bless you, Judy. All right, I will close public comment. Any responses to public comment people want to say?
So many, but I don't want to start. I started last time and I took a lot of time.
Heidi?
No, we hear you and we appreciate, fundraising efforts are complex. We're doing this kind of like back of the napkin in the room, like an open public session. We can't talk to each other except for in this pressure cooker we're in with you all. So it's really dysfunctional, but if Heather can take the lead on working with folks, and I'm looking at you, Sarah, but that just gives me somewhere to look. But if can kind of rally the troops, I feel like I've seen the community rise to a lot of occasions in my life here. And I feel like it sounds huge to some people, but it's not that huge. And we really are looking to a long-term solution, but we need to stopgap for that.
Yeah.
And that's where we need the community. And, we're gonna be faced with harder budget decisions next year. So this isn't fun now and it's gonna continue to not be fun in the future. Lucky you. Anyway. I just feel like I appreciate people showing up today. I really appreciate the energy that showed up at the beginning of the meeting, and we all know why we're doing this work and why it's the most important work, but it's just some of the logistical challenges of how we communicate with each other are extremely challenging.
Yeah. I'll go quickly, just thank you everyone for, sticking with us today, and for Public Works for presenting options within the box that you have to operate in. Our next meeting will be, I think it'll have to be a special meeting, probably in the evening, so we can make it as accessible as we can to parents as well, and kids. And we hear you. It's important to us too. I guess that's what I'll end with. So thank you for your comments. Heather, anything to add?
Yeah, just I want to touch on a few specifics. Devin's comment, I think what we're hearing today is 350.85 as the first benchmark. So Sarah, your question about getting clear benchmarks, that's something we've been grappling with all along. It kept us from putting out a clear message because there weren't clear benchmarks. I think now we have that. And I want you to not worry, because I have a whole list, including people who were here today, and I think other people in the room that have also expressed interest in being part of that. So, but I just can't, I'll thank you a million times from my heart for publicly saying that you would lead that effort. It makes a big difference.
And Sarah's email is.
I heard, y'all heard it, right? Or be part of the leadership of that effort, because this is exactly what it would take for this first step. We've got you on the long term, and we take responsibility for that. I want to really address your the question about whether there was fraud in Prop 1. Somebody correct me if I'm wrong, but please don't spread that I believe that's an untruth. There is no
4-year.
yeah, there was an agreement that they would use those dollars for the said purpose for 4 years. They fulfilled that agreement. The taxes are still being collected. The county collects it, the city collects it, but the city made different choices. And before we go vilifying and dividing us between the city and the county, I hope that is not the direction that we go in either. They have had conversations with us. Yes, they have decided that they're not just going to immediately step in and redirect the Prop 1 money or any other money right now, but they have said that they're willing to be in the conversation. So please, let's give them space to be in the conversation and encourage them to come to this conversation, rather than let's go beat them over the head for not doing what we think they should have done. I just, that's a personal ask. We're working hard to develop strong partnerships. They're working hard to develop strong partnerships. We are seeing gains in that. Let's not ruin it. And at the same time, let's hold all of us accountable. We're all accountable. I'm accountable for not having gotten the word out sooner on this. I'm learning as I go. But despite anything that we can see so far, that was not fraud. That was the city deciding. They've also got the pool. They've got the golf course that community was really, really clear about. They've got Chetzamoka Park. They were making choices to use those dollars. And now it's a different time. So let's ask for different choices. Just lastly, Nicole, Rufina, you're making great points, and I think we'll continue to have conversations about those points. Nicole, your point is, I was so glad that you were all here to hear Judy and Josh talk about this bigger picture that this is a big part of, right? And it's really dire right now. But to Ms. Shelley's comment, as much as I understand, and she's constantly there, I want you to know Shelley is showing up to these meetings, offering positive comments as well, offering support sometimes, but she is very critical of us. And in this one, I will say, I do take a little exception, Shelley, to the idea that Jefferson County is doing a poor job of administering the budget. Look at every other county right now. This is a long-term issue that the states have accountability for, the federal government has accountability for. Yes, the counties have responsibility and accountability for it as well, but we are working within a system that is not working. And we're being asked to do this old adage of doing more with less. We know that paradigm does not work. And that is not because we have irresponsible people in the county government. I am new here, but I can tell you this is the best team I have ever worked with. Every single one of these people working here have Jefferson County's best interest in their hearts. And they are smart, and they're doing absolutely everything they can within an impossible system. So please, let's work together.
All right. Well said, and we'll be back at 1:30. We're going right into executive session, then we'll be back in public session somewhere time between 2 and 2:30 for our next meeting. Thanks for sticking with us. We're at recess until 1:30. No, I'm just doing meeting. Yeah.
I'll take that there.
Should we plan, seeing how many people more than 30 minutes for an exec? I don't really know what we're talking about. 45?
on my laptop.
9:45.
Okay. All right, good afternoon.
Did you hear me about this morning?
I did.
Good job.
The kids out in the hallway.
I'm going to call us back into session, and we are going to go immediately into executive session. Executive session with the county administrator, chief civil deputy prosecuting attorney, the sheriff, deputy fire marshal, and DCD director regarding potential or actual litigation exemptions outlined in the Open Public Meetings Act, RCW 42.30.110, parentheses 1, parentheses I. We also have the central services director with us. And we'll be going in at 1:32. Let's do 45 minutes. We'll be coming out at 1:17. 2:17, sorry. All right, we are coming out of executive session and need to continue. So we're going back into executive session with the county administrator, chief civil prosecuting attorney, and now we're just with the DCD director and central services director regarding potential and or actual litigation exemptions outlined in the Open Public Meetings Act, RCW 42.30.110, parentheses 1, parentheses I, going in at 2:18. We'll come out in 12 minutes at 2:30.
Wanna go? So you can grab a tour through.
All right.
Well, they're bringing.
We're coming back into regular session, a little bit late, but no action taken out of executive session. And we're here to return to our agenda. We've caught up, with the lunch break, mostly to our agenda, but we are joined by our solid waste director and Joey from Waste Connections.
Yeah, Maria.
Yeah, I always conflate all of them. So,
Yeah.
but great, thanks for being here.
Absolutely.
I think, we haven't quite reappointed you yet, right? But was that on the consent agenda?
It was
today?
on, we haven't got it.
It's been a day. We haven't gotten to our consent agenda.
It's gonna be a hot item.
I'm feeling optimistic that you'll get reappointed,
Oh,
so. Thanks for being here.
Come on the edge of the seat, come on.
Yeah,
Gotta bring some excitement to people's lives.
all right.
I don't think today was enough.
And in the ongoing development of the solid waste, people are very anxious, of course, about the service changes at the end of the month. So appreciate you being here, Al, and turn it over to you.
Okay, so as part of the adoption of the level of service ordinance, that was kind of one of the two steps in program revisions that have been underway for some time. There was an element there where whereby the waste hauler, the UTC hauler, Waste Connections, was required to adopt a low income discount within the rates. So we are pioneering this. This would be the first in the state.
Wow.
We've been in communications with the Utilities and Transportation Commission on the machinations behind it, how it can roll out. We've gotten a signal from them that they would prefer that the board adopt a resolution, even though we've got the level of service ordinance, a resolution exclusively for this element would help them in their work and staff bringing it to their commission as well. So we're happy to be blazing a new path here. This is something that the UTC and the Department of Ecology have been pining for many years, and it's near fruition now. What we wanted to discuss and review with you today was 3 rates, possible discount amounts. So we've assigned a percentage of the discount, but at just a dollar rate, which is preferable for both Waste Connections and the UTC. And then what we'll show there in that table as well is these are just estimates, projections, forecasts of what the rate increase would be to the various customer types. After some time, the UTC will need some time after implementation to ascertain what the effect is, what the cost of the program is based on the level of participation in it. And then once that's well understood, then Waste Connections would submit their financials and a request for a rate adjustment there. So we're just trying to be as transparent as possible in the effect of a subsidized program and what the level of subsidy would be across the other customer groups there.
And am I reading this correctly? Right now, I mean, you've got the discount percentage for a 35-gallon weekly service. So what if it was every other week, 60 gallons or one of these other prices? Are you looking for a percent that would be locked in or a particular, you said a dollar amount is better. So it'd be the same amount regardless of the service chosen.
That's correct.
Yeah, and the reason we chose a 35 weekly was because that's the most common service. So most of the customers signed up have a 35-gallon weekly service.
Okay.
Well, it's a bit of crystal ball gazing here as we move forward. There's no other county to lean on to see what level
Love
of
it.
participation. So
Love being first.
Yeah.
So
Thanks, Al.
the first thing is to do this discount with a for-profit partner. Because is that right? Because we've had the discount as a county.
They're commissioned by the Utilities Commission, a statewide commission kind of oversees their rates. So we have to go back to the UTC and they said they want a resolution from us.
Right. No, I'm just saying,
Well,
we already have a discount
at the scales.
at the scales.
That's right. Yeah.
So this would be for curbside service. So low income discount
That's
for
the first,
curbside. Yeah.
doing it as
Yeah,
curbside.
yeah.
Got it. Thank you. That's what I was trying to.
So in this instance, if the most common. That's monthly.
It's 35 every week.
35
Yeah,
week.
1,200 or whatever.
35 gallons weekly.
Yeah, 1,226 customers.
So what is the monthly rate for 35 gallons weekly?
It's right below it.
$30.
Oh, I just can't scroll down there.
No, it's right there it's the current monthly rate.
Oh, 35 gallon, there it is.
Yeah,
Okay,
38.
that's what I was just trying to. So,
I should have mentioned too, at the top of this was that the level of service ordinance applies only to recycling. But Waste Connections has volunteered that they prefer that it be extended to garbage customers as well.
Saw that in the agenda request. That's great.
Is this rate inclusive of recycling?
No.
No, this is just the solid waste garbage.
Yeah.
Okay, but it would, gotcha.
Do you prefer that because it's easier to administer or because you're big-hearted or both?
A little bit both. I mean,
A little bit of both.
it's a lot, it spreads it out to a broader
Yeah.
service, right? So if someone doesn't want recycling and they just want a garbage service, right?
Uh-huh.
Low income, they can still qualify.
Still
Yeah.
qualify. Okay, thank you.
But the big thing to see is that all the rates are gonna go up because of this subsidy.
Yeah.
Not
Yeah, I think it's
a
a-
huge amount, but they are gonna
It's like
go
our
up.
senior
No.
discount on property taxes. It gets deferred.
so our current transfer station discount is 50%,
50%. Yeah, and we just ran the numbers for that for 2025. And we've got 6,424 individual discounts were given at a subsidy of $63,752. So that hasn't been distributed across the other users because we're running a budget deficit this year. But we'll need to in October or November, when we come back to the board with a fee increase request, that number will be part of that rate increase.
And there was a question about whether we're gonna continue the transfer station discount and implement this curbside discount.
We are seeing some fraud with the program. We've seen the same passenger in 3 different vehicles in the same day with the card. So, and it's in terms of accounting for it, it's pretty loose.
Yeah.
There's really no way for verification. I mean, we could check the ID on the card, one of the 3 cards that's used for for that program against a driver's license or some other form of ID. But it would snarl the queue line
Sure.
if we did that. You know, on a 400 customer count day, when we're doing about a transaction a minute,
Yeah,
it'd be a mess.
yeah.
So, and, you know, King County can absorb that. Because they've got 64 times the customers, you know, across 8 different transfer stations, so. It's not that big a hardship when you've got a customer base that's that wide.
Is there any? Just trying to think if there's any loophole for someone with curbside, are we gonna see?
No, I mean, so the curbside is gonna be tied to a specific address or a person, right? So, you know, what me and Al kind of looked at was the PUD runs a program right now for low income for
Right.
PUD, so. You know, they do all the vetting and stuff already, and they issue them a letter saying they qualify for it, so. Our goal was to have them just, you know, if they provided us with that letter from PUD, that would qualify.
Or same account.
Yeah, same account.
Makes sense, tied to the address.
Hard to
So,
defraud that just because that, you prove it once, it's tied to that account, and then.
Yeah.
How often do they have to prove?
so they do it every year.
Every year.
They redo it,
Yeah, that's
so, you know, we've set up in our system where it would have auto renewal. That, you know, when it came up, we would be able to notify the customer that, hey, we need this letter from the PUD that it's, you know, it's coming up on that time, you know, be a month notice or something like that before.
That seems reasonable.
They have a dedicated staff person to that program administering it, so. When we had conversations with them, it was clear that we had found the perfect program partner here.
It's a great, I mean, it just doesn't make sense to do that same thing again for what effectively amounts to another utility, so.
Sure.
Yeah, that's a great partnership, thanks for looking at
So
that.
if we are to phase it out at the transfer station, it seems like that makes sense to have an overlap of. The 2 programs, like,
Oh, I
Not
think
phasing out, are we just push it behind the scales? Wait, phase?
well, we're talking about the low income discount.
Oh,
maybe not
phasing out the
Working
low.
at the
Gotcha.
transfer station.
Oh,
it does dovetail nicely with, you know, urging customers to consider curbside over the, you know, small frequent loads at the transfer station.
Meaning if they got curbside, they could get the discount, whereas they wouldn't be able to get it at the scales.
Correct.
Oh.
This isn't part of your packet today.
Okay.
Sorry, I asked the question.
jumping ahead.
It's a conversation to have with SWAT as well.
You said that you were talking about, Joey, combining the recycling and garbage discount together, but does that mean that all the discount is manifested on the garbage side for recycling and garbage, or do you?
So it would be that they're just, they get it, if they qualify for it and they have service with us, they would get a $10, you know, whatever we said, discount. Whether they just have garbage, recycled garbage, or just recycled.
Just, one discount per service address, basically.
Yep. Yeah, and our hope was to do, you know, just one set amount, so say we settle on the $10 one. And that would be the same whether they had a 35 monthly or 96 gallon weekly, it'd just be the same flat.
Would the rate increase only go up on garbage, or would it go up a little on garbage and a little on recycling, or what's? You just have garbage here.
Yeah, so it would be, this is based on just the garbage, so 99.9% of people have recycling have garbage service, so we don't have hardly any customers that just have recycle without garbage service.
Gotcha, but some people don't have recycling service,
Yeah,
so just tie it to the garbage, so you just do it once.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
Did you want to speak about the rate of increase in subscriptions?
Yeah, so for the recycle program, yeah, so, I mean, as you guys know, we started the single stream recycling in the county, so since, you know, we've sent out the letters, we started with 920 customers, right now we're at over 1,950 customers.
Oh.
Over 1,000 people signed up for recycle service.
It's great.
Yeah, that's great, so. Yeah, seeing a big increase in curbside recycling, which is good to see.
I
Take
have
some pressure off the transfer station for sure.
Yeah.
I have a Port Townsend question.
Yeah.
People in the city of Port Townsend, are they gonna get, when the county moves to the new recycling program, are the people within the city of Port Townsend going to move to one no sort recycling bin at the same time?
No, so we have a separate contract with the city of Port Townsend, so that'll be, we're working with Port Townsend right now on amending that contract to kind of mirror what the county's doing, but takes a little longer, you know, with the contract.
Okay, so it'll happen eventually. That's
That's-
what you're
that's the
working
plan, yeah.
toward, but it still needs to go through the city's process. Understood. Thank you.
I think
I've
we'd
got
probably
that
be,
question.
we'd probably be overwhelmed with trying to roll out that many cards too with the, you know, 2,000
All at once.
county and 4,000 in the city would be pretty rough.
So you're gonna
Do
phase
very
it a little bit. Okay, that's understandable. Thank you. Now my husband can stop asking that question.
You gotta take care of those questions.
I've also gotten it from other people,
You're
but
mostly here just to talk about this discount amount today, right?
Would, the request in front of the board is to choose an amount.
And so getting at that and looking at the discount amount, the little table at the bottom of this slide. Our current discount is like around 50%. So would we wanna do the $15 discount?
because that's close to what our current.
Cause that's 50%, essentially 50% of the 35-gallon weekly.
Well, I think what's the, is it $10 discount at the transfer right now?
That's what it works out to now, with the current minimum fee of $20.
And that's where you're getting the 50%.
Yeah.
And we, you know, initially we rolled that program out to only apply to the minimum fee. But for ease of the scales and revisions necessary for the software, we apply it across all material types and transactions.
So in this case, it would just be a flat fee and it's not gonna, whether you're doing the base or more.
Right.
Yeah.
I see where you're going with the $15.
Well, I was just trying to like make it
Yeah.
likes with likes, but I understand too, the $10.
They're getting approximately, the standard customer that's not going over the 20 pounds,
220.
220 pounds, 20.
$20.
No,
$220.
$20, that's okay. Where's the
$20
from?
$20.
$20, okay, yeah. They're getting a $10 discount right now, but if they go over the 220 pounds, they're still getting a $10 discount. It's not in addition to that. Okay, got it.
Right.
So in this case,
That was a case of where we should have gone into the software first.
to see how it gets applied.
Yeah.
Got it.
Justin did a remarkable job of figuring some end arounds within the software to get it to work.
So in this case, if we did a $10 discount, it would be really similar to what they're getting right now, even though the percentage is actually a little bit different because you're applying it
So in that percentage,
across the board.
yeah, that percentage only applies to a 35-gallon weekly. So if they have
Yeah.
a 35-gallon once a month, it's almost 100% at $10.
Right.
It's $11. You know, so that was just kind of just showing you with the most average, but
That makes sense to me. Want to go higher, but we also have to take into consideration that cost gets deferred
To everybody else.
to everybody else and everybody's suffering with costs right now.
So if you look at the 35-gallon weekly column, the increase to the other folks who aren't getting the discount is 28 cents at $5, 57 cents at $10, and 85 cents at $15. So,
Yeah, and that's aligned with kind of what it is.
So one more thing to point out too, is this is all based on us assuming that the 500 people are gonna sign up for the low income. So, you know, we got that number from PUD, how many customers they have on the program. So they have roughly 1,200 customers on the program. But they also incorporate City of Port Townsend.
Right.
So we looked at our low income with the City of Port Townsend and, you know, withheld those people, and then we figured, you know, an additional 25% off it there that might not have service. So that's where we came with the 500, but there is possibility that there might only be 250, there might be 700 customers on it. So those numbers can go up and down, just depends on how many people utilize the program.
One way or the other, we would be just setting the dollar amount and it would apply to whoever
Yeah, so
signed up.
So typically what would happen is we would start implementing the low income discount. And we would monitor before we adjust the rates at all. And the UTC would look at it and say, all right, well, we see that we're steadily having 300 people or 500 people sign up, and then we would adjust the rates at that point.
Okay.
So it wouldn't be adjust the rates first and then see what happens.
How long would that evaluation period be?
So we go in with the UTC, I think in September for rate
So it'll give you a
adjustment.
good 6-month sample.
Yeah, so depending on when this gets implemented, it'd be anywhere from, 2 months to 4 months, 5 months.
Okay.
So the motion that we would be making, I'm gonna go to the agenda request to see if it's there, but would we be making a motion to recommend a dollar amount to the UTC or to?
No, it's an internal function for us to set the rates.
To get you to write a resolution
That's
and bring it forward. Got it, okay. So I don't know, do you need a motion for that? Do you?
They want us to choose one of these 3 proposed discount amounts, though. There's not a recommendation here, but just 3 options.
3 options.
I think we should go with the $10.
I think that's, often said, government is like judging gymnastics, throw out the high and the low.
You say that often?
I do.
Yeah.
Maybe we can make it higher for people who create more garbage, just kidding.
And so we would propose an amount and you would come back with a resolution that we would deliberate on and
Correct.
vote on. Okay.
And this was not listed as something we're gonna take action on, so if we do make a motion, we'll take some public comment before
But
we.
it's the UTC who has their hand up.
It's the UTC that has their hand
I
up.
believe Scott.
Let us bring Scott over, you can
Yeah,
participate in the
yeah.
conversation.
Who's another UTC member, Rachel Stark?
Yeah, Rachel, if you
Yeah.
wanna come over.
We'll
Raise your hand.
promote you, Scott and Rachel, if you'd like to participate in the conversation, we'd love to hear from you. And Scott, you have to accept promotion, and I see Mr. Tiersch's hand up too, and before we take any action, Mr. Tiersch, we will. open
Hello,
up-
do you see me?
Yeah, we can see you and hear you.
Okay. It did a little circle, and I was just wanting to, I mean, if you guys had any question in our role, I'm here, I'm available. But I don't, Rachel's just observing, so, she just was interested in the conversation, so, whatever you guys have for questions for us, we're available.
Scott, would you mind just describing the process that you go through once a resolution is passed?
Okay, so my understanding is, you guys would pass a resolution, right? That would require basically that this would move forward into your solid waste management plan. Technically, we along with ecology is the lead on it, but we review solid waste management plans to see their rate impact. And the law requires us to set low income rates if the solid waste management plan mandates it. So I would say, in this case, if you guys pass a resolution, you are requiring it to go into there, so it's as good as in there, right? Which means we can start that process. From there, it's just getting comfortable with evaluating what the financials look like. So, Waste Connection said, they would plan to come in with at least some data set, particularly once it's stabilized. We'd like to see that. Exactly how long it takes, does it take 3 months, 6 months? Worst case scenario, 12 months, right? Because
You're breaking up a little bit, Scott.
Generally, I work off of 12 months of financial information when we're setting rates. So sorry, I'm so yeah.
Hey, Scott, I'm gonna interrupt you. You're breaking up a little bit. Maybe can you turn off?
Worst case scenario is we take
Scott, I'm sorry. I'm gonna interrupt you, Scott.
I have to look at
I'm gonna mute one person.
Yeah, Scott, we're not hearing you. You're breaking up. I'm wondering if you can turn your
There.
camera off, unmute yourself, and then go back a little bit, and that might help so we can hear you clearly.
Okay. Am I clear now?
Yes, you are. Thank you.
Okay, sweet. I guess we found out where my bandwidth limit was.
We all
So, let's see. I don't know where.
you're breaking up a little more.
Cut out, but yeah. So one second. Let's see. Any better?
Well, it's we heard that. Why don't you try? I think, gosh, where was he when we were starting to lose him? Talking about, I can't remember.
12 months would be.
Yeah, the
12
12
months.
months,
Oh, yeah.
about how long it would take to get through the
Okay.
process.
Okay. Yeah. So 12 months would be worst case scenario. Once the numbers have stabilized, it's relatively easy to do. And I believe the representative from Waste Connections, like in his example there, he is saying what it would cost as a residential customer. We have the option to spread it even into commercial if you guys really wanted to. Shall support this. I mean, you have all different levels of, the big yard waste, or not the big yard waste, but the big dumpsters and all of that. We could go as far as that. As my old boss said, at that point it's just math. You guys make the policy and make the determination of like what you want for the county, and it's my job to help make it happen with the math. So.
And what happens in the meantime, if we establish the resolution, and do we then need to wait for it to go through your 3 to 12 month process before we can actually offer that discount? Or are we actually offering the discount as we go and you are just buying off on it to make sure that we can do it in sustainably long term?
That's correct. Waste Connections would have to absorb the loss for some time.
Okay.
Yeah. So we would work with them to be as efficient as possible to get it through. But yeah, I mean, given we would need people to enroll with it, it's that whole chicken or egg, right? Like we've got to let people start enrolling, see what that looks like, then adjust the rates. So
okay.
That's kind of how the process on a high level would look.
Okay, that's great.
Okay.
I mean,
Thank you, Scott.
I would like to say, as people were expressing the various concerns about moving in this direction, I know one of the things that I heard was what guarantee is there that Waste Connections will be good partners here and do things like implement rates and discount rates and keep that going. And I have to say, it's very meaningful that you're immediately coming to us with an option to do that, and that you're offering very meaningful options for people. I think that shows a lot of good faith, and I hope that our community sees that and sees Waste Connections as the good partner that you are.
Well, it'll be our job to help reinforce that.
Yeah, thank you.
Great. Well, we have people interested in making public comment, or one at least. Are folks interested in making a recommendation or choosing one of the discounted rates?
I would recommend that we choose.
Move.
I would make a motion that we choose the $10 discount rate for curbside.
And I will second.
Okay.
Thank you.
It's been moved and seconded to approve the middle $10 discount as presented, and we will open it up for public comment. We have no public in the room, but if you're with us online, you can hit the raise hand button or *9 and we'll bring you over. Carolyn will bring Mr. Kirsch over, and you have 3 minutes when you get yourself unmuted. Welcome, Tom.
Good afternoon, commissioners. Sorry for the pause. Takes a little minute to switch over. I was looking at the document that that was to be approved regarding the creation of the low income rate. And I had a couple of questions about that. Um, the expectation as laid out in the document was that the PUD would be providing a list of customers who would qualify for the rate. So the questions I have are, excuse me, has the PUD agreed to do that? First of all, the PUD itself expends a great deal of staff time in collecting and validating those applications because they do have to do it on an annual or every 2-year basis, depending on the type of customer. So who's going to pay for that PUD staff time? And I guess the other component to that is one of privacy. The people who have applied for low-income programs with the PUD expect that the information provided to the PUD is going to be kept private. Unless they are specifically asked to release that information to Waste Connections, I think you've got a serious privacy issue going on. And I think that should be addressed up front. Because of the annual or every 2 years renewal requirement, this is going to be an ongoing issue for a lot of people, just like it is, with the assessor's office for people that want to claim a low income discount for their property tax. So I think you should get it in writing and get an ILA basically. Well, it's not really because it's not the county. It's Waste Connections and the PUD have to have some sort of binding legal document that governs this relationship. The costs, the administrative fees, and the privacy issues should all be addressed. And I didn't see that in the document that was in the board packet today. So that's what I wanted to comment on. Glad you're introducing and implementing a discount. I think that's a great idea. In fact, I was on the Citizen Advisory Committee for the PUD that created the low discount program for the PUD. So I know a little bit about it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Tiersch. We'll respond to public comment after we get all public comment. Anyone else have a comment on this motion? One more. Oh, I'm sorry, Jean Ball, we brought you over. Go ahead.
Can you hear me?
We can hear you, yes.
Thank you. Just a word on the partnership of Waste Connections. I've been doing a lot of work with the Jefferson County Trash Task Force. And although the words Jefferson County are in the title of the organization, they are not sanctioned by the county. This is a volunteer-led and operated group of citizens who participate in roadside cleanup and illegal dump site cleanup. And I just wanted to make it very clear that Waste Connections has been just an outstanding partner in removing waste and providing access to waste disposal. So thank you very much for that, Joey. And I forgot the other gentleman's name. I apologize for that. But they have been terrific and very supportive. So thank you for that.
Thank you, Ms. Ball. Anyone else with public comment today on this topic? You can hit the raise hand button or *9. Bring you over. Seeing no others, I'll close public comment. And I think Mr. Tiersch raised a good question about, contractually engaging the PUD and.
So I'll touch on that a little bit. So, PUD is not turning over any list or anything like that to us with people's private information. So what we were suggesting was just when they receive the letter from the PUD and they have service with us, they just show us that they have the letter from PUD.
So they're disclosed.
That they're disclosing it to us that they qualify through the PUD. So the PUD wouldn't be doing any additional work, on our behalf.
That's great.
They would just be showing us a letter that the PUD issued then for their low income for the PUD program.
They could use that as
Perfect.
proof of validation.
Yeah.
Okay.
That absolutely addresses.
In early conversations with the PUD, they suggested that they would be happy to notify their customers about the low income discount rate for curbside collection as well.
So let them know that they
Let them
can
know.
know that and we can let them know.
And flyer or something.
Yeah, that's great.
No, Mr. Tier
Oh, and-
raised a good point about privacy and we tackled that early on.
Great. Good for you. Thank you.
Great. Any other response to public comment?
Just thanks for highlighting that task force connection and the support that is received there, Jean, and thanks for all the work that you're doing. It's another great example. Thank you.
All right, I'll call the question. All in favor of approving the motion on the floor to select the $10 rate for the discounted curbside garbage service, indicate by saying aye.
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 Well, thanks for your direction.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Bringing it early.
Thank you, Scott, and Rachel from the UTC as well. We'll look forward to that resolution. All right, we'll let you
Yeah,
guys
our
get on with it.
recycling outreach event there was 3 members of the public there the other night. I was like,
Oh, wow.
yeah,
That's surprising.
in town.
We'll see you tomorrow night.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah, I'll be there.
We'll have a few more people.
Yeah,
Yeah.
in town, people maybe didn't perceive it as
Right.
a concern because they're. mostly-
Although we're only doing 3 of these events, so you think, and it was just interesting. It
Yeah.
was a good conversation though.
Yeah, no, absolutely.
Thank you.
Thank you for.
All right, all right, well, we've only canceled one of our meetings today with the directors, well, not canceled, rescheduled. We don't have anything else on the agenda. We've done, briefings or calendaring for a little
For an
bit.
eternity.
I feel like figuring out the cadence of the continuing conversation about the, Parks and Rec,
Yeah.
options presented is probably a first thing, so we can get that meeting noticed, and obviously there's a lot of interest. It might take some time to find when a larger venue is available too, so.
Yeah, I'm gonna be off work, most of this week,
Mhm.
Josh, just letting you know as well. But Katie is still here, she can help schedule. We have a list of meeting room, venues that there are, but it's all figuring out logistics, and then figuring out your guys' schedule. And then you'll say in the evening, I guess evenings are mostly free, but then there's vacations, so we'll have to look at your schedules, determine a great time for everyone. Then it just needs a 24-hour notice for the agendas, but we probably want more than that to let the public know.
Yeah.
So how much time would that be? A couple weeks? I mean, I don't, 3?
We're talking about doing a press release too, just.
Yeah.
To about today's events, public works will coordinate with us, it'd be nice to get that date nailed down so we can
Yeah,
include
I
that.
feel like, because we got,
wait.
I'm gone all next week, you're gone
Yeah, let's
this week.
just do it.
Yep, and then.
You're gone next week,
Yes.
And then.
So-
we're gone.
I'm not gone, my trip got canceled.
No
I
fun for
canceled my
Heidi.
trip. I canceled my trip, it was my fault.
Okay, no, thank you.
Yeah,
But I'm back the week of the sixth
Yeah.
through the 10th.
that could be the time to do it.
How about,
And if it
we have a
wants to,
fifth special meeting on the 8th.
and I have an MRC meeting on the 7th.
And I have a fairgrounds board meeting on the 9th.
What about the evening of the 6th?
Ooh, I'm gonna be exhausted, but yeah, I can do that.
And some people may want to be at the city council meeting, but
Oh,
Is that,
it's,
that's
yeah.
usually it's on Monday,
Yeah.
right?
Well,
How about the 10th?
yeah, Friday the 10th. Who doesn't want to come to a public meeting on a Friday night?
Yeah,
I don't know what that,
The 9th is out?
what that,
the 9th, in the
It's-
evening, Heather has, the fair board.
Yeah, I have fairgrounds association and I'm sharing, so, I mean, if I needed to not be there, I could get vice chair to do it. I guess maybe what you should do is look at the 6th, the 9th and the 10th and as options and say that the 9th is the least desirable because I'm theoretically chairing into the meeting at that point, but
Well, the 6th, I mean,
I suppose I should.
it's a city's night meeting, so they said they were gonna talk to the city as well. So I don't know if that's the day they're gonna do it.
Right, because the city the city will have another meeting
28th.
the 30th?
on the
30th.
30th, even though we don't have a meeting then, I think.
I wish we had, there's
But
good.
they only do 2 meetings a month, don't they?
They do 2 meetings a month, so maybe they have that day.
I think
off
that
as
would be a
well.
regular day for them. I'm not sure though.
So why don't they have one tonight? I wonder.
Oh, you're already in there.
Yeah,
You're fast.
Are fast.
they're not gonna be there the 23rd or the 3rd.
They're not what?
They're not having a meeting today
Or the
or
30th,
or
so
the
they're,
30th.
they have a couple weeks off.
Hmm.
Yeah,
And
so the
it-
6th is the next time that people are gonna wanna go and talk to the city, they could come and be productive working with us and then let us work with the city in the meantime.
I mean, we could do from 5 to, got pretty tight.
Did you say the 9th was possible?
Heather would have
Yeah,
to.
I would
not
have to miss
attend the
my,
What
my
time is the
fairgrounds
fairgrounds
association.
meeting?
It's from 6 to 8.
meeting. Do 4:30 or something.
Yeah, absolutely.
4:30 to 5,
And then I
4:30
could
to
just get
6.
someone else to start the meeting for me.
Yeah.
That is definitely a possibility.
So the 9th.
On the 9th. The
9th
9th
to
or the
4:30 or the 10th.
You know, maybe we could do it, have it at the Port Townsend Rec Center.
Oh,
Yeah.
We're looking at.
the 9th. Upstairs.
Senior
The
center.
PT Rec Center, 4:30 to. Oh, yeah, I know, she's all, I'm not quite, but we did 4:30 to 6:30. Okay,
So hold.
can you call it PT Rec Center and see the dates? They wanna do a swings. And that, ask about occupancy,
For the 9th of February.
the 9th. I'm sorry,
8th or the 9th.
the 8th or the 9th. both.
No, the 8th didn't work. 'cause
I'm
I
sorry, the
had-
9th or the 10th is what.
The 9th or the 10th. But yeah, definitely make sure occupancy is. Standing room, probably. But, yeah.
At least 100.
Well, I mean, because there's two different occupancy rates they give us, usually with seats and without
Oh, yeah.
seats, so we'll just see what we have.
Standing room only. Okay, well, we'll wait to hear back on that and go back.
So are we also saying 4:30 on the 10th?
And say
Yeah.
more. In that case, it feels like it should be a little, you should
Little
wait
later?
until at least 5 or 5, I mean, just for people
Yeah.
who work till
Yeah.
5.
Yeah.
And should we do in person only? Or have it, because the online option, we could have in person only, but make a Zoom link available for them to listen and not participate, it would be easier.
Can we do one online only?
We can't do online only, that's a
Okay.
OPMA thing, we have to have an in-person element, and then virtual is the optional one. I would love it if it was that way, but can't, we have to have an in-person element. That's mandatory. Which is why we have a space issue.
And we talked about Monday, the 6th being an option as well. Did we just squash that for some reason?
No, it's a city. Oh, right, city.
Oh,
council.
city meeting, that's right.
But that doesn't start till 6.
Yeah, so we could potentially roll right into it at 4:30 or 5, or 5 to 6.
Well, the commissioner meeting is probably packed that day
Can you have it at Memorial Field?
Yeah,
in the bleachers.
In the bleachers,
Mhm.
yeah.
all right,
I mean, honestly, but it might be kind of cool.
yeah.
So we're holding the 9th and
9th,
at 4:30 and the 10th at 5.
Yeah,
When do you have to have the press release? Because I'd like to confirm a venue. And because the rec center might not have enough capacity.
Well,
I'm guessing on
as
approximately
possible.
250 because of our online. Our online was 130 today and the in-person was about 80.
Stuff has to be into the leader by noon on Friday, the Friday before the newspaper, right? Is that it's still?
I think that's what they had preferred.
So that'd be on the 3rd.
Well, yeah, I think we want a press release to go out this week, though.
There were suggestions about having city present. Was this gonna be a joint city county thing?
If they were willing, but that's not something we have control over, we can ask.
Should I invite?
How do you wanna do that, Josh?
It's a
Do you
good
want
question. I think maybe once we set it up,
Yeah.
then we would make an invitation.
invitation? Yeah, from Josh and
I mean, I don't know how big their chambers is and they're used to night meetings. I can ask them what their capacity is there, but I don't think it's that high.
It's not that.
Yeah. Okay. We could use security courtroom if the deputies could stay after.
just go upstairs.
And if they closed, if they're done with court by 4:30.
We're gonna have Indy and we're gonna wanna hold our meetings up there all the time.
Yeah, we're used to, not really.
Standing room at the pavilion? That's it. I think that would be.
The sound equipment, it's a big request of Joanna, their clerk, because she spends about an hour or so setting up the equipment.
I mean, cost wise, I would imagine it costs us more to keep the courthouse open than to rent somewhere else, right?
Well, we would have to pay for
Staff-wise.
one deputy to stay, well. They've offered, I've not seen a bill when we asked them to stay longer.
I mean, the community center, even if we're not able to use the upstairs because of a previously scheduled event or capacity, we could use the gym. I'm assuming that's not state then.
Yeah.
I will be standing only then,
It
or?
would be state.
No chairs?
No, because you get more occupancy if you have standing room. People said.
A long time for some.
Yeah.
Well, okay.
Well,
We should have a venue nailed down by Friday, but if those are the dates, we can run with those.
those are the
And we
dates.
can get a press release drafted at least
Yeah,
and just.
and
be
add in the
waiting
dates
for
on it,
that,
yeah,
yeah,
so.
yeah.
Still some variables, but
Yeah.
Carolyn and or
I'll
Josh
get
will
on
continue to
here.
be in touch with us.
Deal.
ADO. Okay, we should probably look at the consent agenda. I think we have to reaffirm because of that, the issue. Oh, no, that was fine.
That one will be fine.
Okay. We have successfully approved the hearing notice, but the rest of the consent agenda, which was quite meaty. Noted. Any other questions or call outs?
The,
Transferring real property.
yeah,
That's
the
what you had
transferring
questioned.
real property to, I just felt like it deserved a little bit of sort of description and discussion. Look it up right now. Was this, so Sean was working on this, right? I wonder if he's, Sean, are you around?
I'm sorry, which one are you asking?
Transferring real property to transit. I just wonder if we could
The
just
gateway.
daylight it a little bit to,
Oh, I'd like to call that one out too.
Yeah.
Sean's coming over,
I could talk about that if.
yeah, I just wanted to kind of describe to the public the process that we've gone through to get here and just the discussions around it, just so there's some light around it. A little transparency.
and then on the agenda, the next agenda I did was updated and I added consent item 14. So just know that it was sent out on Friday, but not online.
And that was adding this, right?
Yes,
The letter.
it's a part of the all-in-one packet. It just didn't get added to the agenda.
Yeah, another reason why to just give it a little time. Sean, do you mind just describing the process that you've gone through on this so far?
Is this the property transfer for the, okay,
For transit, correct?
so in order of events, we went into, one of my predecessors, Chris Goy, who was formerly the Central Services Director, applied for and was awarded a grant for electric vehicle charging stations. That work continued through 2024 into 2025. In mid 2025, Jefferson Transit Authority highlighted a plan where they saw use for that same parcel for a transit station. And they made a presentation in front of the Board of County Commissioners in the middle of the year. And conversations started about the process of transferring that property to Jefferson Transit for that purpose, because it's in line with several strategic initiatives of the Board of County Commissioners in Jefferson County as well. That led us to the fall of last year trying to deconflict both the electric vehicle charging station grant work and the work to transfer the property, to make sure that both things, or to see if there was an interest in both things being able to move forward once the property was transferred. That has created some lengthy conversation over time on process for transferring the property, what new contract language would be, and all those things that normally go along with property transfers. In that time, because this was work that started from the electric vehicle charging station perspective, all the way back in 2023, Department of Commerce has become increasingly concerned that this project isn't moving forward. We have a liaison through Clean and Prosperous Institute, who has kept in touch with the project and sort of works as a go-between between all entities involved, be it Jefferson County, Jefferson Transit, and EVCS, who is the company that will ultimately be installing the electric vehicle charging stations. To make it clear to Department of Commerce that this is still work that is moving forward and not stalled, as Department of Commerce is in the process of trying to pull back funds. Clean and Prosperous Institute asked if we would work with them to produce a letter of intent that demonstrated that we in fact intended to continue to move forward with the idea of transferring the property to Jefferson Transit Authority for the purposes of the transit station, with an allowance to also transfer the grant requirements for the electric vehicle charging stations that were intended to be installed at that site.
Hey. Yeah, I just want to add that I think this is a great evolution for this site. And a few years ago, when I sat through the tourism strategic planning process for the Olympic Peninsula, one of the biggest impediments to tourism that people talked about was kind of across North Olympic Peninsula transportation options. And the goal of this site is to provide more than just a bus stop, but more of like a transit hub where the straight shot can meet the Kingston Express, and so that there's more seamless connections for traveling on public transportation on the North Olympic Peninsula. So I think it's a great evolution of the site. And I also say I've been hearing from a lot of people who miss that porta potty there.
Yeah.
So I'm looking forward to seeing this move forward.
Indeed.
So there could be restrooms.
Yeah.
Real quick, the gym at the rec center is most likely gonna happen. It has a standing room of 500 people.
I think that sounds good.
And Chris Macklin said he'll try to make that happen.
Great. On which day?
Angel's coming in to cover for me, so maybe let you know.
Okay.
So anyway.
Okay, yeah, that's great. And, good timing. The Olympic Peninsula Tourism Summit is coming up again, and it's on Wednesday. So I'm gonna try to make it over there for at least a portion of that. So it'd be great to be able to just report that this is moving forward. So I'm in favor, and I think what we don't want is that property to just sit there. And that's kind of what it looks like right now. So let's move it forward. I'm in favor. I appreciate you taking the time to just kind of give the public a little background on this, Sean.
And that item wasn't on the original consent agenda as printed. I just shared the updated agenda that's in our Laserfish packet as well, that had that number 14 on there. So it is part of it. We did want to pull an item as well, right? And I'm also totally in favor of that. And I think it's a bigger project though than transit thought. Their original price estimate might have been a little bit lower than the actual construction costs are gonna be, as we always encounter. So I think we're gonna pull the contract for the community centers.
Yeah, I can speak to that. So
Please.
item number 4 on the consent agenda is a multi-year contract with OLICAP for our management of 3 of our community centers. As you know, the board selected OLICAP in an RFP process. And we've been negotiating, and we knew we needed to complete this contract. We need to bring it to execution before the end of this month. We initially extended the current operator, OLICAP, for 3 months We're always projecting an April 1st start. The fifth Monday is confounds us a little bit in terms of getting to that point. I will say that through Sean's work, negotiating with OLICAP, with help from the PAO, we've now worked through the remaining issues. We actually have an agreement in principle to move forward. There were a few issues around indemnification language and some other things that make the version that you see in your consent agenda not quite up to date. And so we would appreciate some leeway just to finish up those last details. And what we would suggest is that the board make a motion. If you, first of all, if you have any questions about the current agreement, then we're here to answer those questions. And then if you would entertain a motion to provide the chair of the board the authority to sign the contract on behalf of the board, knowing that it's really just a few last details around some of that insurance and indemnity type language that we just need to iron out. But everything else, the basic substance of the contract has been agreed to in principle by the parties that we're negotiating.
One thing I didn't see in there, and I might have just missed it, and it kind of relates to a conversation Sean and I had with OLICAP about a different matter, and just looking to use similar language as the fairgrounds contract that allows OLICAP to do improvements, basically. And I'm wondering, Sean, if I missed that language, or if that is still potentially to be added, emulating the fairgrounds contract.
If it's not in that version, it should be in the most recent version that Philip drafted over the weekend. So I can definitely double check on that before we give it to you for signature.
Okay, that's just to allow them to build things at the community centers in the same way that the fairgrounds, if you're improving the place, it's still a collaboration and a conversation with central services and facilities especially, but
Yeah, and in our, in the fairgrounds operating agreement, it's also clear that, maintenance is, you don't have to come to the county to get
just
permission on that. It's just if you're gonna make improvements or, and, so that we're not hanging up their ability to.
Micromanaging.
Yeah, micromanaging and hanging up their ability to repair things or, yeah. So it's clear and then.
Okay, with those caveats, can we pull a number 4 and consider it separately from the rest of the consent agenda?
I'm happy to make a motion to approve the consent agenda minus number 1, which we passed earlier this morning, and without number 4, which we will discuss separately.
And I will second that motion.
Great. Is there anything else? We called out the commitment of funds to South Shore Road, which is really exciting.
That's like a humdinger.
That's a great one.
Consent agenda.
And yet the first step in a many step process.
Yeah.
Exciting.
Just saw Joey, and great that Steve King's going back on SWAC. Do we have some questions about the interfund?
Yeah, the interfund loan. I was just the nature and timing of the loan portion.
We just discussed.
Is that what we just discussed? Well, I guess we can talk about that here.
Well, we're kind of reclassifying it, right? That's the idea.
This is something that's already happened in the past. So a couple years ago or a few months ago or something like that, rather than just transferring general fund to Fund 143 Community Development, there was a loan provided there to cover current expenses at the time. So now the resolution says that essentially forgiving that loan in lay terms, so that really it just converts that to a general fund transfer, but something that already happened. I think that the resolution says
It's already approved. Yeah. Okay.
Any other?
I just want to call out the CPACER audits to look forward to getting that rolled out more into the community. So it's exciting to see that
Tied in with some
yeah,
opportunity zones.
absolutely. I think, those kinds of economic development tools, we've kind of taken the steps to implement them here, but we haven't really gotten the, sort of the economic development engine go behind them to really, encourage their use. And so I think this is a great pilot way to do that, and I really appreciate Vince's work on it.
And Commissioner Dudley Nolet, did you want to talk about number 3? Just what's behind that?
The interlocal agreement.
Right.
No, I really just wanted to get it passed, but this is just a renewal of the interlocal agreement with Salish Behavioral Health Administrative Services Organization, and we had it had gone through the other 2 counties, and we were realizing we hadn't passed it, so it just needed to come by, but this is really just a renewal. But if you have questions, we can talk about it.
Makes sense.
I would say, actually, I would love to say, it has taken me a year plus of sitting on their executive board to understand the importance of what they're doing at the regional level, and maybe to get to the point where I feel like we could leverage that partnership more. And so I'm really interested. The Salish Behavioral Health Administrative Services is going to go into a strategic planning process this year.
Yeah.
And so I'm going to get to be directly involved in that because I'm chairing it this year. And I'm really excited to talk more with our behavioral health agencies to really figure out, I think the potential way to leverage the partnership with SBHASO is to allow them to get us into more direct conversation with the other counties that we're partnering with, like the meeting that we had recently to talk with Clallam and Kitsap. We were talking with them to kind of further a conversation that we had started at the state conference with Brad Banks. Clallam is working through a software process that would allow them to really document all of their homeless response system, their crisis response system, and allow a better kind of flow of the people that are using those systems to not have to be documented again and again and again every time, kind of like what we're trying to talk about with our continuum of care. And I feel like the people that we're serving in the behavioral health systems, they are often traveling between counties. We know that they're using services in various different counties, and it really has often felt like, boy, we could do this a lot more efficiently if we were able to work together across counties a little bit better. And what was brought up here, what Mr. Tiersch brought up around, you can see the public can see, you guys know, but the public can see that as a good example of how complicated it gets when you share people's private information, right? And I think up until now, we've used that to keep us from getting to leverage each other as resources and potentially save some dollars and get more efficient and better at serving people.
Probably save lives.
It potentially save lives, absolutely. And so it's really like starting to work on my brain right now as I start to finally understand what SBHASO has access to in terms of resources at the state level. So anyway, I'll stop there, but just to get you all thinking too about the potential to work across counties. It feels like the behavioral health system, potentially even the homeless response system, there are some real opportunities there to potentially share resources. I think Kitsap has some interesting kind of conundrums about that because they're the big system. And so for them, it kind of feels like bringing the little guys in, there's not a whole lot of advantage to them for them. And so they're working through that. But for us to work collaboratively with Clallam, even Mason and Grays Harbor, where we are, we're in groups with those counties and other systems like our, senior care systems and things like O3A and all that. Anyway, it just brought up for me this partnership and renewing our interlocal agreement and with the tribe, exactly as this Jamestown's fallen as well, across 4 organizations. So I'm excited about potentially learning more about how we can work more closely together.
And just a quick word about number 6. No, Commissioner Brotherton mentioned that this morning, but just my understanding of this, and I think there's more information, you know, in the agenda request itself, is that we had a washout on went out South Shore Road on the west end. Many months ago.
Retroactively, it was because of the bomb cyclone.
And so we said that we would like to be included in the emergency declaration. It's taken a long time for that decision to be made at the federal level, which then works through WashDOT to get to us. So now finally, we have some funding to make that repair. And I know this has been something that, you know, we've had constituents come to the board to talk about. The irony there, from what I'm hearing from Public Works, is that because it's been so long, some of the permitting agencies, perhaps I think Fish and Wildlife, maybe it was mentioned here, are saying, well, it can't really be much of an emergency. It's been so long. So we don't qualify for the emergency considerations under hydraulic projects permitting. Anyway, just bringing that up, that we're working through it. I mean, I'm sure we can ask our colleagues at Public Works for an update at some point when they get into the project and find out.
And still negotiating around its mitigation as well, and what that's going to entail.
It's a multi-step process, but at least we've taken a very important step here.
Funds are obligated. That's great.
Well, I was noticing today with Kelly and Jeff and Sula with us today, and this on the consent agenda. It's the one day we didn't have Mr. Bowen in the. I know. I was like, he would have been, hopefully, these would have been positives for him. But hopefully he'll follow along. You can't blame those, our stalwart kind of constant attenders of BOCC processes. Can't blame them for missing one every once in a while.
Yes.
They probably have other lives also.
All right, so we have the motion already on the floor to approve the consent agenda minus item number 4, which we're going to deal with separately, and number 1, which we've already addressed. Any further conversation before we call the question?
Just, do we need to include in the motion to authorize Josh or whomever to finalize that multi-year contract?
We took that out of consent, and we're going to make a separate motion.
I removed it.
Oh, we're making, I see, yes.
We have a separate motion.
Yes,
A separate motion.
thank you.
Okay. No more conversation. All in favor of the motion on the floor to approve the consent agenda minus items 1 and 4 indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? All right, that is unanimous. And let's take on number 4. And so I think Philip had sent a motion if someone is inclined, but basically we just want to authorize me or the county administrator to sign that contract when it's completed. And as you know, if there's substantive changes, I think we would elect to bring it back and show it to the board.
I'm happy to make a motion to authorizing Chair Brotherton and Administrator Peters to finalize the changes to the community center management multi-year contract and to authorize Chair Brotherton to sign that contract on our behalf.
I'll second that.
It's been moved and seconded. Any further conversation? All in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay, and maybe we can turn to Adil for a moment now. Ready for your close-up? Now, do you have a date that we're looking at for the gym for the special meeting?
No, I didn't get it confirmed yet.
Okay, but we're looking at the 9th or the 10th? Okay.
9th or the 10th.
Okay, and so it looks like it will be at the gym at the Port Townsend Rec Center.
Yeah.
With room for 500 people.
Yes.
Okay, I think that probably will accommodate the crowd. So either 4:30 on the 9th or 5 o'clock on the 10th.
Oh.
Those were the times we were talking about, just
4:30 on the
to dance around other meetings on Thursday if we have to.
Thank you.
So we'll publish that and put out a press release when we get the specific date and time.
Yeah.
Okay, well, still lots of time left. Yeah, a briefing. I don't think we got to briefing really, maybe a little bit last week, no calendar, but who would like to take a look back? Some highlights and
Where back are we going? We didn't do it last week.
didn't do it. Well, we can go. You can go do highlights from the last 2 weeks if there's something you want to share.
We all need a minute to look at our.
I can go.
Yeah.
I think I did share with you all the Washington County's Risk Pool Leadership Workshop that
Mhm.
I attended. We talked about that a little bit. It's been interesting because that group has kind of formed a little cohort and the teacher has been sending us information and offering to meet with each individual kind of separately. Because one thing that I said in the beginning of the workshop and toward, at the end was that it didn't address as much of the kind of giving good examples of how to do public process better. And he's offered to sit down with me for a separate session to do that for no extra charge. So I'm trying to schedule some time with him to do that, which is great because he consults with lots of different counties across the country, actually, but a lot in Washington State. So I expect he will have some good thoughts about it, and I look forward to the meeting with him.
Yes, and.
Yes, we went through the RFP, the first round of RFP interviews for the opioid settlement funds, and I feel like maybe we did do this week.
I think
because
you
feel
did,
like
yeah, I think
told
maybe you
this.
were the only one that got to do
Maybe,
that, so,
yeah.
if
Yeah,
there's anything
so
else you wanna
anything
amplify, that's
else,
fine, but you
yeah.
can look at last week.
I've gotten to meet with Jumping Mouse leadership, meet their new executive director,
Cool.
Jeff
Heard great things.
Kane, Dr. Kane, I think is his last name. He's fantastic and really just kind of digging into their strategic plan, really helping them to kind of set some next goals. They're already bringing back their training program, how they have had master's students who are getting their degrees, and they're coming in, and they were doing some of their internships at Jumping Mouse, and that was a thing for years, and then they lost their ability to do that program. I think they just didn't have the the staff and capacity to do it. They're bringing that back, which is, I think, really exciting. It was a really important key to that project and bringing on that pipeline of behavioral health providers that really have that training in this community. And then it would lead to bringing on great new staff members, and it also brought in some dollars for being able to train. So they're bringing that back. I think we're going to see Jumping Mouse really being able to expand their service again and kind of create that base of sustainability, which is really exciting because it was just so hard to see how much they were really struggling. They're going to continue to struggle for funds, and we need to keep fighting for them. But I've gotten them connected with our new chip and chaw process that's coming up this year, which is for the public. That's our public health department, going through the community health assessment to create the new community health improvement plan. And so I'm trying to just connect them to be part of that process. And so I think they're just really kind of starting to dig into the community again. Of course, I had my mill tour too, which was really eye-opening. And so
Have you had one before?
when I was 12,
Mhm.
I told them, I'll say this in public, that when I was 12, I was the last time, that was 1984. I think it was
They're
1984.
doing everything just about the same.
Yeah, well, I walked in and I did not make it through that tour. I threw up.
Oh.
And
When you were 12 or
when I
this
was a
time?
kid,
Oh.
yeah, no, but it was not like that at all this time. I mean, frankly, I was a little like, how is this gonna be good? Is this gonna be okay? And I wanted to do it, but it was not, the air was not at all like it was in 1984. So it really just highlighted the incredible progress that they have made. And it was really great to meet their leadership, and I was really encouraging them to kind of re-engage in our climate action committee, which they do participate in. And it's just been a hard go with the community and a lot of really tough issues. And I don't blame them for being, having a hard time kind of being in this community. but they employ 313 people. The vast majority of those are union employees. We've heard loudly and clearly from our critical access local, rural hospital that they, having employers like the mill sustains our local hospital, and we need more of that. And so it was just exciting to talk with them and really hear how much they're wanting to kind of re-engage in those kinds of economic development conversations with the community. And despite, the fact that they're gonna need to partner to keep making sure we're making progress, economic or environmental gains. It was great to just develop the relationship. Very exciting. Did have some Parks and Rec discussions to prepare for all of what was coming up. And of course, some of that was that week. Fiscal Executive Committee, it was my second one for OLICAP, being on the OLICAP board.
Nice.
Lots of Parks and Rec, kind of just reaching out into the community, trying to get the word out, trying to see what the possibilities were for fundraising and all of that. There was a lot of that week. You want me to go into last week, or do you guys want
for sure.
to?
Go ahead.
Okay. BOCC Monday, we were all together, including our quarterly update and fireworks discussion with DNR. I thought that was really great. It was really, even though we had only one junior taxing district there, it was nice to be able to open it up to that group. A lot of connectivity summit planning. That last week has been a lot of kind of ramp up to connectivity summit. We of course had our Jefferson Transit Authority board meeting. I thought they handled that really well, rolled out the new service discussions and had their hearing. Really lovely moment of silence there, and acknowledgement of what both that team, our school districts, and certainly Pililu Wine's family has been going through. And so that was I thought a really lovely acknowledgement at the Transit Authority board meeting. Our budget meeting, really digging into, starting to hear some clarity from Public Works around the Memorial Field. They last week pulled together a discussion with our two the school districts, Chimacum and Port Townsend. We brought the superintendents together and their staff. Board member from Chimacum, Scott Mock, Linda, and their sports director and their finance person, Amy Kyle, was there. So Shelby Box, Amy Kyle. So really got to dig into some more specifics about what a potential partnership, what it would look like if the schools were to take on either more responsibility there, and just got to brainstorm with them. And I'll just share, I think they are so with us and so supportive in concept. They understand that this is a true budget crisis, and they're also, dealing with their own budget issues. So they're not able to just like throw $1 million on the table or anything, but they are, I think I would characterize them as really wanting to partner closely and really supportive of the county, and understanding that we're needing to move in different directions. And I think they're rolling up their sleeves with us to really come up with what can be a mutually beneficial arrangement and what's best for the community and for kids. So I think their spirit is with us for sure, and I look forward to more conversation here. We of course had a Board of Health meeting last week as well. I had another OLICAP bi-monthly board meeting. So I was between Board of Health and OLICAP when you were going off to Jefferson County Parks and Rec Advisory Board, their special meeting on Thursday, which I did go back and listen to. Conversations with Jefferson Community Foundation, and lots of ramp up last week, talking with people in the community who who are wanting to brainstorm about problem solving for Parks and Rec. So it's just been a lot of phone calls, a lot of just one-on-one conversations. Trying to come up with some solutions here. I also had, oh, this was really interesting. You'll want to know about. Vicky Sontag and Holly Morgan and I met on Friday to talk through how to do the best job we can possibly do of coming up with the Golden Report data, which is the Department of Commerce's report out on housing beds. And so there's basically the whole inventory of what we have available in the community, and also the finance report around that. What are the expenses and how are dollars being employed in the county? So that's called the Golden Report. It's a statewide report. And really just we're acknowledging through the Housing Fund Board Data and Needs Assessment Committee, which is what Vicky Sontag sits on and chairs that kind of subcommittee. Just feeling like we needed to have more direct communication with OLICAP as the COC lead, the Continuum of Care lead, to like how can we support them and encourage them to really get this data better and more accurate. And Holly was very supportive of that. Of course, OLICAP's been working really hard to get their data up to speed and to get their finance systems up to speed. And I've gotten to see just a small picture of what they've been working on just in these couple of board meetings that I've been in now, and finance meetings. So she was very empathetic to this goal. And we just talked through how can we give you enough information so that you can encourage your team to work with the Housing Fund Board. And so it was a really good conversation, and I think will lead into that next COC conversation too that we need to have. So that was good. Was on KPTZ with Mayor Amy Howard and Jaleh Almai from Al 360, and we talked about the workshops coming up on Friday and Saturday at Connectivity Summit and what to expect and why you might want to attend those workshops. And then the whole Youth Summit Day, which is on Friday the 27th, that Jaleh has been coordinating. And then we had our second round of opioid settlement RFP interviews. So those are now complete. And then this week we will have our final deliberations with that subcommittee so that we can bring the recommendations from that subcommittee to the Behavioral Health Advisory Committee on the 31st. So that's just a little window into this week.
Great. All right, you wanna look back, Heidi?
It looks like ADL's got the meeting set for the special parks meeting
Oh, yeah?
I saw that she sent out a placeholder,
for Friday.
for
The 10th
Friday,
at
and that's the
5
date you
o'clock.
guys have picked?
Yep.
Friday, okay.
Yeah,
So
the night or the 10th.
we'll just have to nail down, the Zoom part of things.
Okay.
Or just do it in person.
That's what I'm saying, we should just do it in person only, and then but allow the Zoom option if they wanna listen. And if they can't attend, they can send their comments ahead of time.
Okay.
That would make it easier.
Yeah, let's do it.
Okay, if they can't attend comments ahead, they will be able to listen remotely but not comment remotely.
Yeah, they can email their comments to Jeff BOCC, or we can open the chat and they can drop them in there. It's just easier
Okay.
logistically at a location that's different
Yeah.
to run the in-person element.
Okay, so the week of the 9th, here with you guys on the 9th, and then helped with the Perk Baked Potato Fest on Wednesday. Went to the Grange meeting Wednesday evening in Chimicum. Thursday I met with Habitat with Jamie and Bob, just to get a little status update on how things are going with Mason Street, and I'd say, things are going well. And feels like they're on their path for a solution for the intersection there at 19 and 116. And they, are really focused on getting a repeatable permit process. And I know they've talked with Josh about this and with Jeremy about, they're only gonna have, I think, 4 designs in the Mason Street development, or 6. Do you remember, Josh? 4 designs at Mason Street, or 6? They wanna do a repeatable permit process where they can, it can be more cost effective for them to get like the 2nd and 4th and 16th and 20th design of the same exact house permitted.
Exactly, yes.
So they're working through that with DCD. So it was good to get an update. I just feel like that project holds so much promise for the community, and they actually asked me to help them think about property opportunities for their next housing.
Oh, nice.
So put that in your thinking caps, my
All right.
friends.
All right.
Where else can Habitat be doing meaningful projects in our community?
That's exciting.
Yeah.
Everybody out there in the public should put their thinking caps on
Yeah.
around that.
So I thought that
That
was
was super exciting.
super exciting. And then on, let's see, on the 13th, and the 13th, I met with Diane McDade of the Jefferson Aquatic Coalition and got an update on the aquatic center. And, you know, everyone keeps saying, I'm not hearing anything about the pool. Well, pool work is percolating along. There's a group of folks, including, Superintendent Mock from Chinook Schools, and Diane's been really meeting kind of offline with a bunch of folks just to kind of get the campaign kind of developed.
Development aspect. yeah.
Because the plan or the hope is that they'll be able to raise half or more of the funding for the pool privately. And so they're preparing, I think, or may have already embarked this week on interviewing, I think, 50 key folks in Port Hadlock, Port Ludlow, some folks in Port Townsend, but really focusing on key stakeholders in Port Hadlock and then working out from there. And so they're doing those interviews just to get a sense of community sentiment. So I feel like, yeah, the train is fully on the track and they're moving forward in designing those conversations around the site being the spot there between Mason Street and the school and the library. So, and that's what Meg did its study on and found that it would be feasible a couple of different ways. So, then later that day, I went to Wasack's kind of final legislative update for the session, and it was really a conversation about kind of the millionaire's tax and implications of that, and kind of reminiscing about the fact that we didn't get meaningful funding for public defense.
Yeah.
And that conversation mostly ended up focusing on House Bill 2442, which I'd like to get a workshop scheduled for us on. That was the bill that had like 10 different measures for counties and funding measures, and I've started on a table that kind of unpacks each measure, because some of them are councilmatic, some are of the voters, some are, you know, there's different mechanisms to get them all implemented, so I just thought. So Carolyn and Josh put a pin in getting a workshop scheduled on 2442.
April, beginning of May, I guess.
And it would be good to have Assessor Chapman and Treasurer Prada as part of that workshop.
Could that go, we're gonna reschedule the directors and quarterly electeds, I mean, really, would that
Right,
be
if we had done the legislative debrief today, I already talked with Stacy and Jeff about that being our focus
Yeah,
today.
well, let's just,
Yeah.
we're gonna plan that, so let's.
Make that
it'll
be
just
part of that.
Yeah.
Use that.
Yeah. Cause that's where the opportunities lie, and we need to talk about what we wanna try to work towards.
And good to have a
mobilizing.
bigger group
Yeah.
for that.
That's
Yeah.
great.
And then I met with Cindy Jane and Cindy Bratz, about just to hear, cause I wasn't here when they did their climate updates with you all, so they just
Yeah, awesome.
wanted me to.
Cindy Bratz is gonna join our climate element review.
Nice.
Cool.
And kind of, because she just has such great, of the climate action committee, we're gonna be looking at the climate element and just making sure we
Great.
are feeding in enough information to that process before it all gets finalized.
Then on Monday, the 16th, here with you, I joined the law library board meeting for the noon hour and well, that's when I think I already told you, we decided to move away from the books
Love it.
upstairs and just have the virtual subscription, which, you know, I'm a book lover and so I like to be able to hold the thing, but
No,
but-
but it'll be so great
Yeah.
not to have those duplicate
and it'll
costs.
save a lot in their budget, so. Anyway, glad to see that we could resolve that issue. Then on Wednesday, the 18th, budget meeting with y'all, of course. Then I went into the enforcement meeting led by Becca Marr at Environmental Public Health. Always appreciate being part of those conversations. Just because I feel like those are the places that people talk to me or call me about, you know, the real code enforcement issues out in the county.
Yeah.
And on that note, I see that we all got a copy of a complaint form and I can respond to this constituent. Cause I have information
Okay,
on.
this is on our desks, is that what you
Yeah,
said?
yeah. So I'll respond after we're
Thank
done
you.
here today. Then I did a sick leave bank review with, Sarah and James Kennedy. I went to a community foundation strategic planning session. Then Thursday morning, the whole morning, I had the straight ERN quarterly meeting virtually. Joined you all for the Board of Health. Went to this was all on Thursday, went to the Jefferson County Parks and Rec special meeting, and then I joined Laura Tucker and Joey Deese at the Port Townsend Community Center for recycling outreach. I think I mentioned earlier, we just had 3 members of the public, but I don't think there were 5 of us, and it was a great conversation, so. And let's see. On Saturday, I went to the Chimacum ASD auction with the Empowered Teens Coalition. Which I feel like I've done a few years in a row, and it's always fun. And that was the last 2 weeks.
Right. Let's see, got mine, of course, with you guys, set the high points, shelter operations and shelter coalition on Tuesday. Shelter operations is monthly now. Let's see, Orca finance meeting and full board meeting on Wednesday, the 11th, and the finance committee meeting for Jefferson Transit. And then we canceled that water utility coordinating committee meeting. I was joined Sean for the tech advisory committee meeting, the second of those, that new group that's kind of absorbed the IIT think tank and is expanding it. It's going really well, I think. One thing we discussed was probably bringing the AI policy back before we have legal review, because there's no reason, can't think of a reason not to. And it's just, there's always something a little bit more urgent, but these policies are important, and it's hard to have a training or guide people without something official on the books. We had special, our little special Friday the 13th meetings, then I was on KPTZ for a full hour for Resilience Day.
Wow,
So
that's resilient of you.
it was, I might have missed that until the day before, but Chief Black was invited as well. So Chief Black was there and Willie Bentz, and then we also invited Cynthia Tope from the Ho tribe. We talked about their new resilience center that is going up and breaking ground this year. It's really exciting. And then the first story, the high points. On Tuesday, a couple constituents, and had a meeting with the assessor and auditor and a commissioner from the Port Ludlow Drainage District about the plan to perhaps move the status to inactive.
Well,
It's like balancing
now I'm
entropy of the universe.
reactivating the Chimacum Drainage District after 50
That's
years.
entropy. That's
We've got all our interviews scheduled for next week, so.
This one, the case
That's
is the
awesome.
opposite in Port Ludlow. You're about
Carolyn?
to reboot, Carol.
Your reboot.
Because basically there's no capital work that needs to be done. They've had an engineering company for years that still could be worked at, but they basically pay twice as much just for the administration and open public meetings access and everything. And so they're talking to an HOA that almost all of the improvements are in to take over the, maintain them. And then an HOA, of course, has the ability to assess those property owners for maintenance. So it's a really elegant solution where you can just, since there's no big capital project, you can still keep the engineering firm for when there is, and you can assess folks fairly on an annual basis.
What a great
So,
idea. That's really,
It works.
that's smart thinking.
yes, well, someone before, years ago, had come trying to dissolve the drainage district, but if you just dissolve it with no, responsible party by law, it ends up on the county, and Public Works was like, don't really have that capacity to take on that. But it's really maintenance, and there's a contractor, Yard Dogs, that has been doing it for over a decade. So it's a pretty slick little system. So I do appreciate this strategy.
That's great.
I was a little late for the Transit Board Authority meeting because I agenda planning with Josh, had 3 meetings straight packed up. I just naturally do that because of Zoom now, but was there in person. I was sorry to miss the honoring Mike and Polilu, but talk more about it in the Quilcene Brennan Empowered Teen Coalition that I went to right after that. And then on Wednesday, of course, for the budget meeting, and we had the Hood Canal Coordinating Council meeting. Our big retreat is coming up at our next meeting, but this was our annual meeting. It's good. Managed to dodge officership again. I mean, someone else was eager to do it. And then with you guys for the Board of Health, and then I filled in for you, Heidi, at the library. I might have gone to the wrong library at first, but I was there on time because I showed up early. I just assumed. I mean, there's only one library in Jefferson County, isn't there? No, I did go to the Port Townsend Library, and there were probably 100 people there.
Wow. Same time we were having the recycling.
Yeah, that's where they were
conversation
more.
across the street.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But it was good conversation. You know, Aaron Berg was there, Steve King. Aaron Berg had hard boards, and Steve King had a slide deck. As Eric said, he couldn't show up, but he did show up in the end. So we just offered contradictory information occasionally. Like, should you walk on the new Anderson Lake Trail segment?
No.
I said yes. But I walked on it today. It's great.
Oh.
Don't cross Highway 20 until, because we're not gonna be able to have the room.
Craig.
Yeah, no, he was a little bit like that. He said, of course, we can't stop it. I mean, if there's active construction going on it, but most of that section's done. Don't cross Highway 20 until the safety devices are in. They're back ordered, so we probably can't have the ribbon cutting until July. That's what we heard. But great meeting, good dynamic. Also met Ann, the director, the first ED or first paid ED of Peninsula Trails.
Yeah,
of course, Marilee Mount, one of our everyone was great. I had an interview with the contractors that are managing the rebrand of Jefferson Transit. And it was great. They just listened to all my ideas. So talked goobers and all sorts of things. And that was my week. So we got 20 minutes left. Josh, you want to look at your last week or so, and then we'll do some quick. I've got at least one conflict on April 17th, so very special meeting. Do that.
Yeah, I think I'd be fairly quick here. Just of course, the board meeting on Monday, the 16th, 17th, St. Patrick's Day, senior management team. My one-on-one with our HR director, and with Central Services Director, agenda planning with Commissioner Brotherton, the weekly meeting with the other administrators from the other public agencies, and we had a core financial team check-in. And then I had a conversation with the director of the Farmers Market Association. And then on Wednesday, following the budget meeting, Chief Civil DPA and I traveled to Wenatchee for the Risk Pool Symposium. Excellent set of meetings, both encouraging and completely petrifying at the same time. That makes sense, because we're talking about stuff that happens and liability and exposure for those things. But the good news is how to prevent those things, just how to improve your program, record keeping, wariness, all of that. So that was it for last week.
Great.
Got back late Friday.
All right, I'll jump into my conflict first, just, it's not listed on my calendar, but the April 17th. PRTPO meeting is an all-day retreat, so I can't, I see there's a special BOCC Jefferson County Coordination meeting.
Oh, that must be the old.
Okay,
That's
okay,
not on my calendar.
okay, good, I'll get rid of it.
Even better.
Delete.
Delete.
Easy. Right, so that's seven.
All right, that cleans it up. Anyone else want to take a look
I have some conflicts.
forward? All right, lay them on us.
I have some conflicts next week on the 2nd.
Oh yeah, we can look 2 weeks because we're not going to be here next.
So on the 2nd, I cannot go to the Parks and Rec Board meeting from 3 to 5.
I have that on my calendar already for some reason.
Maybe I did give it to you already.
I think
Did
you
I
already-
give you O3A too?
You did not give me O3A on the 2nd.
Yeah. Is it on your calendar already?
It's not on my calendar and
Yeah.
and that's usually at 10, right?
Yeah. 10 to 11:30.
I had said yes to the Peninsula Food Coalition meeting because but I don't normally attend that. So I could do O3A if you needed.
That would be awesome because that's the day Ike's show opens in Seattle.
Oh, it's exciting.
It's like
Yeah.
monumental in our lives.
You gotta do
Yeah.
I've
that.
been working on this for like 30 years, so.
Yeah, but I've already taken Parks and Rec. And
Okay,
maybe it's perfect timing because I'll hopefully
great.
have good things that I can share about me.
And I will not be able to attend the SWAC Recycling Changes Community Outreach Meeting at the Tri-Area Community Center that evening at 6:30. But I am going to the one in Quilcene this week and I did go to the Port Townsend one last week, so
Right.
it'd be great to have somebody at that 6:30 meeting at the community center at the Tri-Area on the 2nd.
Let me in Europe.
Okay,
I will think about it, but that's a big training night for 7048 that I wanted
Okay.
to keep up my training, so if I can, I would.
Okay.
do that.
the other thing I'll mention that week, is that the Jefferson County Historical Society is having their grand reopening events.
I will be there.
Great.
Wish I could
Yeah.
do that,
Yeah.
yeah.
I'm gonna be there and I'm gonna make a little, I said yes to say a few words.
Great.
At noon, I think is.
And then I'm continuing my tradition on Saturday, the 4th of cutting the ribbon at the farmer's market
Nice.
Excellent.
And Saturday the
And-
4th.
and waddling down the street with the goats.
What time is that?
It's usually at 9.
9 AM.
Yeah.
Opening a farmer's
Super fun.
market. Yeah. I wanna go to that.
Thank you for covering the things on the 2nd for me.
Absolutely.
Anything this week you want to highlight? Heidi? Or conflicts?
No conflicts this week. I have, tomorrow I'm gonna attend, we have a forestry check-in with Mallory, and then I'm gonna attend the Quilcene Recycling Outreach Meeting, and then Wednesday I have a Timber Counties meeting for WASAC. And now that I'm on the Forest Practices Board, I'm on the agenda for all of those, so I'm like, Paul, I wanna bring 3 slides. He's like, that's great. So I made 3 slides and sent them off to Paul, and so, anyway, getting more involved there, as you can imagine, and then I will be with you at the Connectivity Summit on Saturday, the 28th. And then on Sunday, the 29th, I'll be there for the Connectivity Summit closing ceremony after I cold plunged that
You're
morning.
gonna do it.
You can do it with the group cold plunge?
Yeah,
That's part of like one of the, it's on the agenda, I think.
okay. And then I'm gonna go head out to Fort Flagler. They're gonna rededicate their theater, the big theater building.
Oh, cool.
Which is where Ike and I had our wedding reception 25 years ago, so super exciting. They've done a whole bunch of work on it.
That's
And
great.
then I'm headed down to Bainbridge for an event. So Sunday's super busy, and then, yeah, that's as far forward as I'm gonna look.
Right. Heather?
All I have to say is thank goodness Monday, the 30th is no BOCC meeting because we're gonna be Be working on weekend
Yeah.
for sure. Let's see. Right, BOCC, I've got, Josh and I are meeting tomorrow morning at 10 to kind of pull together the rest of our planning for the workshop that we're gonna do on the 28th at 3. I do have a meeting, phone meeting with Siobhan Canty from Jefferson Community Foundation, so I'm going to kind of debrief with her after today and kind of just keep working together on how we can support the community to raise funds. I will, as I mentioned, we're gonna do the opioid settlement fund. Basically, the subcommittee will get together to discuss all of the interviews and the applications and hopefully.
It'll be fun to hear how you guys,
Yeah,
what you
yeah,
land on.
what we land on. And so hopefully the idea is that in an hour, we've done a lot of deliberation already and we're kind of just coming down the home stretch where we'll start to enter our scoring into the rubric and hopefully just be tweaking. So we only have an hour scheduled. Hopefully we'll be able to get it done in that amount of time.
Sure.
Make it happen.
Yeah. And then just this morning, I responded to April Messenger had reached out, I think, to all of us. So I just reached out to introduce us. April Messenger for the public. April Messenger is Congresswoman Emily Randall's aide for our region. She reached out to introduce all of us to Catalina Amortigui, maybe? Amortegui is her last name. She is the new aide for Senator Murray.
Great.
We know this. You also have this email. I did just reply and welcome her.
Okay.
And she said, I'm gonna be in town on Tuesday. Can we
nice.
meet? So I think I am gonna meet her at 3. And if we can pull her into that bell tower tour, that's why I've now booked myself. Yeah, sorry.
I don't know what time the other team is gonna be here, but Adel can host them until then, but 3:45 is when the tour starts.
Okay,
So-
great. Well, I've just booked out my time and I'm just probably gonna meet with her.
And that's a hard start time because of the bell tolling. You'll wanna be able to start at 3:45 to get up before 4.
Yep, perfect.
Okay.
That's great.
The highlight to be up there when it goes off.
Well,
Yeah.
the bell level, people want to be down there, but I don't know how loud that would be, honestly.
Yeah.
I have another meeting that starts at 4:30, but I just have to get down the hall.
Okay, well, we'll be done.
Yeah. Wednesday, the 25th, I'm trying to figure out, I'm gonna try to attend the Olympic Peninsula Tourism Summit, which is actually the 25th evening into the Thursday, the 26th. So I've been emailing back and forth to figure out when's a good time. I can't be there for the whole thing, but I'm gonna try to attend either Wednesday evening or Thursday. Housing Fund Board has a meeting on the 25th that we will be there for 2:30 to 4:30. I don't know whether I'm gonna be able to attend, but there is a Port Townsend Pump Track fundraising event at Vintage in downtown Port Townsend on the 25th and in the evening, which I'm trying to determine whether I'm gonna attend that or get over to the tourism summit in the evening. I'm not quite sure yet. But I am gonna be attending the Port Townsend Pump Track fundraising event, which is on April 11th at the fairgrounds. And I'm gonna be kind of emceeing that tickets are on sale for that. If you're supportive of the Port Townsend Pump Track at the Jefferson County Fairgrounds, you can go to ptpumptrack.org and or just look up Port Townsend Pump Track. You can still get tickets and it's an evening event at 6 o'clock on April 11th. It will be a comedian and dinner by our wonderful chef Erin Stark and fundraiser for a great youth and family and elder facility that is being built at the Jefferson County Fairgrounds. So that's a big yes for young people. And I'm going to be just helping to announce and MC of that event April 11th. But they're also having a fundraiser at Vintage on Wednesday night. So
I don't know what Vintage is.
Vintage is the Port Townsend Wineries downtown.
Oh, gotcha, that's what they're called. I just didn't.
Yeah, tasting room and restaurant basically
Lovely.
on Water Street. What else? Hood Canal Bridge, steering team, that bridge project, is still continuing to meet and I meet with them about once a quarter. They're putting out an update. So they're gonna be reviewing the very preliminary bridge design options on Thursday the 26th. So we've been trying to get out to, transit and non-motorized transportation folks and anybody who cares about the future of the Hood Canal Bridge and what it could look like down the line. Potentially designs that would keep it from having to open to bridge traffic, which would be a big benefit for people in Jefferson County to not have to be stuck behind the bridge. This is 10 years out, so they're doing the very early, getting ahead. Lots of community input. If you care about the future of the Hood Canal Bridge, you should start looking. You can reach out to an organization called Long Live the Kings. They have been contracted by the Department of Transportation to do the community outreach element of all of this kind of pre-planning for the bridge process. And it's a very long game, so there's lots of opportunity to engage. But if you're interested in that, reach out to me or look up Long Live the Kings Hood Canal Bridge Project. North Olympic Development Council has our monthly meeting on the 26th, so I'll be attending that. And then pretty much 27th, 28th, and 29th will be Connectivity Summit all day, every day for the weekend. So, long week ahead.
All right, I'll go quick. I know that Heidi has a meeting and we gotta clear the room at 4:30. Some internal stuff here tomorrow and Shelter Coalition, agenda planning with Josh on Wednesday. Oh, the following Wednesday, I mean, I'll be back to chair, but if someone could do agenda prep with Josh on the 1st. It's flexible. I just won't be able to do that. So
one of us could do that. I should be preparing myself to chair next year.
Yeah, all right. All right, Heather it is.
April 1st.
So you can, it's scheduled right now at 1 PM, but Josh is usually pretty
I've got
flexible to
climate action
the.
committee meeting at 2:30, but I'm free right now before that. It's amazing. 1 o'clock with Josh.
Yep.
All right.
Takes us a half an hour, but you might want to schedule an hour and a half here first.
3 hours.
I have done it one other time. One other time I did it.
I'm joking.
I can't get Josh to smile for anything.
I know, none of them are yet.
Josh loves meeting with me, I'm sure.
Yeah. But I do have agenda planning. I'll be at the Housing Fund Board meeting, of course. JEFCON is a conflict with the PRTPO UPWP review meeting, but I'll just not go to that. I'm critical for that. And then I'd moved my working board prep for a couple weeks, the week earlier, so got that. And then KPTZ, not thought about who I'm bringing yet, so any suggestions?
Wait, you are going to PRTPO? Because we all got invited to that because we're all on it.
Oh, the UPWP review or the one on the 17th?
No, the one,
I think you're the one on the 17th. This is a minor
yeah,
thing.
that's right,
You guys should, that's gonna be our big thing in my icebreaker that simulates traffic congestion. But that's April 17th. That's
Okay,
where I thought I had a conflict, but didn't. We should
And that I
talk.
cannot go to because I will be out of town.
Oh, good. And I will be flying out. Hopefully TSA is functioning or, what have you, but leaving on the 28th for an 8-day romantic trip with my parents.
River cruise with your parents. Is Stacy going with you?
No.
No?
I'm going on a trip with my parents, I think, for a long weekend in October to celebrate my father's big anniversary. I can't remember which year of graduating from the Coast Guard Academy.
Oh, nice.
Yeah,
Okay.
in New London.
This is their 80th birthday.
Oh, it's their 80th birthday. And they have similar birthdays.
It was this last fall. This is just when I chose to do it. I was like, when's the 5th Monday?
Oh, that's so fun. I can't choose when spring break is, Michelle. So
all right.
Taking my kids away, first time since I've.
Oh, I wasn't casting shade.
I'm gonna go something real quick.
Yeah.
Next week, or the April 6th meeting, there is a proclamation for Bayside's 10th anniversary, and they're looking for a commissioner to speak at their event on April 16th.
Which I cannot, and they've already
You
asked
can't
me
do
and I
it, yeah,
can't do.
so they've asked another commissioner if they're available to do that and read the proclamation.
In the evening?
I wanna say it's after the evening, but I didn't have it written down.
It's the Bayside Gala, so it is
Oh,
in
yeah.
the evening, yeah.
can do that.
Oh, right, no, it's not the gala, it's like a spring event,
Board of
yeah,
Health.
it is still in the
4:30.
evening.
Oh, we have
Yeah,
Board
I
of
think
Health?
it's
That day? Why is it not on my calendar?
I just have a hold for it on my.
Yeah, I just have a hold
Oh.
too, I put my own hold on, cause.
I'm gonna run. and
Okay.
Let you guys finish up. I gotta-
Well, let's talk about that. Board of Health.
And you have more
I could
time.
leave earlier, I could be online. Would
Sure, I'm just creating the April 4th agenda, so I just happen to know, April 6th.
Yes. Yeah,
I don't know.
I'm flexible other than Board of Health. That's not on the
Great.
calendar yet. Okay, anything else for the good of the order?
Well done, running a hard meeting.
Oh, yeah, well, we made it through. All right, we are adjourned. We'll see you in 2 weeks on April 6th. Have a good week, everyone.
Have a great trip.
Thank you. I'll